Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Nomad Deku Had God-Level Power? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. They don't know you, they don't know you, they don't know you. Izuku Midoriya repeated those words in his head like a mantra until he found his seat in the written portion of the exam. Outwardly he knew he looked calm, his shoulders loose and face relaxed into a friendly smile, a facade he had learned at a young age. His naturally expressive face had given him away one too many times on the run, and you learned quickly when your life was at stake. Smiling and being friendly was a good way to deflect suspicion and gain trust. People were much less likely to give information about you to strangers if they liked you, and information was one thing you could never let the enemy have the upper hand on. No one was looking at him, not that he was expecting them to, he was just another face in the hundreds of other test takers. Another pencil scratching in answers as quickly as possible so as to not run out of the limited time for the intense exam. Question 43 # explain the law of conversion of mass through chemical reactions. Knowledge had never been a problem for him. Years on the run made information his only reliable friend and companion, his greedy mind devouring anything that would provide a distraction to the constant loneliness. He had finished middle school work when he was 10 and had quickly moved on from there. Questions like these weren't a challenge, though he kind of wished they were. It had been a while since he'd been challenged academically. He finished answering the questions with half an hour to spare, clearly faring better than most of the surrounding candidates. It still blew his mind how many were trying out, attempting to get into the most prestigious school in the country. Thousands tried to get in, only 160 made it. The large auditorium where the physical portion of the exam was explained by present Mike of all people. Was it to get them more hyped up? Considering the resounding silence when the blonde hero had asked for a wedge, it wasn't working well. After being interrupted by a boy with the straightest posture Izuku had ever seen, the examines were led to a large beta testing ground and given 5 minutes preparation. Izuku closed his eyes and breathed deeply. You can do this, you've fought your whole life, you can fight a few robots. Just remember, if you take it, make sure to give it back quickly. If nobody's suspicious, your secret is safe. He opened his eyes and felt a sense of cold calm washed over him. You can't stop me. Present Mike screamed, go. And Izuku took off immediately, leaving the other stunned examinees in the dust. All Might, otherwise known as Toshinori Yagi, watched as the young children began the exam, a feeling of nostalgia overcoming him. It had been many years since he'd fought through the same trials, but he still remembered the adrenaline, the feeling of wanting to prove himself. Prove that his master hadn't been wrong in her choice of successor. Prove that her death hadn't been in vain. That blonde kid is going nuts, drawled Snipe. Look at him go, he's practically on a rampage. Hisashi leaned forward. He's being reckless though, look at that falling debris. If it weren't for the black-haired kid we'd have at least 3 serious injuries. Indeed, another of the examinees was shielding his fellow testers with the help of what appeared to be a hardening quirk. He's certainly racking up those rescue points. He commented. There was a potential holder. He thought. One must be selfless. Only Nizu and Recovery Girl knew the real reason he was here, so it wasn't exactly like he could ask the other teachers on their opinions of a possible successor. Not that he didn't trust the other heroes, it was just that the less people knew, the less likely it was to get out. One for all was a guarded secret that was only shared when strictly necessary. With that amount he'll most likely get in. Nemuri grinned. Same with the blonde. He's going to need some behavioral control though, I can already tell. I don't want him, Vlad said immediately. Aizawa glared at him from across the room. And you think I do? I've already got to deal with Endeavor's brat, I don't need another cocky powerhouse. No matter, Nizu said, the chatter dying in an instant. It's time for the 0-pointers. The small rodent? Bear? Looked far too gleeful as he pressed the large red button, activating the gigantic robots, causing immediate chaos. Even through the screens Toshinori could see the fear and panic overtaking many of the teens, screams ringing through several arenas. Never gets old. Nemuri said, liking her lips. Think someone will try to go after the 0-pointer? Snipe shook his head. You still have that bet with Hisashi? No one's destroyed the thing since All Might. Even if there were kids powerful enough to break it, they're probably booking it. It's not worth any points. She crossed her arms. It's got to happen one of these years. Even if it's by accident, I still win. Well, it looks like you owe me another meal out, Hisashi said with a grin, adjusting his glasses. No one's going after them. Make sure to watch Arena H. Aizawa said suddenly. There's a girl trapped under some rubble. We're going to have to stop the 0-pointer before it steps on her. No sooner than the words left his mouth did a green-haired boy start running towards her. Oh, what's this? Nizu leaned forward, eager as the rest of them to see how it panned out. The boy used what looked like some form of telekinesis to float the rubble off of her, but it was too late. Her legs appeared to be injured and he wouldn't be able to help her get her out of the 0-pointer's range before it hit both of them. He then sent all the surrounding rubble flying at the 0-pointer, seemingly purposely aiming for the joints. I guess I don't owe you a meal. Nemuri gloated as the enormous robot crashed to the ground. Ochako Uraraka panted heavily as she pressed the pads of her fingers together, causing the robots above her to come crashing to the ground. She thought triumphantly, pointedly ignoring the nausea rolling through her gut. She knew would soon reach her limit, but demanded if she was going to make it to 50 points. I will get into UA. She mentally chanted. No one can stop me. A loud rumble tore through the testing ground, and Ochako whipped around to see. How is that a 0-pointer? Ochako wasted no time, sprinting as fast as she could away from her impending doom when rubble fell from the nearby building and trapped her legs. Trapped her in the way of the looming robot so huge it blocked out the sun. She attempted to use her quirk on the rubble, but it wasn't within her limit having already used it so much today. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Then she saw him. Tenya Ida stared in horror as the 0-pointer rose, causing mass destruction to the buildings around it. Most of the examines had already fled the scene, not wanting to be anywhere near the towering figure and risk the rest of their precious time on fighting something that wasn't even worth any points. He was about to do the same when he noticed someone running towards instead of away from the robot. A second later, he realized why. A girl was trapped underneath the rubble, desperately trying to claw her way out to no avail. As the short green-haired boy reached her, he saw them quickly exchange words, the distance too great for Tenya to hear them. After a quick nod, the boy extended his right hand forcefully towards the rubble trapping the girl. The 0-pointer was nearly on them. The rubble began to float, was sent flying towards the 0-pointer, knocking it backwards as the boy slung the girl's arm over his shoulder and the two began limping away from the falling robot. Time's up, listeners. Let's hope you got enough points. Present Mick's loud voice broke through the testing ground. All those who are injured, please go see a medic. Plus Ultra. As the small boy helped her across the field to the doctor, for a fraction of an instant, Tenya's eyes met his. Why didn't you help? Those cold green eyes seemed to ask. Why did you stand by? The boy's eyes flickered away and the moment was gone. Tenya almost hoped the boy wouldn't get in, despite his heroic actions, so he wouldn't have to see those cold, cold eyes again. Izuku hadn't originally planned on saving the girl, but something about the desperate way she attempted to get away had hit a little too close. He knew what it was like to be trapped with no way out. Thankfully, airlift, minor pull and force push had been enough to lift the rubble, and with a little help from auto-aim he'd managed to stop the robot and he'd been able to get her out before both of them got crushed. He'd probably gotten enough points earlier to make up for the lost time, so he wasn't too worried about getting in. He hoped she was doing okay. Her bubbly pink light had been strained the last time he seen her, though in all fairness, she had been so nauseated at the time she'd throw up on his shoes. He tried not to remember how easily he could have grabbed her light, how wonderful the bubbliness would have felt if he were to hold it. Izuku slung the backpack filled with all his belongings over his shoulder. I wonder if there's any youth shelters that won't ask questions. Izuku swallowed heavily as he looked at the results of the exam. Written test, 94%. Physical exam, 24 villain points and 30 rescue points. He had done it, he'd been accepted to UA. I did it, Mom, he thought, silent tears streaming down his face. I'm going to be a hero. Shota Aizawa was tired. It wasn't a new development and probably wouldn't change any time in the foreseeable future, but at this very moment, his tiredness could be blamed on one individual in particular. All Might. When Nizu first told them that the #1 hero was going to be joining the teaching staff at UA, Shota nearly spat out his coffee, and would have if not for the fact that it would have wasted perfectly good coffee. The reveal of his smaller form also came as a surprise, but in truth it did make sense. No one ever saw All Might getting groceries, and it was pretty hard to miss an extremely buff 7-foot-tall man. There were just some people you couldn't miss. So now not only were they going to be dealing with a new teacher with zero experience handling kids, but the added press of All Might being at the school gave Shota a headache just thinking about it. The school year hasn't even started. Why do you already look like you want to commit homicide? He looked up to see Nomuri leaning against his desk, a turtleneck and jeans replacing her iconic hero costume. There was no need for her to wear it in the sanctity of the teacher's lounge, not to mention that there weren't even any kids in the building at the moment. Just thinking about what a pain this year is going to be. He groaned. We've got the blonde idiot joining us, and I can already tell this year's class is going to be a nightmare. She raised an eyebrow. This soon? I thought we got a decent batch. Quite a few of the kids were impressive during the entrance exam. Shota took a sip of his coffee. The entrance exam is flawed and you know it. Nomuri didn't argue. We work with what we've got. She said with a sigh. You're not the only one who said though. I seriously can't believe that Nizu let Minoru Mineta join UA, much less the hero course. It wasn't completely up to him. Shota reminded her. The board pushed hard for him to get in, his family donated a lot of money. Nomuri slammed her hand against his desk. That doesn't excuse the fact that he has had several SXL assault and harassment claims made against him. Even if his school tried to cover them up, they're still there. Shota gave her a look. You know what Nizu's doing, don't you? The brat's in my class, so the second he does something inappropriate I'll boot him. If he does it on UA grounds in front of a teacher, then the board won't be able to refuse us expelling him. Not unless they want a media shitstorm. This seemed to temper the full-on rant that had been brewing within her. I still wish we didn't have to play this stupid game, she said, wrinkling her nose. And I wish All Might wasn't going to be teaching here, but we can't always have what we want, now can we? I know that. She playfully swatted him. What do you have against All Might anyway? You seem particularly aggravated over his appointment. How can you hate the #1 hero? Shota rolled his eyes. I don't hate him, I just think it's illogical to have him teach with us. He's got no experience and will only become more of a target. Even if we have All Might joining us, what's the worst that can happen? We've always been a target for villains, we've dealt with it before and we will again. Nomuri said resolutely. Nothing bad is going to happen. Famous last words. Hitoshi Shinso tried to hold in the tears that threatened to spill down his face, the symbol of UA disfigured as he crumpled the letter. What were you expecting? A voice that sounded suspiciously like. His mother hissed. Why would they accept someone like you into the hero course? All you'll ever be is a villain. He clenched his fists. Stupid exam. Stupid quirk bias. He looked at the darkening sky. I'm gonna need some shelter before it starts raining. 15 minutes and one soaking shirt later, Hitoshi managed to get to his usual spot. While the abandoned warehouse wasn't the most ideal place for a teenager to be living, he still preferred it over going back there. As musty and dirty as this place was, at least it didn't smell of booze and bad life choices. It was as close to a home as he got, or at least, it usually was when there wasn't someone else on his couch. It had taken him 3 hours to haul that thing from the lawn front he'd found it from, and there was someone just casually lying there. Who are you? He demanded, striding toward. The body jolted out of what he assumed was sleep and the figure fell off the couch. Hitoshi thought vindicatively. As they quickly scrambled to their feet, Hitoshi got a better look at who was invading his space. Messy dark green hair and a smattering of freckles filled his vision as the boy who looked to be around his age met his eyes. The boy said. It was a short and somewhat relatable response, and enough to let Hitoshi take control. Intelligent green eyes went blank as the boy became a virtual doll. "Who are you?" he asked. "Izuku Midoriya," came the robotic answer. "Why are you here?" "I needed a place to stay. I don't want to have to stay at the youth shelters all the time, and I figured I could just crash here." "Could you not tell someone was already living here?" "I just figured I would scare them off and take it as my own." Hitoshi blinked in disbelief. This small child honestly thought he would have been able to scare of the person living here. It could have been a full-grown man or villain for all the other boy knew. What the F dash? Why do you need a place to stay? Is he like me? Though it shouldn't have been possible, Hitoshi somehow felt a great strain on his connection to the boy, as if something was trying to make his mental bond break. "I don't have anywhere else to go." He should just make the other boy leave and forget this ever happened. That would be the smart thing to do, the safe thing to do. There was literally no reason for him let the other boy stay. "If I let you go and let you remember what happened, would you?" Hitoshi can't believe he's doing this. "Like to stay here with me?" Oh my god, he shouldn't have done that. He should not have done that. Why would someone, much less a complete stranger, want to live with someone who had just brainwashed them? He should just order the boy to forget this. Yes, that's what he should do. Hitoshi opened his mouth to fix this effing mess that he'd gotten himself into because he was so goddamn lonely. "Sure." "What?" Hitoshi looked into the brainwashed boy's eyes. "Repeat what you just said." His voice didn't crack, damn it. "Sure." The boy said obediently. "You don't care that I've used my quirk on you? Or what my quirk is?" "No." The strain on his mind came back, doubling in strength. Hitoshi winced as he struggled to maintain his connection to the other teen. "Are you going to hurt me in any way if I let you go?" "No." That was enough for Hitoshi, who released his hold on the shorter boy's mind with a hiss. He didn't know what that was, but whatever it was, it had hurt. It had felt as though a sledgehammer had been pounding against his head with a vengeance. The blank look faded from, what was it? Midoriya's eyes as the teen straightened. That was a weird feeling. Hitoshi tensed as the boy looked directly at him. "What's your name, new roommate?" Now that he was in control of himself, his words had a slight accent to them. God, this was so strange. "Hitoshi Shinso." An odd curved smile came to rest on Midoriya's face. "It's nice to meet you, Shinso." He held out his hand, scars running over freckled skin. Hitoshi clasped it, his larger hand practically swallowing the other boy's. "Likewise." Somewhere in a poorly lit bar, Tamura Shigaraki sat, scratching his neck as though it had personally offended him. "Want to destroy him?" The pale man muttered at the news channel which had just shown the #1 hero himself winning another battle. "I'm going to destroy him and this stupid world." Kurogiri merely watched the other cautiously, ready to transport any of his precious glasses in case Shigaraki proved to be particularly unstable tonight. "All in good time," came a soothing voice from the TV. "We will make them pay, don't you worry. After all, I've made just the right tool for you to destroy All Might." Shigaraki perked up. "Really, sensei? You did that for me?" The pure reverence in his voice was rare to hear. The screen chuckled. "Of course, Tamura, you are, after all, my successor." An unsettling cackle ripped itself free from Shigaraki, hands pausing around his neck for a moment. Yes, it will be glorious." The villain looked towards the news channel, glee clear to see. Glorious. The first time Izuku had used his quirk had also been the day his father had died. He had been sitting on the counter, his mom making dinner while his father watched the news in the living room. Safe, normal, he'd been so happy. The high had worn off when a man had burst through the door. Faster than his young brain had been able to comprehend, his father had leapt to his feet to confront the man while his mom grabbed him and ducked behind the counter. The sounds of a struggle seemed to last forever before a deafening crack rang out and all was still. His father had not been the one to make it out of that encounter. Izuku didn't remember much about what had happened next, and for that he was grateful. What he did gave him nightmares to this day. A hulking figure. His mom pushing him behind her, telling him to run. Run far, far away from this place. The bright red light that seemed to ripple around the man. overwhelming fear and the urge to pull. He'd blacked out for a minute, and had woken up just in time to realize his mom had thrown him over her shoulder and was making her way out of the house, leaving his motionless father behind. Izuku had seen the lights of many people in his life, and even now, 10 years later, he still thought that his father's light had been the most beautiful. It had been so many things at once, Izuku had never wanted to stop looking. Which is why he remembered the exact moment when it went out. At 5 years old, Izuku Midoriya lost his father. The next day him and his mom were on a plane to China. 3 years after that, they moved to India and then to America a year later. It had been a life of constant movement, of being ready to bolt at any given moment. His father had died because his mom's phone had been tapped, making it so the villains had been able to track him, so she made sure nothing like that ever happened again. With a quirk that let him take other people's quirks when he touched them, Hisashi Midoriya had been a very sought-after man in the criminal world, despite his best efforts at remaining unknown. Bad early life choices was all his mom would tell him whenever he asked about why the underground world knew about him at all. His father had been sought after because of his quirk, but a child with a similar one? One that was potentially more powerful? The villain groups were practically foaming at the mouth. They'd been hunted and done their fair share of hunting when necessary. His mom had taught him how to fight, how to keep his head down, when it was okay to take other people's quirks, and how to smile so brightly no one ever suspected that sweet boy and his mother, when two bodies turned up in a river. Inko Midoriya was someone many would describe as soft, or kind, maybe even overly emotional. Izuku had never understood why, because to him his mother was a woman of steel. They never saw the look in her eye when her family was in danger, or the time she took down half a dozen men when they'd taken her child. She was a kind and loving woman, but not one to be trifled with. It hadn't been easy, but it was what they needed to do to survive, and as long as they had each other they would be fine. That life was lonely though, and 10 years after they'd left his mom had decided it was time to go back to her native land, her real home. They'd made plans, set up fake identities and a backstory so that nothing would be suspect when they arrived. At 15 years old, Izuku Midoriya returned to Japan alone. Walking to school with someone else was a simultaneously bizarre and yet pleasant experience. To the surprise of both Shinso and Izuku, they were actually going to the same school, which, considering what school it was, had been a real shock. Who would have guessed that two students attending the most highly admired and rated school in country were homeless and living together in an abandoned warehouse? Living with Shinso had been strange at first, but after discovering they went to the same school, albeit different departments, the two had gotten along quite nicely, Shinso even christening him with the nickname Green Bean, which he, quite frankly, couldn't argue against. Shinso had seemed shocked when Izuku had agreed to live with him, and in all honesty Izuku wasn't sure why he'd agreed to do so himself. He had no reason to trust the other boy. In fact, the first time he'd interacted with Shinso he'd immediately used his quirk on him. In all fairness though, he had been crashing in a place he knew someone was already using, so maybe that didn't really count against him. "Are you excited?" Izuku said, thankful that the taller teen had slowed his steps so that he could more easily keep up. Shinso snorted. "Ah yes, I'm so very eager to being treated as secondary compared to all the hero core students with heroic quirks." Ouch, someone had woken up on the wrong side of the couch? Izuku didn't really know at this point. He was pretty sure Shinso didn't sleep half the time anyway, so did this metaphor even work? Was he spending way too much time thinking about this? Was life just a hallucination he was having? "What about you?" Izuku looked up at Shinso. Excited to be bumping elbows with all the other hirelings? And what was he supposed to say to that? Especially to someone so bitter that he had been denied a chance at his dream over something he couldn't control? How was he supposed to explain that he was terrified that the identification records weren't going to hold up? That someone could figure out what his real quirk was? That he was worried that if someone said or did the wrong thing it would trigger a panic attack? "You should have gotten into the hero course," he says instead. Shinso nearly tripped over nothing. "It. You should have gotten into the hero course," he repeated. That exam was totally biased, even with the rescue points. They could have split non-physical quirks into a different arena or made different exams based on what type of hero you wanted to be. Instead, they just made one that blatantly favored people with physical destructive quirks. Shinso composed himself. A quirk like yours is perfect for it. Yes, the telekinesis quirk that he was pretending to have. Changing records was hard, so he just kept his mom's quirk the same on her papers. It would be easy enough to believe that he'd just developed a stronger form of telekinesis based on the quirk his mother had. Nothing to be suspicious of there, at least as long as you didn't realize that the telekinesis he had was really several quirks working together. Izuku merely hummed in agreement. I am pretty lucky. When has luck ever been on his side? Ochako was completely and totally lost. Seriously, why didn't UA give out maps or something? The school was huge. How was anyone supposed to find their way around here? After wandering for several minutes, she managed to make her way to the correct hallway, and that was when she saw him. Hair as messy as the first time she'd seen him, her savior was standing in front of a classroom door with a look of resignation, an apple in one hand and the doorknob in the other. Hey, she called out. Not startling the slightest bit, the boy turned to look at her, his bright green eyes noticeably duller than the last time she'd seen them. Hi, he said eventually. You Rarika, right? Yup. Ochako grinned. You're in 1A too. I'm glad that there's at least someone I recognize, you know? He nodded but didn't look particularly enthusiastic. She decided not to take it personally. Let's go in together, okay? It'll be less scary that way. A ghost of a smile traced his lips. Sounds like a plan. No sooner did the pair step in the classroom did Ochako know this was going to be a headache. You cannot put your feet on the desk, blustered a large spectacled boy. It is disrespectful to your classmates and to this prestigious institute. The target of his scolding didn't look all that bothered. Shut it, private school. The blonde boy sneered. As the door closed behind them, both of their attention shifted. The blonde blinked in surprise and recognition as he stared at the green-haired boy beside her. Oh my God, she didn't know his name. How stupid could she be? Deku? The blonde blurted, anger momentarily forgotten. Ochako whipped around to look at her companion. For a fraction of a second his eyes were wide in shock. And was that fear? She saw him tense, and it almost looked like he was about to bolt before the moment passed, and his expression smoothed over. What's your full name again? A shadow passed over Deku's? Midoriya. There was a moment of hesitation on the blonde's part before he nodded and accepted it. Ochako felt completely out of the loop. Thankfully, the upright boy with glasses decided it was time to introduce himself. Hello. I am Tenya Ida from Sumai High School. It is a pleasure to meet you. She grinned brightly. Nice to meet you. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Ida then turned his attention to Midoriya. You deciphered the true meaning of the exam. He practically shouted. Clearly, you were the better contestant. If I had known of the rescue points, I would have aided you in your endeavor to get Uraraka out of the rubble. Oh, they must have all been in the same testing arena. So you're saying that you would have only helped someone under threat of extreme injury if you knew you were going to get points for it? While the class hadn't been loud before, the silence was now deafening. That's not Ida sputtered. The sound of Midoriya taking a bite of his apple reverberated around the room. What are you all doing crowded at the front? Ochako squealed and spun to face a yellow caterpillar. A scruffy-looking man unzipped the sleeping bag and stepped out. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. You're wasting time and it's illogical. Pulling a gym uniform out of seemingly nowhere, he continued. I'm your homeroom teacher Shota Aizawa. Put these on and meet me outside. Anyone not there within 5 minutes is expelled. With that bombshell, he walked off. At least this'll be interesting. Midoriya commented, taking another bite of his apple. For all of society's talk of weak quirks being useless, the minor quirks Izuku had collected were his favorite. Sure force push, strength and durability were definitely the most useful in a fight, but mental watch and balance made his life much easier. Always knowing what time it was a lifesaver, sometimes literally, and despite all his combat experience, He was still overly clumsy in day-to-day situations, making balance a blessing when he didn't want to make a fool of himself. Not to mention Apple Summoner was almost tied for his favorite quirk. Having something to eat on hand so he didn't have to talk more than necessary did wonders for his anxiety. Plus, they made pretty good projectiles, so there was that. After changing as quickly as possible, he didn't want anyone asking about his scars. He made his way down to the field, one of the first ones there. "What do you think this is about?" Uraraka asked, sticking to him like glue. "This is kind of weird. I think he's going to make us fight each other and the losers would be sacrificed to the gods." The people around him turned to stare. "What?" Thankfully, Aizawa interrupts. "Now that you're all here, we can begin." He then started explaining the exercises, with the twist of being able to use their quirks. Not what he expected, but nothing he couldn't handle. But as usual, the universe couldn't just leave it at that. Oh, and last place is getting expelled. FING. When Izuku had first realized that Aizawa was the hero who had almost caught him committing vigilantism a few weeks ago, he had seriously considered bolting. Even if the man didn't recognize him, something about the hero's quirk light set him on edge. So dark red that it was almost black, it was slow and methodical, giving very little away. Izuku had long learned that while not a strict science, he could often get a surface reading of their personality. Uraraka's was a light and bubbly pink color, Ida's was strong and intense navy blue, Bakuga's was a flashy and forceful orange. He liked having an idea of what he was dealing with, but he wasn't getting anything other than what he would have been able to observe without using his quirk. Izuku wasn't that worried about getting last place if he was being honest. This kind of test was tailored for people with physical quirks, just like the entrance exam. It was a disturbing trend that rubbed him the wrong way. He counted at least 2 people who couldn't use their quirks in almost any of these tests, and the ability to throw a ball really far didn't exactly show their potential to be a hero, so what was Aizawa thinking? "Midoriya, it's your turn to throw. Can I just leave? Is that like an option?" Shota watched as the students completed the tests, noting those that were going to be an issue. The first was obvious. Bakugo had some serious temperamental problems and needed a huge ego check, something he had most likely had never gotten. He was driven though, but all that rage was going to cause problems. Todoroki was also a given. Talented, but considering that Endeavor was his father, that was to be expected. He was easily among the top 2 in the class but wasn't pushing himself. The lack of fire was also a concern, and something that would need to be addressed sooner rather than later. "Midoriya, it's your turn to throw now." The green-haired boy glanced at him before coming to stand in the circle, taking a bite out of an apple he'd seemingly pulled from nowhere. There was another potential problem. While Midoriya lacked the explosive personality and cool arrogance of Bakugo and Todoroki, something about his demeanor rubbed Shota the wrong way. With a powerful quirk like his, he should have more confidence, but the boy was borderline skittish. On its own, he might have been able to leave him be. Not everyone fell into the conventionally powerful quirk confident category, even if it was more common. The problem was that in the gym uniform, the sleeves went up the elbows, and already Shota could see a multitude of scars. Scars in and of itself weren't bad. Accidents were common in this age of quirks, especially when people were young and still figuring out how to use them. But that didn't explain the knife scar, or the bullet one, or the burns. Nor did it explain the hypervigilance he displayed. Biting his lip, the teen in question squeezed the ball tightly as he contemplated the pitch in front of him. "Any day now," Shota called out. Still clasping the apple in his other hand, Midoriya winded up to throw the ball, only to toss it so lightly it barely went out of the circle. "Oh boy." Shudo Todoroki was not sure what the green-haired boy was playing at. Even after clearly displaying some sort of air or telekinesis quirk, the teen had flunked the ball throw so badly, a toddler would have gotten a better score. It was stupid, especially since their teacher didn't seem like the type to put up with any tomfoolery. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. "What was that?" Midoriya's expression didn't change. "I threw the ball. Would you mind explaining why you purposefully flunked your throw?" Aizawa demanded more than asked. Midoriya met his gaze dead on. "I just think this whole thing is kind of stupid." he said, drawing gasps from his classmates. Like, I get the whole, find creative ways to use your quirks, but this is like one of the worst ways to do it. What are people with non-physical quirks supposed to do? This isn't an accurate way to measure our ability or drive. He was challenging a teacher? One who had threatened to expel a student just for coming last in this strange test? Was he really this dumb? Aizawa's expression was unreadable. And how exactly are you proving your point by purposefully failing your throw? Is this a rhetorical question, or do you actually want to know? A brown-haired girl with a bob cut was nervously biting her lip as she watched, clearly worrying over the fate of the other teen. Shudo didn't understand that either. If the short boy was sent home, there was a higher chance that no one else would be and she would be safe. Are you trying to be difficult? Aizawa asked. Throw the ball already. I don't have a ball. Midoriya pointed out. It's over there. He gestured to the aforementioned object a few feet in front of him. Was he really this stupid? Were all other kids his age this tactless? Maybe it was for the best that his SPRM donor had had him homeschooled if this was the average intellect. Hurry the F up, Deku, screamed the blonde with an explosion quirk. Stop wasting everyone's time. Flinching slightly, the short boy Deku turned to face him. This is actually the last test, and I'm the last person to take it, he said. So nobody's going after me. Don't get smart with me, Dash, the blonde lunged, and for a fraction of an instant Shudo saw something that set alarms blaring in his head. Instead of jerking back, or something similar, Deku's eyes became incredibly cold, his hand shooting forward as if to grab. Before the two could connect, a thin white scarf wrapped around the blonde. Eyes glowing red, Aizawa scowled. You're giving me dry eye, he growled. You attack another student outside of mandated exercises and you'll be expelled, do you understand? The explosive teen mumbled something vaguely affirmative. Good. Also, I was lying about the expulsion. We're done for today. The following outburst was cut short by their teacher's glare, but Shudo wasn't watching them. Midoriya had reverted back to the mostly blank but somewhat nervous state he'd been in before, but Shudo wasn't about to forget the momentary viciousness. In that split second he knew that the other boy had been about to grab the blonde's throat, and while he hadn't been the aggressor, Shudo didn't doubt he would have finished the fight. I'll need to watch out for him. Shudo looked at the clock. They'd been dismissed early, meaning they could go home now. When had it ever been a home? When had it ever been anything other than a prison? If you had told Hitoshi that he was going to be mugged on the way home from school, he might have believed you. If you had then said he was going to be saved by the same boy who had broken into his house and who was seemingly the embodiment of not giving if, while simultaneously being the most anxious person he'd ever met, he would have probably told you to F off. Staring down at the unconscious body of his would-be attacker, Hitoshi watched in disbelief as Midoriya relieved the man of his wallet before calling the police. You just took that dude's stuff, he said when he got over his initial shock. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Midoriya merely shrugged. So is lying on your school papers, but neither of us had a problem with that. Touché. Besides, it's not like we don't need it. We can't live off of only apples and instant ramen. Hitoshi snorted. You ever going to tell me where you get those? Nope, he said, popping the pea. That's for me to know, and if you ever find out I'd have to kill you. Midoriya said it jokingly, but Hitoshi wouldn't help but hear the slight undertone to his words. Don't ask about this, or about what just happened. Despite looking like he couldn't harm a fly, the second the man had pulled Hitoshi into the alley, Midoriya had grabbed the mugger by his hair and slammed his head into the wall quicker than he'd been able to even register he was under attack. Efficient and brutal, not to mention there hadn't been the slightest bit of hesitation in his movements. They'd been practiced, smooth, and even after the event he didn't look uneasy or remotely shaken. You know, for such a cute guy, you're pretty scary. And just like that, the calm and controlled teen tripped over his own feet and would have fallen flat on his face had Hitoshi not grabbed the back of his shirt. What? Midoriya stuttered, his freckled skin tinted pink. Hitoshi leaned down, smirking. I said you're cute. His face darkened in color and Midoriya looked everywhere but at Hitoshi, his hand fidgeting nervously. Oh, he said in a strangled voice. Something the matter, Green Bean? Hitoshi asked, purposefully lowering his voice. You look a little hot. Another unintelligible noise escaped the smaller teen as he backed away. Stop it, Shinso. He muttered, trying to cover his face. Letting out a low laugh, Hitoshi continued walking. Whatever you say, Green Bean. He was definitely filing that away for later use. Thankfully for Izuku's stress levels, the following morning did not include any expulsion threats or long-lost childhood friends popping up from nowhere. Instead, classes like math and English filled the time, the latter being a breath of fresh air. Living in America for several years had made him fluent in the language, so it would be a breeze. After eating lunch with Shinso, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. He had bemoaned. Lunch Rush is officially my favorite hero. He begrudgingly made his way back to class for Foundation Heroics. He wasn't sure what to expect, but if he was lucky it would just be basic hand-to-hand combat. That's reasonable, right? Teaching them the basics before doing anything crazy. The second All Might burst into the room shouting, I am coming through the door like a normal person. Any and all hopes of getting a normal lesson were dashed. The excited chatter continued all the way to the changing rooms, his classmates eager to put on their hero costumes and be taught a lesson from the All Might. It wasn't like Izuku didn't understand the hype. Being the #1 hero in Japan was no easy task, not to mention holding his position for decades and being the symbol of peace. He respected the man and acknowledged that he was a good hero. The man was just a little too flashy for his tastes. Not to mention loud. There was something strange about his light though. Izuku had expected it to be blinding in its intensity, overwhelming to the senses and almost irresistible to grab. While he had been right about the intensity, the quirk seemed almost sickly and was compacted in a way he hadn't seen before. It was almost like multiple quirks in one, and while it was incredible, Izuku wasn't the slightest bit tempted to take it. Putting on his hero costume felt strange in more than one way. He wasn't used to fighting in anything other than civilian clothes, so having any type of gear felt strange. Not to mention he felt uncomfortable in anything that would make him stick out, and a hero costume did exactly that. Sure, it was helpful in a fight, but you got into less of those if you were inconspicuous. He'd gone with a black long-sleeved shirt with padding on both arms, as well a pair of camo green cargo pants with lots of pockets. His jacket was also dark green with a hood and even more pockets, his bandana the same color. The whole thing was heat-resistant as well as shock-absorbent. Izuku was mildly surprised they had actually listened to his request for throwing knives and Swiss Army knives, but he wasn't about to complain. Oh my god, is that you Midoriya? Uraraka gushed, rushing over to him. You look so cool, like a ninja or something. Not what he'd been going for, but whatever. I like the space theme. He commented. But why heels? She groaned. Yeah, I really should have been more specific with my costume. It's a lot tighter than I want, and I don't know why they gave me these shoes. Well, it was reassuring that she hadn't chosen the debilitating footwear, but mildly concerning that they had given them to her at all. Now that he thought about it, there were a lot of their classmates whose costumes were useless at best, hindering at worst. I'm sure if you ask for changes, they'll fix it. Uraraka looked away. I don't want to be a bother. Why was he doing this? He was not good at encouragement. Someone with more confidence and social skills take over, please. Resigned to be the voice of reason, he sighed. Hey, this is what you're going to be wearing often, and if you're not comfortable, that's a problem. There's nothing wrong with wanting it to be changed, especially if it's something like switching heels for something more sensible. I've never worn them, but I wouldn't count on them being great for running. Uraraka blinked in surprise, but before she could respond, All Might called for them to gather around. Today we are going to be doing battle trials. Many fights on TV are shown outside, but the more sinister villains are often indoors. That's why today we will be doing 2-on-2 team battles. Villains versus heroes. How are we determining victory? How badly can we hurt the other team? Are you going to threaten to expel people? Isn't my cape fabulous? Don't all talk at once. The #1 hero shouted. My quirk isn't super hearing. He pulled out a sheet of paper and then began to explain the exercise in more depth. Is this really the best way to determine teams? The student wearing armor, which he only now realized was Ida, asked. The black-haired girl with some type of creation quirk crossed her arms. Heroes don't always get to choose who they team up with. She pointed out. It would be useful to be able to work with anyone on the fly. I see. I apologize for my interruption, said Ida, bowing. Does he always have to yell? The lots were drawn and teams were decided. Team Trigu and Ida. Team B, Shoji and Mineta. Team C, Koda and Sato. Team D, Siro and Kirishima. Team E, Mina and Aoyama. Team F, Ojiro and Hagakure. Team G, Todoroki and Uraraka. Team H, Midoriya and Jiro. Team I, Tokoyami and Azui. Team J, Kaminari and Yaoyorozu. The first two teams to fight were teams D and A, the latter being chosen as the villains. Izuku couldn't help but feel mildly sympathetic towards Siro and Kirishima. While he didn't doubt they were capable or strong, but Bakugo was ruthless and would do anything to win. Kirishima put up a good fight, and Siro had nearly gotten past him, but in the end both were blasted into oblivion. Ida hadn't even needed to move from his position guarding the bomb. Thankfully, they were both gracious in their defeat and didn't seem to take it too badly. Next was Team C versus J, and it wasn't even close. Yaoyorozu had set up traps around the bomb along with conductors for Kaminari's electricity, and despite their best efforts, Koda and Sato were defeated. Then it was Tokoyami and Azui versus Mina and Aoyama, the former team winning. After each match, All Might asked for commentary and who was MVP, which he would have seen as him encouraging their analysis skills, but honestly just felt like the man had no idea and was grasping at straws. Thankfully, both Yaoyorozu and himself were more than happy to fill in the blanks. It was honestly exciting to see his classmates in action. Their quirks were so interesting and versatile, everyone seemingly having a decent idea of how to apply them in various circumstances. The lack of strategy used was disappointing, Yaoyorozu being the exception, but nonetheless it was fascinating. Next will be Team B versus Team H. All Might announced. Kyuko wasn't sure what to make of Midoriya. He kept to himself and shied away whenever people got close, but had called out the teacher that had threatened to expel them. He spoke to Uraraka so quietly the only reason she'd even heard him was because of her quirk, yet had broken down the tactics of the other teams so thoroughly even All Might had looked impressed. He was so contradictory it made her head spin, and now she was supposed to be his partner. "What's your quirk?" he asked, his voice lilting with a subtle accent. As she explained, he listened attentively with a blank look on his face. She felt mildly uncomfortable at his emotionless face but put it aside. They had an exercise to complete. "My quirk is a simple telekinesis," he said once she was done. "I can make things float, pull them towards me and send things flying the other way. My current weight limit is higher than we'll need, so that won't be a problem." "Do you have a strategy?" she asked. The slightest hint of a grin spread across his face. Mizo wished he had a different partner. Not only was Mineta unobservant when it came to what their opponent's quirks were, he had heard the small boy salivating over Yaoyorozu during her fight, hopping her costume ripped. Hearing disgusting things was one of the hazards of having enhanced hearing, but having someone he was supposed to work with act like that made him want to launch Mineta out a window. Despite that, he had to admit that his quirk was useful for traps. They'd practically coated the room with the bomb with his sticky purple ball, leaving little likelihood anyone could get through without getting stuck low. "They're coming up," Mizo informed him. "Jiro can probably hear us, so there's not much use in trying to hide." Mineta's face lit up at the mention of a girl, and he hid his disgust. "We should split up," he said. "You go after them and I'll stay with the bomb." It sounded like a ploy to avoid fighting, but it was an excuse to get away from the purple rat, so Mizo didn't mind. He listened to their movements and managed to track the two down, settling into a stance. "You'll have to get past me." Mizo tried to ignore the shiver that ran down his back as Midoriya smiled, instead focusing on Jiro as she stepped forward, her ear jacks extending to her boots. The following sound wave made him wince, but he held his ground. He didn't trust Mineta to beat the two of them, and if he could finish this now all the better. He rushed forward, ignoring the pain and swiped. If he could distract Jiro, then she would hopefully stop using her quirk. The two separated and Jiro sent out another blast, louder this time. When his head finally cleared, he realized that Midoriya was nowhere to be seen. All Might was impressed at young Midoriya's strategy. If he hadn't read the student's files, he would not have guessed that young Shoji would be weak to Jiro's sound blasts, but it did make sense. Those with sensitive hearing would be more affected than the average person, and thus it had given Midoriya a chance to get past the larger boy. The heroes were on a time limit, so any time wasted could be the difference between victory and defeat, so splitting up made sense. Jiro was clearly capable of holding her own against Shoji, methodically sending sound waves towards him to prevent the giant from chasing after her teammate. She had told him where the bomb was located at the very beginning of the exercise, her enhanced hearing able to pinpoint the villain's location, and young Midoriya had clearly listened. He found Mineta and the room with the bomb in it, the two now facing off as the latter threw his purple ball at Midoriya frantically, the boy in question dodging them with apparent ease. There was something strangely familiar about him, his curly hair and freckles nagging at him for a reason he couldn't explain. The way he looked at others reminding him of something he couldn't name. Still, that wasn't any reason to dislike the boy. He would make a good successor. The one for all, Holder mused, remembering how he'd acted during the entrance exam. He has a true heroic spirit. No sooner than the thought had been formed, Midoriya kneed Mineta's face into the wall. Izuku had seen a lot of shit. Living on the run left a lot to be desired, and unfortunately he was all too familiar with people like Mineta. His mother had explained to him at a very young age to not trust adults he didn't know, and he realized why a lot sooner than he probably should have. He remembered all too well the look in the eyes of the men who had tried to take him, who had managed to touch him before he managed to escape and run far, far away. It was a look of greed, of no regard for the wants of others, and it made his stomach churn uncomfortably. So when Izuku had heard the smaller boy pray that the girls' costumes would rip, a familiar rage had bubbled within him, the feeling only amplifying when Mineta loudly complained that it wasn't Jiro he got to fight. Izuku didn't like hurting people, and mainly saw fighting as an unavoidable necessity for survival, but he might make an exception for this little pervert. Mineta let out a battle cry as he began launching his quirk ball at him, not pausing even when it was clear that he wasn't getting anywhere. Force push was making easy work of the projectiles, sending them into the walls instead of his face, and even if he missed one, he was using speed just in case. Izuku knew better than to let his temper get the better of him, but the little rat wasn't making it easy. As tempting as it was to just beat him, he knew if he showed the full extent to his fighting prowess, it would raise red flags and he would be beholden to questions he didn't have any good way of answering. "Ah man, this is so unfair," Mineta griped. "Come on man, I didn't even get to see Jiro's stash." A loud crack rung through the hallway as Izuku's knee connected with his opponent's face. Katsuki Bakugo was well aware he was an a-hole. People may think he was unaware of how dickish he was, but in truth he just didn't care. They were all useless extras who were going to be his stepping stones to greatness, so who cared what they thought? No one dared challenge him and no one could beat him, so their opinions didn't matter. It hadn't always been that way though. In the beginning of his childhood he could remember that stupid Nomad Deku standing up to him and refusing to submit, even when his quirk had come in and declared him superior to the rest. The shitty nerd's quirk had been late and he'd never actually found out what it was, because shortly after they turned 5, both he and his mother disappeared off the face of the planet, leaving behind the body of Auntie Inko's husband. After they'd left, there had been no one to challenge Katsuki, and Deku had been forgotten. He just hadn't expected the shitty nerd to show up in UA of all places, with a powerful quirk and a blank look on his face. It wasn't even close to how he used to be, a stuttering crying wimp with barely any backbone, and it set Katsuki off. How dare he just vanish and show up again? This was where he was supposed to shine, not get outshined by a wimp who was always forgot his place and was constantly looking down on him. The FANG exercise didn't last much longer after Deku basically caved the grape rat's head in with his knee. The little beach hadn't bothered getting up after that hit, leaving Deku to leisurely make his way over to the bomb and place his hand on it, All Might declaring their victory. Ponytail went on and on about the strategies and who was the MVP and all that shit, but Katsuki wasn't paying attention, too busy glaring a hole in Deku's head, not that the shitty nerd reacted. And the final teams to fight will be Team G as the heroes and Team F as the villains. What happened next couldn't be called a fight, it was a FNG massacre. The half-N half-BSD froze the entire goddamn building, and Invisibitch and Tailfucker weren't able to get out of it at all. Roundface hadn't even had to do anything. Of course the FING extras around him were impressed, even Ponytail looked hesitant to critic him. FING typical. Well, that was completely unnecessary. As much as Ochako had been in awe of Todoroki's display of power and control, she'd been a little miffed that she hadn't been able to actually do something. It was a teamwork exercise after all, and she'd done absolutely nothing. It was disheartening, especially after seeing Midoriya's match where he'd come up with a plan and disabled the bomb. There wasn't much she could do though, she'd just have to try harder next time. Well, that was completely unnecessary. It seemed as though the entire room froze at the words, everyone turning to look at a seemingly unaffected Midoriya, munching on a ripe red apple. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. "Would you care to elaborate?" he asked, his voice as cold as his ice. "Sure." Midoriya didn't look at all intimidated by the boy who had eliminated his opponents in less than a minute. "First off, you froze the entire building, which was not only unnecessary, but hindered your partner." He took another bite of his apple. "You could have just found out where the villains were and froze them. Even if Hagakure is invisible, she'd have to show herself eventually to stop you from getting the bomb." Todoroki didn't outwardly respond, but Ochako got the feeling he was seething. "That would have taken longer." He bit out. Midoriya didn't so much as blink, but would have prevented a lot of property damage. In a real-life scenario they would have had to wait for the ice to melt and then deal with what it had ruined. An entire building isn't cheap, and depending on what was going on in there you could have destroyed a lot of data. A smaller, more focused attack would have made much more sense while minimizing the potential destruction of evidence as well as make less work for the poor people who have to clean up after you. It worked, didn't it? Todoroki almost sneered. A ghost of a smile traced Midoriya's lips. "So, in your opinion, the ends justify the means?" Todoroki opened his mouth to respond, only to be interrupted by All Might. "Thank you for your input, young Midoriya." He clapped his hands together. "That's all for today's training. Have a good day." And with an up kick of dust, the number one hero zoomed away. Tuya Todoroki Dabi was not having a good time. Not only had his apartment been robbed, he didn't know why they had bothered, there wasn't anything worth taking in there, but his boss had cut his hours so he'd be rationing his money even more strictly. Oh, and there was currently a man trying to kill him. Dabi hadn't expected that his intervention of a shakedown would lead to the perpetrator going berserk, but he supposed he should have assumed. He had sheet luck. Ever since hearing about Stain, Dabi had been inspired to follow in the man's footsteps. He began stopping the crime he saw around his neighborhood, and there was plenty of that. He didn't exactly live in the safest area of Hosu, so there was no shortage of muggings, rapes, and other actions from the deplorables of the world. He usually just threatened to set them on fire and they ran off, but today seemed like the world was saying F you, so of course that didn't happen. His back hit the wall behind him and barely managed to dodge the fist that punched a hole in the concrete where he'd just been. Lower temperatures of fire were ineffective against the man, his quirk some type of hardening, and hand-to-hand combat against someone like that was not going to end well for him. Dabi staggered back, grimacing as he prepared to summon more fire than he had in years. It would probably do more damage to him than the man would, but if he was going to die, then he was taking this BSTRD with him. Get down. Years of abuse training were the only reason he was able to duck fast enough to avoid the armor-clad figure that shot over him. It was hard not to gawk as the hero stood between Dabi and his attacker. Why would anyone ever care about what happened to him moving swiftly and efficiently as they took the man down? It wasn't much of a fight if he was being honest. No matter how strong the guy's quirk was, he was no match for a pro. His gut churned when he saw how easily the hero took the man down. Failure, weak, worthless. "Are you all right?" Ingenium asked, turning to face him. "You hit that wall pretty hard." Dabi took another step back. "I'm fine," he said roughly. "Shouldn't you be saving people closer to cameras?" "Stupid heroes." pretending to be all that when the only heroes that even occasionally hung around these parts were the underground ones. Strangely, Ingenium didn't object. "Don't remind me," he groaned. "Those media vultures keep asking our agency for an interview and they keep intervening with our work." "So you're only here to avoid getting harassed?" he sneered. Even though he had a helmet on, Dabi got the sense that he was smiling. "I come here whenever I manage to convince my PR department that patrolling high-density areas is almost useless with all the hero presence. They keep telling me that it's not good for my popularity, and I have to keep reminding them that my job is to help people." Dabi blinked. "You're awfully relaxed about smack-talking your own agency." Ingenium let out a booming laugh. "I guess I am. Don't go spreading this around, yeah? That last thing I need is the media catching wind and trying to make it into a scandal." He looked Dabi in the eye. "Something very few people did. Are you sure you're okay? This might sound rude, but I noticed that a few of your staples came off." Tension flooded his frame again. "Not exactly like I have much choice in wearing them." He bit out. True. Ingenium didn't seem at all put off. "Do you want me to escort you to a hospital? I'm sure they can put it back in." Why was he being so nice? He shouldn't even be in this area to begin with, and he gained nothing by helping Dabi. He shook his head. "I have stuff at home. Don't let me keep you from your job, hero." Ingenium studied him for a long moment. "If you say so," he said eventually. "Have a nice day." As the scarred young man watched him pick up the unconscious body and speed away, he couldn't help but think of Stain. Maybe there are true heroes out there. Midoriya. Wait up." Hitoshi tensed as he heard his roommate's name being called as a brown-haired girl and a tall boy jogged after them. "Do you know them?" he asked. Midoriya nodded. "They're in my class. I don't know why they're looking for me though." They waited for the two to catch up, the girl panting slightly when she finally stopped. "I wanted to see if you wanted to walk to the train station with us," she explained. "Uraraka. It is rude to ignore Midoriya's company," the tall boy boomed. "I am Tenya Ida of the UA Hero course. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wow, this guy is extra. Hitoshi Shinso." He drawled lazily. "General studies. For now." "I'm so sorry," the brown-haired girl who he assumed was Uraraka squeaked. "I didn't mean to be rude, I'm Ochako Uraraka." Hitoshi shrugged. "Anyway," she clapped her hands together, "we were wondering if you wanted to join us on our way to the train station. You're welcome to, of course," she added, glancing at Hitoshi. He exchanged a look with Midoriya. "We don't take the train," Midoriya said, speaking for the first time. "We walk home together. More like we can't afford the train." Uraraka looked unperturbed. "That's fine. We need to go this way anyway, and I figured it would be a good way to get to know people better." Oh God, she's one of those. While Hitoshi didn't dislike bubbly people on principle, their constant energy could get exhausting very quickly. Thankfully, she seemed content to just chat with Ida as all four of them walked. He was surprised to find out that she was living alone as well and felt a pang of sympathy. Even if she was staying in an apartment with heating and water, he knew what it was like to have no one waiting at home for you. "I can't believe you got All Might teaching you." He couldn't help but interrupt when they began talking about their foundational heroics class. "That's actually insane. You hero course kids get everything." If they noticed the bitter note in his voice, they didn't comment. "It was pretty crazy." Uraraka agreed. He seemed a little awkward though, like he wasn't sure what he was doing. "It is a wonderful opportunity to learn from the number one hero," Ida said, arms chopping wildly. "He must have an immense amount of information about heroics." Hitoshi swore he heard Midoriya snort. "And I can't believe you went after Todoroki like that," he continued. "While I agree he could have improved, the way you delivered your criticism was hostile." An unreadable look flashed in Midoriya's eyes. "Some people don't listen unless you force them to." There was a long pause of silence. "This is us," Uraraka said with forced cheer, starting towards the station. "See you tomorrow, Midoriya. It was nice to meet you, Shinso." Hitoshi watched them go, a small smirk on his face. "You roasted the son of Endeavor to his face." I am so mad I didn't get to see that. Midoriya chuckled quietly. They make it sound worse than it was. I just pointed out what could be improved and why. It's not my fault there was a lot of that to say. He snickered. You are deceivingly sassy. Midoriya shrugged, but Hitoshi saw the grin he was attempting to hide. Wanna get some ice cream? He asked, ruffling Midoriya's hair. Yes please. Reviewing the battle trials All Might had supervised made Shota wanna bash his head into a wall. Most of the issues were things that would be fixed over time and were typical of a first-year hero class: lack of strategy and teamwork, not to mention over-reliance on quirks. Those were things that would be fixed over time with the right training and guidance, and was not why he felt like downing a bottle of whiskey. Bakuga's temper needed to be curbed and his ego squashed down to a manageable size. He seemed to be under the impression that he didn't need others and that they were below him, and that was not something Shota would tolerate in any way, shape, or form. It didn't help that the boy was clearly a hard worker and knew exactly how strong he was. This would need to be addressed carefully. The possibility of this blowing up in their faces was too high to ignore, and Shota was not looking forward to that conversation. Mineta was quickly becoming an issue as well, but at least it was one he had expected. There had been no official reports regarding his behavior just yet, but Shota had overheard Yaoyorozu commenting that he made her uncomfortable and how he kept staring at her in her hero costume. It was frustrating not being able to do anything, but he didn't have a valid enough reason according to the school board to expel him just yet, so he'd have to bide his time. What you got there? Nomuri leaned over his desk. You usually don't look this annoyed until the second week of school. Snipe snorted. That's because he expels half the class and then realizes the ones he kept aren't any better. Shota glared at them both. Could you save this for when I finished watching? He asked. I still need to play the rest of the fight with Mineta, Midoriya, Jiro and Shoji. Oh, let me see. Hisashi rushed over from his desk. There aren't usually any sound-based quirks that make it through the entrance exam. And I want to see the kid that destroyed the zero-pointer. Nomuri liked her lips. That steak dinner was so good. I'm surrounded by children. Shota complained, clicking the play button anyway. He had watched enough videos to know how it would start. The villain team would get time to prepare before the heroes would be sent in. The planning on Midoriya's part was impressive, especially for a first year. He seemed to take into account everyone's quirks, not to mention being able to identify and analyze them to begin with. The villains separated and Shoji and the heroes clashed. Jiro did an admirable job keeping the larger boy back and providing a distraction for Midoriya to slip away without badly hurting her opponent. Shoji did the best he could given the circumstances, that matchup being one of the worst he could have gotten. Shota wasn't surprised when the teen in question was able to avoid Mineta's quirk, but he hadn't been expecting what followed. Holy shit! Hisashi exclaimed. That was ruthless. Shota eyed the whimpering form of Mineta and couldn't help but agree. The move itself wasn't a problem, but the lack of hesitation and regret Midoriya exhibited was concerning. I'll keep an eye on him, he said eventually. Hisashi kissed his forehead. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. He probably just accidentally put too much power into the blow. I hope so. He replayed the clip. I really hope so. Everything hurts. Hitoshi groaned. Goddamn, Green Bean, I didn't expect you to be such a SLV driver. He had had no idea that asking his roommate for physical training would end up with Wei. He was aware that Midoriya had to have had some type of physical training, that much was obvious, but he hadn't expected him to be so DMN vicious. Hitoshi was no stranger to pain. It had been a constant companion ever since he was young. If it wasn't from those deadbeats he called parents, then the kids at school made sure he knew exactly what they thought of him. He was unfamiliar, however, with the overwhelming ache in his arms and legs from Midoriya drilling him over and over again. He was pretty sure he had more bruises now than he'd had when he'd broken his dad's nose, and that was saying something. That was nothing, however, compared to how much his head was spinning. Midoriya had asked him so many questions about his quirk that he'd had no idea how to answer. It wasn't like he got a lot of volunteers to be brainwashed, so he had no idea if he could make people fall asleep, if laughter counted as a response, how long he could control someone, how many people he could, how complicated the tasks he could make them complete could be, or if he could make them do things outside of their regular capabilities. It made him incredibly frustrated. The only reason he didn't want to go scream into the void was because he'd managed to answer a lot of those questions. Turns out he could make someone fall asleep, laughter did count as a response, and he could make people complete complicated tasks as long as they were normally capable of doing so. Your quirk is so useful. Midoriya had gushed. The possibilities are almost endless. You can stop villains without using violence, talk down suicidal people, and resolve hostage situations. Oh, and don't get me started on interrogations. Hitoshi had been overwhelmed. While the other teen had expressed that he had thought he should have been placed in the hero course, it was another thing entirely to have someone think of ways to improve his quirk and actually volunteer to test those ideas. I'm taking your phone if you die, Midoriya said without mercy. He took a deep breath and immediately regretted it. You're heartless. He wheezed. Midoriya gave him one of his rare sincere smiles. You did really well. For someone who's a literal stick, you have good reflexes. Hitoshi clutched his heart dramatically. You wound me. He studied Midoriya. And you have no legs to stand on. You're not much better. Midoriya rolled his eyes. Get off the ground, we still need to stretch or it'll feel even worse in the morning. He began explaining the stretches, going through each of them slowly so that Hitoshi could feel the burn in his muscles. He couldn't help but notice that Midoriya was able to go a lot deeper in his stretches than he could. It wasn't that surprising after today, but he really hadn't expected him to be able to do the splits. He let out a low whistle. DMN green bean. You really are flexible. The movement was causing his shirt to ride up and display the pale freckled flesh of his abdomen, and Hitoshi had to force himself to look away. Thankfully, Midoriya didn't seem to notice. Flexibility is useful in a fight. He explained. My mom always made sure I stretched properly and kept up with it. I was really rubbery as a kid and I just went from there. Midoriya smoothly got to his feet. That should be good for now. Hitoshi stumbled upright gracelessly, his legs feeling about as stable as a newborn fawn. I'm pretty sure this shirt is ruined. It was covered in dirt, and sweat was making it stick to his chest. It had never been a great shirt to begin with and was now a definite contender for the trash bag. Midoriya tossed a wet rag along with a replacement t-shirt at him, already taking his own off. I'm just glad we had rain a few days ago. Hitoshi had to agree. Their washing water had grown pretty low as of late and he didn't really want to be caught taking water from school. That would lead to a lot of unpleasant questions. Prying the disgusting garment from his body, he began wiping down his chest, shivering as the cold water dripped down his torso. It wasn't so distracting, however, that it prevented him from noticing Midoriya watching him. Like what you see, he teased. A bright red flush overtook his features, spreading all the way to his collarbones as the Midoriya let out an embarrassed whine. There was still water on him and a warm feeling spread in Hitoshi's gut. He sauntered closer to the blushing boy, gently prying Midoriya's hand away from his face. Don't hide from me, Hitoshi murmured. I want to see you. His skin darkened and Hitoshi could hear his breathing become uneven. Midoriya was looking everywhere but at him, and he nervously licked his lips, staying perfectly still. Hitoshi leaned down towards him so that his mouth was level with the Midoriya's ear. Gently tapping a spot on his chest, he whispered, You missed a spot. The warehouse was silent enough that he could hear Midoriya gulp. Shinso was going to be the death of him. It had been several days since he'd asked him to train him, and he still could barely look Shinso in the eye. Izuku knew he was just joking around and probably practicing ways to get people to talk for his quirk, but his poor by heart didn't realize that, and if he continued he feared he was going to implode one of these days. Even worse, the press had been crowding the front of the school. He'd taken one look at that and decided to go for another entrance. He was nearly late for class, but it would have been worth the detention. Aizawa walked in with his usual lack of ceremony, the class silencing at his glare. He pulled out several packets of paper and began placing them on the students' desks. Each of these are detailed evaluations from your performances during the battle trials. Read them before tomorrow and work on the issues that were pointed out. He paused at Izuku's desk, dark eyes studying him a moment too long before abruptly turning away. Well, that didn't raise my stress levels by 1000% or anything. Now on to some homeroom business. You need to choose a class president. Oh, thank God it's something normal. Even as the noise in the room increased exponentially, Izuku was just glad that it wasn't going to be something insane. The position of class president is an important one. Just because you want it does not mean you are qualified. Ida exclaimed loudly. A class president has to have the trust of the class, so it should be decided democratically. He paused, having just realized that he was being as loud as those he was chastising. Is that all right, sensei? With the amount of care Izuku had come to expect from their teacher, Aizawa shrugged. I don't care as long as you do it before homeroom ends. Thank you. Azui tapped her chin. But won't everyone just vote for themselves? It's not like we know each other very well, Karo. That is true, but that is how we know that whoever gets the most votes is the most appropriate for the role. Ida explained. Izuku could understand that line of thinking, but it still might end up being a popularity contest, and he wasn't sure if they could remove the president in the case that they were unqualified. He decided not to voice his concerns, seeing as he didn't really have a better option. Yaoyorozu seemed like the best option to choose, so he wrote her name out and handed the slip of paper back to be counted. Ida began tallying the counts and... Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Yaoyorozu, 3. Ida, 5. 0. Midoriya, I. Mina, I. Kaminari, I. Azui, I. Midoriya will be class president. Ida announced. Tenya was still reeling when lunch rolled around. How could Midoriya just resign his position? And why would he do so? He was clearly qualified and had shown to be quite adept at strategy and combat, so there was no reason for him to quit. Of course, he was glad that he had gained the position of vice president from the Greenette's decision, but he felt that he didn't deserve it. Uraraka was determined to chase the boy down for lunch, so he supposed he could ask him then. Midoriya. Shinso. Uraraka called out, making her way through the crowd. Wait up. Neither turned around, and if Tenya didn't know better he would have actually thought the pair to have sped up. Thankfully, Uraraka wasn't going to budge in her mission and plopped her tray on the same table as them. Can we sit here? She asked. Shinso rolled his eyes. I don't see why not, seeing as you've already made yourself at home. Midoriya didn't even look up from his food, choosing instead to continue munching his rice. He was hunched over and his dark hair fell over his eyes so Tenya couldn't see them. He decided to wait until Midoriya was done eating to bring up what had happened in homeroom. After all, it would be very rude to interrupt someone when they were in the process of acquiring their necessary nutrients. Uraraka seemed content to banter with Shinso, who occasionally making biting comments that Tenya would have scolded him for if not for the mirth glinting in his eyes. Are you planning on trying to get transferred to the hero course? She asked. Oh, what if you join our class? Shinsu's answering grin was unsettling. That's the plan. He drawled. General studies kids can switch over if we do well enough in the sports festival, so you hero kids should watch out. Uraraka's eyes lit up. Bring it. There was a lull in the conversation, and just as Tenya was about to ask Midoriya about his decision, the others spoke first. Why do you guys want to be heroes? Tenya straightened, eager to answer. I am from the Ida family. He announced. My older brother is Ingenium and my parents are the hero duo of Idaitan Agency. I hope to continue my family name and do my family proud. Oh, so you're a rich kid. Shinso said with a snort. That makes a lot of sense. Midoriya's eyes flashed with something unreadable. My reason's nothing so noble. Uraraka confessed. My family is really poor, and if I become a hero, I'll have a lot of money and they'll be able to live comfortably. That is a perfectly acceptable reason. Tenya exclaimed. Wanting to help your family is very admirable. I'm doing it out of spite. Shinso volunteered. Both Uraraka and Midoriya snorted and Tenya was about to chastise them all when a blaring alarm went off. Midoriya was on his feet in an instant, dragging Shinso in front of the ensuing crowd as a speaker blared. There has been a level 3 breach. Please evacuate promptly. There were too many people. It was so loud, but at the same time he could barely hear anything over the ringing in his ears. Oriya! Midoriya! Izuku felt someone grab his arm, but everything was blurry, so he couldn't tell who. His legs felt like jelly and he couldn't breathe. He was vaguely aware of someone pulling him through the crush of the crowd and then tossing him into a room and closing the door. There were hands on his shoulders shaking him, but nothing was making sense. Everything was too bright and loud and he couldn't breathe. Izuku, please talk to me, please say anything. There was something purple in front of him. What was purple? Oh yeah, he had a friend who was purple. He kind of wanted to grab the purple. He couldn't talk. Nothing felt right and his body was all wrong. Why couldn't he breathe? Izuku, look at me. He didn't want to move. Everything hurt. Why did everything always hurt? Two warm hands grasped his face. You can do it, the purple soothed him. Come on, just say something. Mom dash, no, this wasn't mom. Mom was white, not purple. It hurts. Purple let out a sigh. I know, just trust me, okay? When Shota had been told by the all-knowing rat known as Nedzu that he should go check the teacher's lounge after kicking the reporters off UA property, he hadn't been expecting one of his problematic students and one he didn't recognize crouching on the floor. As he opened the door, the purple-haired boy startled from his position next to Midoriya, body shifting to hide the other from view. So could see the boy sitting with ramrod straight posture and the blank look in the boy's eyes. Shota slowed his approach, purposefully softening his features and making sure his hands were invisible. He didn't know this student, and from the tension in his body, startling him was a bad idea. Are you two all right? He asked, leaving a large enough distance for the teen to feel comfortable. The boy glanced at Midoriya. We got caught in the evacuation crowd and he started acting weird. He bit his lip. I pulled him into here and he was freaking out. I don't think he was breathing properly, and it was only getting worse. Shota gestured for him to continue. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't talk him down, so I put him under my quirk. He winced. I tried to release it a few times, but it just started up again. Oh Christ, this was going to be a mess. What's your quirk? He asked. The boy flinched minutely and looked away. Brainwashing. That explained things. How does it activate? Hopefully it was something he could reactivate if this went wrong. I just need a verbal response. He explained. He's still aware right now, but everything is much more muted, and I ordered him to breathe. Shota came closer and dropped into a crouch. So he can hear me? Yes. He was going to have to handle this carefully. Panic attacks were something he'd had to deal with more than once, but it was never pleasant. Can you release him? After a moment the boy let out a sharp sigh, and the change was immediate. Midoriya began hyperventilating and his hands came up to tug on his hair. The blankness in his eyes was replaced by panic as he began shaking violently. This was worse than he expected. Midoriya. He attempted. The boy didn't indicate he'd heard him in the slightest. Shota grasped his wrists and gently pulled them away from his head. Midoriya. After several more shallow breaths, Midoriya looked up at him with wild eyes that held no recognition. Do you know who I am? He asked. Red. Was the response. Dark red. Slow red. Scary red. He let out a whine. White, I want white. Where's white? His breathing sped up and Shota gripped his wrists more tightly. Midoriya, I'm going to put your hand on my chest. Can you follow my breaths? He waited until the boy calmed down slightly and gave a jerky nod. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. He repeated it until Midoriya wasn't gulping down air and some kind of awareness returned to his expression. What was that? He asked when Midoriya mumbled something indistinguishable. I want purple. He murmured. Purple helps. Shota glanced at the other teen who had been watching anxiously from the side. He did look very purple. He gestured for the boy to sit down next to Midoriya. He immediately ripped his grip free from Shota and grabbed onto the other. The boy relaxed further as he continued to hold onto the purple boy and after a few more stressful minutes, fell asleep. Izuku didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he preferred rescue training to combat training. There was less of a chance of him screwing up and accidentally hurting people because he forgot it wasn't real. On the other hand, he had to sit on a bus with 19 other teenagers who didn't understand the concept of volume. Midoriya. Azui said, I always say what's on my mind. Why do people insist on talking to me? This is not good for my anxiety. He turned to face her, resisting the urge to groan as he was forced to form his comfortable position against the window. Yes. You're pretty brutal for such an unassuming guy, Karo. She said bluntly. Izuku blinked. What do you mean? When had he been brutal? She couldn't have seen him walking home with Shinso when they'd been attacked by that mugger, so what was she talking about? She gave him an odd look. You need my netta in the face. But, he shrugged. It was a training exercise. If he'd gotten up I would have done worse. I didn't want to use my quirk any more than necessary, so I just used my hand-to-hand combat. Why wouldn't you want to use your quirk? Kirishima exclaimed. It's so cool, not to mention pretty flashy. I'm kinda jealous. My hardening is useful but not really eye-grabbing. Izuku stared at him blankly. Why would I want to be flashy? That's terrible for stealth. Besides, hardening would be incredibly useful for a pro. You would have a lot less to worry about when it comes to injuries and your property damage would likely be lower than a lot of our classmates. My naval laser is the perfect combo of strong and flashy. Aoyama interjected. Yeah, but it SCKS that you can't use it for long without causing your stomach to collapse. Mina countered. That sounds painful. But if we want to talk really strong flashy quirks, it's gotta be Todoroki or Bokugu. Mina continued. Did she forget Tokoyami? And like half their classmates? There are some incredibly powerful quirks if used correctly. Azui considered. But Bokugu is always so angry, so he'll never be popular, ribbit. Izuku sat back, content to watch the shitshow that would no doubt ensue once Bokugu had been provoked. The blonde did not disappoint, and despite the screams that followed, he couldn't help but be thankful that the attention was now off of him. Great job, dipshit. It hasn't even been a month and people are getting suspicious. Would you like a medal with the words very conspicuous person? How about a sign that says I'm using forged documents? He suddenly sensed someone's light focusing on him with unsettling intensity. It was blisteringly hot and yet chillingly cold, and he knew that it was Todoroki. He must be glaring a hole in the back of his head if he was feeling it this much. What had he ever done to him? Oh yeah, he'd critiqued him at the battle trials. But that had happened to everyone else. Did he think he didn't deserve it? Izuku nestled back into his place against the window. It wasn't his problem anyway. Hello everyone. 13 exclaimed. I was waiting for you all. Izuku had seen a lot of lights in his life, and there were several he would stare at for days if he'd been allowed. 13th's light, however, was fang weird. It was a light, and yet it was completely black and he could feel the pull of it. To allow you to train in conditions as real as possible, I designed this place to imitate many natural disasters. I named it Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ. Weird light or not, Izuku couldn't deny that the hero was cool, not to mention sweet. Aizawa was not. Where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. 13 waved Aizawa over and whispered into his ear, holding up 3 fingers. Well, that doesn't look sketchy at all. Their teacher scowled, turning back to face them when something inside Izuku hissed in warning. His quirk was strange as it was powerful, and despite the obvious advantages of being able to take quirks, one of his favorite things about it was the warning system. He could sense people's nearby by their quirk, whether they were hiding or not, and because he could feel them, he could often identify what type they were. And all of his instincts were screaming Warper. Aizawa-sensei, there was something coming, something wrong. People began coming out of a large purple portal, led by a man with pale blue hair who was covered in hands. The fountain sputtered as more and more people streamed out, many wearing maniacal grins. Has the training started already? Kirishima asked, starting to walk to see what was going on. There is no countdown in all that. Don't move. Aizawa orders. Those are villains. There was a press break-in. Shinso had explained. That's why we had the evacuation. One of them used their quirk to disintegrate the gate. Izuku had thought that seemed like an awful lot of effort for an interview. Clearly thinking along the same lines, 13 let out a gasp. They're the ones responsible for the break-in yesterday, they exclaimed. The hand-covered leader surveyed them. Where is he? He asked. Don't tell me we came all this way for the symbol of peace to be absent. His head tilted and Izuku had the feeling whatever he said next would not be pleasant. Will he come if we kill the kids? I hate being right. Izuku heard someone let out a whimper as the tension continued to rise. Most of the kids here had never had someone try to kill them, had never had to fight just to stay alive, and it showed. 13, take care of them, Aizawa instructed, slipping on his yellow goggles. Kaminari, try to contact the school. Is he suicidal? There's no way he can take that many villains. Especially that weird hulking one in the back. He resisted the urge to throw up. That villain felt wrong. I can't contact anyone, Kaminari said, voice shaking slightly. They cut us off. Regardless, the man leapt into the fray, taking down small fry villains left and right. Unfortunately, that left them with the warper. Greetings, the purple mist announced. You need not forgive our audacity, for today we have come to put an end to the symbol of peace. Well, that'll probably be pretty difficult. It took Izuku a second to realize he had spoken aloud. He's not here, and with communications cut there's no way for him to know we're in trouble. Everyone was staring at him, so he figured that this was a good of time to stall as any. You'd have to let someone go for the school to be aware and for them to alert All Might. Izuku could see the cogs turning in the purple mist's eyes, and for a second he thought it might work. Then of course, like Raging Buffalo, Bakugo and Kirishima launched themselves at the villain, hands sparking or hardened. Die! Yelled Bakugo. That dumb motherfucker. The warper dodged and they were all enveloped in his mists. Fumikage Tokoyami stood back to back with Koda, dark shadow lashing out at any villain brave enough to approach. The artificial darkened sky was more than enough to strengthen his soul twin, and while their opponents were numerous, it appeared that they were not well versed in the art of combat. There was no animals nearby in their rainy prison, so Koda was not able to utilize his quirk. Thankfully, his comrade's large size seemed to be enough of a deterrent despite his lack of ferocity. Fumikage struggled to keep his dark partner in check as another villain lunged. May this darkness soon be lifted, he prayed. Kyuka clutched the sword Yaoyorozu had given her tightly. They were surrounded on all sides and Kaminari was practically useless. He couldn't discharge without hurting them as well. The mountainous terrain provided many places to hide, so they couldn't be sure there weren't more people waiting to ambush them. She slashed at a villain who got too close and smiled in grim satisfaction as he retreated with a pained grunt. Get down! Yaoyorozu yelled. Kyuka didn't question it, immediately dropping to the ground. Several long poles shot out of Yaoyorozu's stomach and sent numerous villains flying down the mountain. It also happened to rip her classmate's costume. Control yourself, you useless gay. Kyuka made a point not to stare. Now is not the time. Die, die, die. It wasn't even funny how Bakugo tore through villains like tissue paper, brutally sending them flying with well-aimed explosions. So manly. If he'd had the time, Aijuru would have wiped a tear from his eye. Mashireo Ojiro was sweating buckets. There was fire everywhere and having to run away from large groups of villains didn't help. Luckily, they weren't actually hard to beat, so his hit-and-run tactics were lowering their numbers slowly. I'm taking an ice bath when I get out of this, he thought, purposely ignoring the voice in his head that wanted to say You're pretty pathetic. Shudo sneered, unimpressed as the villains struggled to get out of his ice. You're adults and you can't even handle one teenager. Is he really a kid? So powerful. I'm gonna kill you. He watched them impassively. You know it only takes a few minutes before your circulation cuts off. Shudo walked closer to one of the cowering adults. Want to tell me what your plan is? Hantashiro was trying very hard not to look at 13's still body. He knew that if he did, this whole situation would become way too real and he might throw up. This wasn't supposed to happen. They weren't supposed to have to fight for their lives in the first month of school. Hanta wasn't ready for this. None of them were. They were at oldest 16 for God's sake. We need someone to contact the school. Uraraka said suddenly, not taking her eyes off of the misty villain. Ida, you're the fastest, so you should go. The teen in question looked shocked. I can't simply leave the rest of you here. Shoji glanced at them using one of the eyes on his arms. This will only get worse without help. It took a while to convince Ida, but when they finally did, he went full throttle for the doors. The warper started making portals and they launched their attack. Please, thought Hanta as he wrapped the villain with his tape. I don't want to die. There was punched out of Izuku's lungs as he hit the water with the grace of a toddler. It took him a moment to register anything but pain as he struggled to gain his bearings. Water. His brain supplied helpfully. What snapped him out of his dazed state was someone trying to kill him again. He sensed a quirk coming hurtling towards him and snapped open his eyes, trying to see in the dark and murky water. Just as he was about to launch himself off of the villain and upwards towards the air he desperately needed, he sensed Azui's quirk approaching and let her wrap her tongue around him. She pulled both him and Mineta out of the water and onto a sinking ship, retracting her tongue back into her mouth. Thanks, Azui, Izuku said, gasping in air. They knew we'd be here. She gave him a nod. No problem, and call me Tsu. A loud wail came from her other side. We're gonna die. Mineta whimpered. He spared one look at him before turning back to Asu. They might have known the layout of the building, but they clearly don't know our quirks. He gestured to her. You have the advantage here. If they had sent Sato or Kirishima here, they would be practically useless. Not to mention they're holding off on attacking right now. They're wary, we can use that. Even if we escape from here, there'll be more villains waiting. We don't even know when or if the pros will arrive. We're doomed. Tsu pursed her lips. They're here to kill All Might, so we have to assume they have a plan for that, and that the pros might not be able to help even when they do arrive. Mineta let out another whine and Izuku resisted the urge to kick him. We don't have much of a choice. He informed them. This ship is sinking and Tsu is the only one out of us who would have a chance making it out. He could always steal a few quirks and survive that way, but they didn't know that. She regarded him. Do you have a plan? Izuku nodded. Then spill. Shota was wearing down and he knew it. There were too many to fight, even without the mutations thrown in the mix. He wasn't suited to group battles, but his preferred style of one-on-one ambushes wouldn't work here, so he was stuck. There were a lot of small fry lingering around, and those weren't his concern. What he was worried about was the two villains that hadn't moved since he'd begun in attack. The pale shaggy one and the enormous black-skinned one with an exposed brain. The latter hadn't so much as twitched the entire time, like they couldn't even think for themselves. You're slowing down, Eraserhead. The shaggy man cackled, moving in to attack him. Shota kept his quirk trained on him. He didn't know what he was capable of, and quite frankly he didn't want to find out. Your hair drops when you stop using your quirk. When you're moving around it makes it hard to tell, but you've been doing that more often. He elbowed the man in his stomach and he caught it. 17 seconds. He had to blink and pain erupted from his elbow the moment he did, his hero costume and skin crumbling away under the other's hand. Shota reactivated his quirk and glared, punching the man before backing away and having to deal with more small fry, this time with an injury. You aren't suited to this, but you jumped right in anyway. You're a cool guy, aren't you? Unfortunately for you, I'm not the final boss. Will this fucker ever stop monologuing? Nomu, get him. One moment the large black creature was standing by the fountain, the next, right behind Shota, arm already mid-strike. Any sense of accomplishment from defeating the villains in the shipwreck zone was immediately squashed as Tsuyu saw her teacher's arm shatter like a twig. Mineta let out a whimper as he sunk himself deeper into the water. Aizawa screamed and activated his quirk on the thing holding him captive because there was no way that was a man, and it crushed his other arm and slammed his head onto the ground. She felt sick. Tamura Shigaraki, the warp villain who had scattered them all, appeared next to the leader, who was laughing like a madman. Kuro Jairi, he said with a nod. Is 13 dead? Please don't be dead. They have been neutralized. Kuro Jairi responded, and Tsuyu felt an intense wave of relief. Unfortunately, one of the Heralings managed to escape. The pros shouldn't be far behind. Shigaraki growled menacingly. If I didn't need your quirk, I would kill you, Kurogyri. He began scratching his neck, mumbling low enough that she couldn't hear him anymore. We're leaving, Shigaraki announced. You hear that? Mineta said, face beginning to glow. He was hopeful that this was the end. She was too, but all her instincts were screaming otherwise. She was proved correct when the villain turned to them. Since we can't kill All Might today, some dead kids will have to do to wound his pride. He lunged, impossibly fast, and Tsuyu wouldn't be able to move fast enough. She was going to die. And suddenly Shigaraki was flying back. Midoriya stood with his hand extended, his hero costume dripping wet as he stared the villains down. And then he did something that Tsuyu would never forget, something that would haunt her nightmares, because for a split second she couldn't decide who she was more frightened of. Midoriya smiled. Tamura pushed himself to his feet as he glared at the heroling who had dared to attack him, only to find something peculiar. Something interesting. The boy who had sent him flying was short and had clearly been in the nearby shipwreck zone. His costume was dark and ripped at the side, and he could vaguely make out that it had been green. His curly hair stuck to his face and freckles dotted his figure as he rose from his crouch. That wasn't what interested him, however. No, that would be the boy's smile. It showed every one of his teeth and had a cruel edge to it. Now that on its own would have been enough to pique his interest, but what made this so sweet was the look in his eyes. They were utterly cold. No fear, no hesitation, not even an ounce of regret or pain. Just an ice so intense Tamura could feel it from where he stood. The boy didn't speak, choosing instead to walk towards them plaza. He didn't even spare a glance to his injured teacher. He felt giddy. Oh, what do we have here? Tamura let his own manic grin slip. You aren't like those other heralings, are you? No, you're something much worse. Something akin to amusement tainted those cold eyes. You have no idea. Now this was what Tamura wanted. Someone just as unapologetic about the monster that thrived within them. You could have broken my neck with that blow, he said, testing the waters. The grin sharpened. If only I was so lucky. I like you. Tamura cackled. Enough to leave? Annoyance quickly replaced his amusement. No, we're not leaving until we've broken the symbol of peace's pride. The boy looked around. He's still not here. We shouldn't waste our time. Kurogyri interrupted. The heroes will be here soon. Shut up, he snapped. I'm going to kill these kids. Stay out of this, Kurogyri. Tamura turned to the Nomu, a grin on his face. Grab him. It obeyed. It was only thanks to several quirks that Izuku survived. When that Nomu thing lunged at him, it had taken all his speed and reaction quirks to just barely dodge a fatal hit. Even the glancing blow that had connected hurt like a beach. He wasn't so lucky the second time when it continued its assault and claimed both hands around his torso and trapped his arms down, squeezing hard enough that he saw black spots. The only thing that kept him conscious was the feeling or wrongness that emanated from the beast. He now recognized why it bothered him so much. It had several quirks stuffed into one body that couldn't handle that many. Izuku's arms were useless, but unlike his father who had needed physical contact to take quirks, his was a mix of his mother's and father's, making it so that he could take them without touch as long as he was within 10 feet. The Nomu definitely qualified. He fought through his nausea as he began pulling one of the quirks towards him. It was tangled with the others and was a tenuous process, but eventually he was able to identify it as shock absorption. See that power? The madman asked. It was made to defeat All Might, so it can definitely handle a brat like you. Izuku began pulling another. It was easier this time and he could tell much sooner that it was a speed quirk. Another for the collection. He thought grimly. Crush him, Nomu. Yeah, time to not be here. Ignoring the pain in his ribs, he raised his legs and kicked the Nomu in the face and propelled himself away. He hit the ground hard but managed to turn it into a roll and get to his feet. You're a real Bisidi, you know that? Izuku wiped the blood off his mouth. He glanced at Aizawa's bloody body and resisted the urge to sigh in relief when he saw the man's lights still glowing strongly. He was in no danger of dying. A large explosion went off behind him and Bakugu was launched towards Kurogyri. He was able to get the jump on the villain, on account of Kurogiri's focus on Shigaraki's fight. Kirishima came charging in to support him, but it wasn't actually necessary. "You move 1 inch and I'll blow you to kingdom come." Bakugo screamed. "I knew you had a effing body in there somewhere." Kirishima let out a nervous laugh as he stood protectively in front of Bakugo, probably realizing that while holding Kurogiri hostage he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Shigaraki looked enraged and confused. "How did you dash?" He let out a frustrated scream and lunged for Izuku. He pulled one of the many knives on his person out of a pocket and spun on his heel, letting Shigaraki go past him as he left a long cut along his outstretched arm. "You worm!" the villain screeched, turning around to come swiping at him again. The cut didn't seem to be slowing him down as he began the deadliest game of tag he'd ever played. Shigaraki's quirk was no doubt powerful and dangerous, but it only seemed to work when all 5 fingers were touching something like Uraraka's. That made his hands very deadly weapons, but it also meant he didn't rely on his legs as much. He dropped low and kicked the side of Shigaraki's knee, activating his only 2 strength quirks. A pained scream echoed through the plaza. Tashinori had expected a lot of things when he'd burst through the doors of the USJ, iconic smile not longer on his face, but this was not one of them. Young Bakugo was kneeling above a man who seemed to be made of mist while young Kirishima guarded him. Aizawa was covered in blood and Tashinori very much hoped he was only unconscious. Young Midoriya was holding a knife over a pale man's neck, expression as cold and merciless as the Arctic. Still he bellowed, "Have no fear, for I am here." The pale man's face twisted and he shouted, "Nomo! Free Kurogiri!" Idru was shaking. 1 second he was standing in front of Bakugo in an attempt to defend him so that he wouldn't have to let go of the villain, the next that big black thing that had attacked Midoriya was flying towards him. It happened so fast he knew there was nothing he would be able to do to stop it. In the face of overwhelming power, he was helpless. Luckily, their side had overwhelming power too. All Might planted himself in front of them, locking the creature in combat, the two now straining against each other. He heard Bakugo swear behind him and turned to see the mist villain free. He must have loosened his hold during the Nomu's attack, allowing the other a chance to escape. "You need to get out of here." All Might called out to them. "I have this handled." Except he clearly didn't. While All Might was just the slightest bit faster than his opponent, they were of equal strength, and every time they connected a shockwave ripped through the plaza. The freed warper opened a portal right under Midoriya, forcing him to release the hand dude or be as-Izuku into it. Midoriya darted away on light feet, his chillingly cold expression remaining. He held his knife in a defensive position and moved to avoid the ice Todoroki. Where had he come from? Sent the villain's way without even looking. "Kirishima." Idru jumped at being addressed. "We need to get Aizawa-sensei away from All Might's fight." Midoriya nodded towards the collateral damage the two were taking. "All right." While he carefully made his way over to his hopefully only unconscious teacher, he could hear the hand dude shrieking as All Might and the Nomu clashed again and again. Nomu was made specifically to fight you, All Might. It has shock absorption, strength, and regeneration. This will be your downfall. The symbol of peace will die here. Shock absorption? That means there's a limit to how much it can take. All Might boomed. He reeled his arm back for a devastating punch, only for it to be caught by the warper and redirected at Todoroki and Midoriya. The former created an enormous ice wall that was immediately blown apart but had done its job even if the two had been toppled over. Content with only one arm, the purple mist dude then completely separated All Might in 3 pieces, head, legs and torso, preventing the man from moving without risking being cut into pieces. "Destroy him! Rip him in half!" crowed the hand dude, still in the same place he'd been when Midoriya had bent his knee the wrong way. Idru grabbed under Aizawa's armpits and began dragging him away as gently as he could. The Nomu kicked up a cloud of dust and was suddenly there, already poised to crush All Might's torso. He froze in place, shocked because he hadn't even seen it move, and was going to kill All Might, and there was nothing he could do. A dark figure appeared above the Nomu. Faster than his brain was able to comprehend, Midoriya wrapped his legs around its neck and drove the pair of knives he'd produced into the Nomu's exposed brain. An inhuman screech rang through the plaza. Midoriya wasn't finished though, and continued slicing until the two blades met in the center of the creature's back. He jumped off of it. Ijiru's heart was beating 1,000,000 miles an hour, but despite the gruesome scene, he was glad that thing was dealt with. That was until it started healing. "You have got to be kidding me." Izuku watched as the Nomu stitched itself back together. The deep slashes he'd inflicted soon made little more than a paper cut before that too was gone. He'd fought people with regeneration before, and the trick was usually to either knock them out or force them to heal so many times that they became tired. Something told him it wouldn't be that easy. Seriously though, of the quirks I managed to nab, I couldn't have gotten regeneration? Regardless, his attack had managed to distract Kurogyri long enough that Todoroki was able to force him to dodge with a wave of ice, freeing All Might in the process. The hero immediately went to work on the Nomu, punching at speeds that Izuku didn't even bother trying to follow. No, he was more concerned with the fact that Shigaraki was slowly but surely crawling towards a prone Aizawa and a distracted Kirishima. He had hoped that Bakugo would intervene, but some of the small fry villains had gotten up again and were attacking him en masse, preventing any aid he might have provided. Izuku was too far away to stop him, and he didn't trust minor pull and float enough to risk it. He did his best to hide that he was much better at pushing things outward with force push than he was at pulling things to himself on account of the baseline strength of both quirks. So instead of trying to stop Shigaraki away, he pulled. The villain's hand wrapped around Aizawa's ankle. Izuku activated Erasure seconds before throwing Shigaraki away and barking at a surprised Kirishima to get him out of here and pay more attention, before kicking Shigaraki in the ribs. Go beyond, plus ultra. The Nomu flew through the roof of the Uday as the symbol of peace stood confidently before the remaining villains. "Come get me!" he shouted, but Izuku saw something curious. All Might was shaking. Not only that, but his light was wavering between its regular overwhelming intensity and the power of a single match. Before any of the villains could take him up on that, the entrance doors burst open, revealing the teachers of UA in all their glory, Snipe immediately shooting several bullets, one of which hit Shigaraki. Izuku made the mistake of looking away for a fraction of a second. Burning pain erupted from his calf as it disintegrated, his instincts pushing him to kick Shigaraki in the head to get him to stop. "Lies. All Might hasn't weakened at all," he shrieked before Izuku kicked him once again. He fell backwards and away from the prone form of the villain as Kurogyri created a portal just beneath him before disappearing himself. Izuku was vaguely aware of Kirishima rushing over to him and the rest of the heroes picking off the small fry villains, but he was pretty far gone. He'd been injured many times before, but never quite like this, and it hurt more than he was expecting. His pounding headache from quirk overuse didn't help. One of the few drawbacks aside from having to be on the run for the majority of his life that his quirk had was the massive headaches he got. They never came when he was using them, but the second he stopped it would come all at once and was a pain. Literally. He sensed All Might's light settling down to that soft candlelight and tried to turn around only for his stomach to roll violently as his head flared. "That's not a good idea. Are you okay, Midoriya?" he heard Kirishima ask, kneeling down next to him. Izuku blinked owlishly. "I think I'm gonna pass out." And he did. Kigo Takami Hawks perched on top of a building, letting the cool air ruffle through his wings as his sharp eyes darted around the city. Normally he would be on the ground, talking with civilians and keeping up the persona the Hero Safety Commission demanded he wear, but today he needed to get away from all the bustle and flashing cameras. Hawks considered himself a talented actor, but even he had his limits when it came to holding that fake smile for so long. It wasn't like he was missing much. His feathers were as spread out as they always were, taking in enough information to overwhelm a lesser man. Hawks had long ago learned what to dismiss and what to pay attention to, and at the moment everything was peaceful. Too peaceful. There had been a decrease in crime recently, and while someone more optimistic would take it as a sign that the presence of heroes was helping the decline, Hawks knew better. After all, hope was a luxury only fools could afford. The world came to Izuku in pieces. First was his quirk, immediately reaching out to sense anyone nearby, coming up with only a few mild lights that weren't close enough to be a threat. There was a quiet hum reverberating around the room, and when he finally mustered enough strength to open his eyes, he was met with a plain white ceiling. He winced at the bright light above him before sluggishly pushing himself into a sitting position. Izuku felt like his head was full of cotton. The drags he knew were in his system, making it hard to move. Focus. Whoever had captured him had decided to deal and bandage his leg and had apparently opted against any form restraints. Either they were particularly stupid or were trying to be kind so they could coerce him into cooperating. Their mistake. They had replaced his hero costume with sweatpants and a loose t-shirt, so that meant he didn't have any of his gear. It didn't matter, he was used to fighting bare-handed. Izuku pulled the covers off of himself and stood, blood rushing to his head as the world tilted. He gripped the bed frame and staggered over to a small sink with a mirror above it. He wasn't interested in how he looked, he was well aware it was probably like sheet. What he wanted was the shards. Well, the soon-to-be shards. Forcing himself to activate a strength quirk along with his newly acquired durability to avoid further injury, he rapped the mirror forcefully, causing it to shatter. He cringed at the noise but relaxed slightly when no one came running. If they had cameras monitoring him, someone would have likely already come to check on him. As he was picking up a few of the larger pieces, he sensed someone getting closer and silently hid behind the door. It opened and a short woman with bright blue hair stepped inside. Her light wasn't alert or aggressive, and she was probably some form of medic by the look of her uniform. Not a fighter. That was why it was easy, even in his drugged stupor, to slip behind her and put her in a choke hold long enough for her to pass out. Less easy was dragging her into the closet and cutting the bedsheets into bindings, but you work with what you've got. Weapon in hand, he pushed open the door and began staggering his way down the hallway. He had to pause every few steps or he would pass out, so it was slow going. 15 feet to the window. Several lights were rapidly approaching from the stairwell. There weren't any doors close enough to duck into. 12 feet. 2 lights coming from behind him. 10 feet. They were in sight now, 2 men and a woman coming from his right and 2 men from behind. 5 feet. He tried to activate any of his quirks, but the drags in his system only allowed his to faintly grasp them and his nausea increased with his efforts. 2 feet. The woman was saying something, her brow furrowed as the dark-haired man stepped forward. The yellow man's light and the woman's felt familiar for some reason, but it didn't matter. He needed to get out. One of the 2 men from behind grasped his shoulder and instinct took over from there. Izuku rammed his elbow into the man's nose before quickly throwing him over his shoulder and onto the ground. He threw the glass shard at the dark-haired man who'd stepped forward before turning to the window. 0 feet. His palm struck the window and he forced himself to activate fracture and both of his strength quirks. The glass cracked heavily but didn't break. He wound up for another hit but ultimately was forced away. The woman was emitting some sort of purple gas, and he did not want to find out what it did. The world was becoming blurrier with every passing moment, but he couldn't stop now, couldn't die here, couldn't be captured again, and he would bring this building down before he was. He threw his other glass shard at the woman, using as much of force push as he could in his condition. The world went black before he found out if his aim had been true. Nemuri stared at Midoriya's unconscious body, his relaxed expression a sharp contrast to the near-feral-like snarl it had previously donned. There had been no recognition nor hesitation in his movements, and she knew he'd been aiming to maim. A stream of swears brought her attention to Tensei. Motherfucker! He cursed. He had been the one to intercept the glass shards Midoriya had sent flying at the 2 of them with a well-timed deflection, but had still gotten cut in the process. What the hell was that? Hisashi pulled the injured doctor to his feet, the man clutching his probably broken nose. If I had to guess, I'd say he wanted to leave. No sheet. Nemuri sniped. The uninjured doctor cleared his throat. If I may offer some insight, Hisashi gestured for him to continue. As you are aware, this hospital specializes in injuries for heroes and other law enforcement branches. It's not unusual for some of them to be jumpy, so to speak, after waking up. I believe he was one of the students from the USJ attack, correct? Nemuri nodded. Well, then it is possible that under the influence of the painkillers and sedatives he panicked and still thought he was with the villains. He glanced at the Midoriya's prone form and winced. Speaking of which, would you mind helping me get him back to his room? I've already alerted some of the other staff, but the sooner we hook him back on the floor the better. Hisashi bent down and scooped the limp body into his arms, following the doctor into one of the side rooms without another word as the doctor with the broken nose murmured quietly into a walkie-talkie. He guided them into a side room as a nurse appeared and began tending to Tensei's cuts. He in any of your classes? Tensei asked. Nomuri nodded. His name is as-Izuku Midoriya. Never causes any trouble and keeps to himself for the most part. Pretty sure he's bored out of his mind half the time in class though. Tensei stared at her in disbelief. With Yue's workload? The kid's smart, what can I say? They thanked the doctor and began making their way towards Aizawa's room. What I'm more concerned about is the way he reacted. While it's true that he might have just been confused, that's a very extreme reaction for a kid. That does seem concerning. I can't imagine Tenya acting like that, and he was in the same attack. Nomuri recalled the icy determination in Midoriya's acidic green eyes. We'll keep an eye on him. It was hours after Nomuri and Tensei had left, the former needed for a press conference about this shitshow. Normally Hisashi would join her, but Nizu had taken one look at the blonde and released him from his duties until Shoto woke up. Which he still hadn't. This was far from the first time one of them had been injured. It came with the territory of being a pro-hero after all, but it never got any easier. What little skin could be seen on Shoto was deathly pale, his husband's chest raising and falling far too slowly for comfort. He needed a break. Quietly shutting the hospital room door, Hisashi made his way to the vending machine. Considering this was a hospital exclusively for law enforcement members, it was filled with things ranging from protein bars to energy drinks to gummy bears. Collecting his chocolate bar, he nearly stumbles when he sees a purple-haired teen curled up behind the machine. His arms were tightly clutching his legs to his chest, and there was a definite note of anxiety in the boy's eyes. Probably visiting someone. Hisashi deducted, but it didn't explain why he looked 5 seconds. From a panic attack. Hey, little listener. The purple teen jolted violently. Are you all right? Wary eyes followed his movements closely. They're not letting me see my friend. He said eventually. They said he's too dangerous for visitors. Who's your friend? There was probably more than one person submitted to the hospital that had had a negative reaction recently. Izuku Midoriya. Or not. He was caught up in the USJ attack and he was injured badly enough that he's been here for 2 days and they won't let me see him. There was a slight snarl to his words and his already pale skin was further whitened as his fingers pressed against each other. Hisashi crouched down next to him, keeping his movements predictable and slow. I might be able to help you. The boy narrowed his eyes. You're not a doctor. It wasn't a question. No, he agreed. But if they're labeling your friend dangerous Violet eyes hardened. Need to tread carefully now. Then if I'm there to supervise then they might let you visit. Why would they? Hisashi released a blinding grin. Who could say no to this face? He was met with a bland stare. Tough crowd. Hisashi muttered. Come on kid, let's go find a doctor. The lanky teen slowly got to his feet, his tall frame stretching out like a cat. It reminded him painfully of Shota, the kid's eyebags not helping the similarities. He might as well have been a younger purple version of him with those observant eyes flickering around, wary in a way no kid his age should be. Getting permission was easier than Hisashi thought it would be. They still had Midoriya under sedation. Apparently the second time he'd been awoken hadn't gone much better, so with a pro-hero watching the unconscious boy the hospital allowed it. The purple teen, which he now knew as Shinso, had been borderline harassing the staff to let him in, and when he had been refused, had resigned himself to stalking the hallways. How do you know Midoriya? Hisashi asked in an attempt to make conversation. They were nearly to the aforementioned boy's room at this point, and Shinso hadn't said anything since introducing himself. Hitoshi's shoulders stiffened slightly. We live close and go to the same school. Hisashi brightened. You got to UA as well? Yeah. What class? He inquired. Shinsu's expression shut down. 1C, he practically spat. I'm in general studies. Probably tried to get into the hero course. It's nice to have someone you know at a new school. Were you guys childhood friends? Hisashi resisted the urge to grin as Hitoshi relaxed minutely. Nah, we met only recently. He only moved in a little while ago. They reached Midoriya's room and Hisashi paused before opening it. Are you ready? Hitoshi took a deep breath. The doctors told me that he had never been in danger of dying, and that he'll make a full recovery. But you're frightened that if you open that door it won't be true. Hisashi understood on a painful level. Shinso visibly steeled himself. He survived a villain attack. I can open a door. He still didn't move. It's not a competition. Hisashi said gently. Hitoshi released a shuddering breath as his hand shot out like a viper and quickly turned the knob before gently pushing the door. The room is one reserved for dangerous patients, and it showed. There wasn't a window or anything that could be easily broken or turned into a weapon. The hospital bed was built to accommodate the restraints that were locked around Midoriya's wrists and ankles, and even the 4 in his arm was sturdily built. Shinso slowly made his way towards that bed, hands shaking lightly as watched the unconscious boy. Hisashi remained at the entrance, unwilling to break the moment. Alive. Hitoshi released a shaky breath. Alive. He reached towards Midoriya before snatching his hand back and glancing at him sheepishly. Hisashi restrained a grin. Puppy love was so cute. Do you know how long it'll be until he's discharged? Shinso shook his head. They wouldn't tell me. The only reason they even let me in was because of my UA student card. I'm sure he'll be up and at M in no time. Hisashi reassured him, glancing at the aforementioned boy, and found 2 acidic green eyes staring back. There were people in his cell. They had clearly learned from his first escape attempt, and had moved him to a much more fortified room. The drags were still messing with his head and his arms and legs were restrained, leaving him options for escape. Oh, thank God. The purple-haired boy practically deflated with relief. He was lean and his stance showed a lack of preparedness and training. Hopefully it wasn't an act. Why do their lights seem familiar? The blond man felt much more dangerous. Though he smiled brightly asking, "How ya feeling, little listener?" Every instinct in Izuku's body screamed that he was a threat. His light was a bright yellow that ebbed and flowed like a wave, inconspicuous one moment but overwhelming the next. His posture was casual, but the type of casual those with enough power gained after enough battles won, enough blood shed, and enough pain endured. He'd be the one to watch. Something was nagging him in the back of his mind. Why didn't he feel under threat? Why was he so relaxed? Why did he feel like he knew them? I can't believe you, the boy said with a tone somewhere between worried and exasperated. You just had to get caught up in a villain attack. When had he been in a villain attack? Weren't they villains? Were they attempting some sort of reverse psychology on him? Remember. Are you okay? I haven't been okay for years. The blonde came closer. Izuku met his gaze and began to pull. Remember. The man's light was heavy in the way powerful quirks were. His muddled brain could make out that it had to do with sound, but not much else. He was so focused on the blonde that he didn't realize the purple teen had bent over to hug him. I'm so glad you're alive. Remember. Naomasa Tsukachi needed a coffee. His sister would disagree because it would be his 5th one, but after interviewing several dozen villains and traumatized teenagers, he figured he deserved it. He even talked to Aizawa, and that man had only just woken up from a medically induced coma. Thankfully for his sanity, or what was left of it, he only had one person left, and he was both dreading and looking forward to it. He'd been subjected to many interesting stories about the boy, from villains and hero students alike, but he was a detective, and it was his job to be impartial. So Naomasa ignored the memories of frightful criminals and weary teenagers, and stepped into the hospital room. Izuku Midoriya was not what he expected. Lean, with a smattering of freckles and a face young enough to pass as much younger than he was, the teen was plain enough that most people wouldn't give him a second look. Naomasa knew he was throwing stones in a glass house on that front, but it didn't make it any less true. Are you Izuku Midoriya? He asked, more of a formality than anything. The teen quirked a tired smile. That's me. But Only years on the police force and hours upon hours or interrogations prevented Naomasa from reacting. So close to peace. He lamented. Naomasa gave a practiced smile. I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukachi and I'm here to talk to you about the USJ attack. I figured. Naomasa took out his pen and notepad. Let's start at the beginning, shall we? For someone who was apparently lying about his name, Midoriya was a very honest witness. Everything he said lined up with the other witnesses, to the point where Naomasa was beginning to wonder if he'd imagined his quirk going off. But no, helpful as the Midoriya's speculations about Shigaraki were, it wasn't long after he described his engagement with the Nomu did he lie once more. He said it had multiple quirks, Midoriya said, a faintly disturbed look momentarily crossing his expression. That's why it was able to go toe-to-toe with All Might for so long. He was pretty convinced that All Might was supposed to be weakened as well. Naomasa fought off a sigh. His idiotic friend was not doing himself any favors with his reckless behavior. Toshinori could have easily grabbed a few of UA's teachers instead of rushing off by himself, but no, the oaf had gone alone and shortened his hero time even further. While All Might was fighting it, Shigaraki crawled over to Aizawa-sensei and Kirishima to try to finish the job? A sharp exhale. Anyway, he didn't manage to disintegrate him any more than he already had. Do you know why? You said he had a 5-point activation quirk, correct? Knowing if it activated on will or with anything he touched would be essential knowledge if the man was captured. No idea. But Naomasa refused to stutter in his writing. I got distracted by the rest of the teachers arriving and Shigaraki grabbed my calf. A half-hearted gesture to his leg. And then I passed out. According to Cementos, he'd been very close to Toshinori right before he'd reverted to his skinny form. Better safe than sorry. Did you notice anything else before that? Nope. But this was going to be a mess. Naomasa smiled blandly. Just a few more routine questions for those involved in incidents like these. Please don't get offended. They weren't. But with Midoriya lying about who he was and several other things, they were more than justified. Intelligent green eyes watched him closely. Shoot. Were you aware of the attack before it happened? I had a bad feeling right before they showed up, but nothing other than that. Have you ever broken any laws? Yup. Naomasa froze, unsure how to proceed in the face of just blatant honesty when, I've definitely jaywalked before. The detective let out a laugh he didn't feel. Were you in any way involved with the villains? Nope. Are any of your family members villains? Not as far as I know. Were you a target of the villains? Midoriya shrugged. They were only after All Might, the rest of us were collateral damage. A slight chill makes its way down Naomasa's back at the callous way he talked about his own life as well as those of his classmates. Though I might have made myself into one. Can you expand on that? A humorless smile made its way onto Midoriya's face. After I knocked him back from Tsu, he said I was interesting. Considering he's a glorified man-child, I may have made myself into his next favorite play toy. Do you know why? Something akin to dark amusement flitted through his intense green eyes. He said he liked my smile. That was a can of worms he did not want to get into. Last question. He said instead of going to the nearest bar and drowning himself in whiskey like he wanted to. Have you lied at all during this meeting? Deceiving law enforcement is a serious crime. The expression on Midoriya's face was so genuine it sent a shiver down his spine. Of course not. He lied. I'm a perfectly normal law-abiding citizen. There hadn't been even the slightest indication of unease or hesitation in Midoriya's answers, nothing that hinted at a lie or falsehood in his posture or tone. If it hadn't been for his quirk, Naomasa would have had absolutely no idea he had just lied to his face. That spoke of someone who did so often, and who had done so in tense enough situations that he could do it to a cop in the middle of an interview. At the very least, he didn't seem to have anything to do with the USJ attack, so that was one more dead end. As bad as it sounded, if Midoriya had been a spy then he'd probably be able to lead them to Shigaraki and make this whole situation a lot easier for them. Instead, They had a suspicious teen with seemingly no connections and a villain group with no leads. Scratch the coffee, Naomasa was getting scotch. Izuku didn't know how, but he had f'd up. The detective was good at masking his emotions and tells, but reading people had been the difference between survival and death for too long for him to not realize. Tsukachi had been pleasant, but as the interview went on, he had become more and more tense, and his eyes had sharpened. Izuku didn't know what it was, but something he had said had made him suspicious. And people who were under suspicion had a tendency to end up dead. He considered making a break for it, leaving now and laying low until something bigger came along and took precedence, but that would just confirm that he was not what he appeared to be. His papers would be scrutinized and found to be forged, and if they were smart, with Nedzu as UA principal it was practically a guarantee. They would be able to trace him from his most recent place in America. His mother's body strewed on the concrete, motionless and cold. That would raise more questions and make more people aware of it, making the possibility of spies reporting to them bigger, and then he'd really be on the run. Being on the run had been his default mode for the majority of his life, and even though it had only been a few months, he simultaneously wanted to stay in one's place too long and you end up dead and stay. Stay with those tentative routes he had established and risk capture, risk exposure. It was then that Izuku remembered. Oh if dash. Fuck. His exposure and capture became a lot more imminent if he didn't return Aizawa's quirk. Holy shit, he forgot he still had it. He was 97% sure Kirishima didn't see him using it when he saved Aizawa. If he had, he was pretty sure the detective would have asked many more uncomfortable questions, but he had completely forgotten to give it back. Yes, he had passed out, but Aizawa probably thought he was never going to get his quirk back. He needed to fix this, preferably right now. Ignoring the pain in his calf, Izuku pushed himself to his feet. After he had come to his senses, they had foregone the restraints and he was mostly left unattended unless he pressed the button on the monitor, which would bring a nurse to him. He couldn't sense Aizawa by his quirk now, but Present Mike had been in the hospital numerous times and didn't take a genius to figure out why. Only he and Aizawa had been injured, so if he estimated where he'd been spending most of his time. Izuku stood in front a closed door, hand hovering over the knob. Please be asleep, please be asleep, please be asleep, please. Two dark eyes darted towards him as he stepped into the room. Hi, Aizawa-sensei. His smile was more of a grimace. Aizawa looked like sheet. One side of his face was heavily bandaged and he had an arm in a cast. It was hard not to replay the scene of Aizawa's broken body in his mind, but he did his best. Midoriya. He sounded even more exhausted than usual. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Izuku let the door close behind him, thankful that Present Mike wasn't here. That would make things a lot more complicated. Unlike when he took a quirk, which he could do from a short distance, giving one back required skin contact. Thankfully, when he was giving a quirk back to its original holder, it was a smooth process and didn't take nearly as long as taking it or giving someone a quirk that wasn't theirs. Probably, he said with a shrug. I just wanted to see you. They told me you were fine, but Izuku cut himself off. Yeah. If he wasn't hyper-aware of everything going on around him, he would have missed the slight softening of Aizawa's expression. How's the leg? He winced slightly. Manageable. They can't heal it completely because of Shigaraki's quirk, so they're leaving it for now. I'll have a brace for about a week and have to have a checkup in 2, but other than that it's fine. Aizawa nodded, going to pick up his coffee. Here's my chance. Carefully activating minor pull and air lift, he very gently pushed the cup just enough to cause it to tumble to the ground without RSNG suspicion. Hopefully. China shattered and hot coffee spilled everywhere. Oh! Izuku purposely jumped at the noise. Here, I'll get some paper towels. He rushed over to the counter and began sopping up the liquid, avoiding the broken parts of the cup. Aizawa reached over to grab his forearm, his movements telegraphed. Kid, it's fine. He pulled erasure to the surface and let Aizawa touch him, putting the quirk back where it belonged. A part of him ached as he let it go, but he firmly pushed that part of him to the back of his mind. He'd only taken it to save Aizawa's life, he reminded himself. It would be selfish and wrong to keep it. Mine, Izuku stopped laying down the paper towels and allowed himself to be led to sit on the side of the bed. A cleaner was called in, and he felt mildly guilty about making more work for the poor man, but his disappointment at giving Aizawa's quirk back was greater than any negative emotions he could harbor. I don't know if anyone's told you, but everyone present at the USJ attack is getting mandatory therapy. It took all of his self-control to not flinch. Izuku didn't have anything against therapy, really he didn't. It was a wonderful thing that helped people cope with any mental health issues they faced. It was just that any therapist worth their degree would realize he had a hell of a lot more trauma than just from the USJ attack. Like a lot more. Aizawa watched him with unreadable eyes. You put yourself at risk during the USJ. Existing was a risk at the USJ. Tumbled out of his mouth before he could stop it. If Izuku didn't know better, he could have sworn Aizawa's lips twitched. He tensed as an unfamiliar light approached the door and opened it. A stern woman in scrubs entered. "What are you doing up?" she demanded. Izuku froze. We started a sweep of the hospital looking for you. Considering your episode, you would think you'd realize what leaving without telling anyone would entail." Part of him wanted to snarl that his episode was the consequence of being hunted his entire life, but his common sense prevailed. "Sorry." She let out an annoyed humph. "Don't do it again. You'll be cleared tomorrow, so just be patient." He pushed himself to his feet, sparing a glance at Aizawa. "Bye, Aizawa-sensei." The man's dark red light shifts languidly as his dark eyes pin him in place. "Take care of yourself." It almost sounds like a threat. Regardless, Izuku nods and allows the nurse to escort him back to his room. He ignored the feeling of emptiness where erasure once rested. It said a lot about his situation that Kurogyari didn't so much as twitch when Shigaraki threw a stool at the bar wall. He supposed it was fairly impressive considering that he was doing it from a seated position. They did not have a healer on hand besides the doctor, and he could only do so much, but considering that he was throwing a hissy fit, he felt justified in his exasperation. "That cheater!" Shigaraki growled. All Might wasn't supposed to win. The Nomu was his equal. All for One's voice is soothing. All in good time. Besides, you learned something, didn't you? As always, Kurogyari is amazed at the villain's ability to calm Shigaraki's rampages. "Yes." Shigaraki muttered. Yes. I did." A lesser man would have shied away from his unhinged grin. "I found someone interesting." "What are you going to do about them?" All for One asked, voice inquiring and smooth. The glee in Shigaraki's eyes is a terrible, terrible thing. As happy as Shoto was to leave the hospital, he'd been aiming for his bed, not a teacher meeting. It had been stressful. Enough when the nurses had explained to him that his quirk may never come back and having to accept that. Only to accidentally activate it out of instinct when Namuri and Hisashi had gotten too rowdy during a visit. The doctors had been stumped, and the whole thing have Shota a headache. Regardless, here he was, sitting on an uncomfortable chair and wishing his coffee had whiskey in it. Netsu folded his paws. "I'm sure I don't need to tell you that USJ was a disaster." The resulting silence was somewhere in between somber contemplation and "no sheet, ya think?" "So, what are we going to do about it?" Samenta straightened. "Have we discovered how they breached our security?" Namuri's lip curled into a sneer. "A technology-blocking quirk. One of the captured villains fessed up to being the one to do it. It's not like they could have hacked our system." The staff shared a shudder at the possibility. Netsu had designed that bit of UA security personally, and if the villains had someone that could have broken through that, well, the USJ would have gone much differently. "I find it interesting that so many would follow a glorified man-child to fight against the #1 hero." Hisashi leaned back in his chair. From what we've seen, Shigaraki had little to no planning skills and promptly lost it when things didn't go as planned. There's no way he's the mastermind behind this. All Might smiled wryly. "Not to mention giving away the Nomu's weaknesses so easily. I might not have been able to defeat it if I had not known about its shock absorption." Vlad cleared his throat. "I know we've already said that they knew where to go because of the class schedules, and I agree that the press break-in was a diversion, but are we sure that it wasn't an inside job?" The air became thick with tension. Betraying heroes is a dangerous position to be in. Hisashi narrowed his eyes. Who would have had the opportunity? Cementos folded his hands. Weren't there students in the teacher's lounge? Aizawa, you went and checked on the right? He blinked slowly before answering. Yes. Midoriya Izuku and Shinso Hitoshi were in there. Isn't Midoriya the one who lied multiple times during his interview? Vlad asked, brow furrowed. Nomuri nodded with pursed lips. If he was in the teacher's lounge, he would have had the chance to see the class schedules. Cementos pointed out. And since he's a student, he would not have had to sneak in. The idea that Midoriya had been in there made Shota snort. I doubt he was the thief. Snipe raised an eyebrow. How come? He would have had the opportunity. Besides, having another kid in there just means they could be working together. I doubt he was the thief because when I found them in the staff room, Midoriya was in the middle of a severe panic attack and the only reason he wasn't hyperventilating was because Shinso had placed him under his quirk to stop him from fainting. He deadpanned. There was an uncomfortable silence. Shota continued. And in case any of you are thinking that he could be faking it, he was also likely dissociating, because he referred to myself as dark red and Shinso as purple. Is it possible Shinso is manipulating Midoriya? Vlad asked. His quirk is brainwashing, so it is possible that dash. Wow, Vlad, that's some nice quirk bias you're showing there. Hisashi interrupted, his grin sharp. Regardless, I find that unlikely. Shinso visited Midoriya in the hospital and when the nurses didn't let him in, he camped outside his room. He practically cried when I managed to convince the staff to let him see him. Nomuri sneered at Vlad. I didn't realize where we decided who was guilty based solely on their quirks. Must have missed that memo. She knew, probably more than Shota, the damage quirk stereotypes could do to a person. He'd had to deal with people saying he was close to useless and might become a low-level villain. She'd had to deal with accusations of already being one. Detective Tsukachi was able to discern that while Midoriya did lie, he was not a part of or helping the League of Villains. Netsu smoothly cut in. We will look into this, but it is highly unlikely that Midoriya is affiliated with them. So we potentially have two organized villain groups. Ectoplasm pursed his lips. That makes me feel much better. All Might cleared his throat. Are we sure they will attack again? They attacked and children were put in harm's way. Snipe crossed his arms. Once is enough. Shota's arm throbbed painfully. Once was more than enough. At least the press hasn't been able to find the list of injuries the villains had. Nomuri sighed. I don't know what kind of finger-pointing would go down if they got a hold of that. That was putting it lightly. Those kids should not be blamed for what they did in defense of their lives. They didn't ask to be attacked within the first month of school with only the bare minimum of training, and it wouldn't be right to judge them from those actions. Shota knew that they would not have let any of the kids take the blame if one of the villains had died. They were supposed to face danger in controlled situations with supervision, but this was throwing them into a boiling river and telling them to swim. Those vultures will be picking at the edges for a while after this. Hisashi said grimly. Netsu clapped his hands together. Indeed. Which is why we're going to proceed with the sports festival. Are you sure that's the best idea? All Might questioned. Shota found himself in the uncomfortable position of agreeing with him. It'll put even more stress on the kids. He pointed out. Even if they're going to be seeing Hound Dog for the foreseeable future, that isn't a cure-all. Netsu took a sip of his tea. We can't afford to show weakness. The police and hero presence would be heightened as to ensure student and crowd safety. Those kids just went through something traumatic. Nomuri argued. They were supposed to be safe at the USJ too, but we saw how that played out. Netsu sighed. Unfortunately, we don't have a choice dash. There is always a choice. Hisashi cut in. He continued as if he hadn't been interrupted. And so the sports festival will be going as scheduled. This is not up for debate. This. Nomuri hissed, shoving herself to her feet. No one said anything as she stalked out of the room and slammed the door. This indeed. Izuku had a problem. Well, actually he had multiple problems, but this one was a little more urgent than the others. He had forgotten, between stressing about Aizawa figuring about that he was the reason for his disappearing and then reappearing quirk and reassuring Shinso that he was fine, about the fact that they had probably tried to call him mom and inform her about what happened. And unless UA had a medium lying around somewhere, he found it highly unlikely that they were able to contact her. The hospital wouldn't let him leave unless his mother or another family member took him, which left him in his current dilemma. He was currently living in an abandoned warehouse with another teenager with no adult supervision and practically no way to fake a parent coming to pick him up. It wasn't like Shinso could dress up in a trench coat and mustache and convincingly play his father, and that left him with very few options that wouldn't make the adults around him even more suspicious. Unless, a traitorous bit of his mind whispered. Izuku didn't want to do it. He really did not want to do this, but he didn't have many options at this point. With great reluctance, he picked up his heavily cracked phone and scrolled through his contacts. Clicking the one labeled Uncle, he held the device up to his ear and waited. Jiren leaned back in his chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips. It had been a fairly slow day today, though he wasn't surprised. After a showing like that at the USJ, the smarter villains were laying low and seeing how this would play out, while the idiots were emboldened by it and thus attempted their own plans. They always failed, and Jiren didn't deal with idiots. At least he tried not to. All for One's organization had retreated to lick its wounds, and while the talentless grunts they had brought along were sitting pretty in jail right about now, the big players were still at large. He was filing Note A with a tip from his spies and the police when his phone started buzzing, the screen lighting up with the contact name Sprout. His eyebrows shot up. The brat didn't contact him unless necessary, and as far as he knew, he was still in the hospital after Shigaraki had disintegrated part of his leg. What could he possibly want? Jiren speaking. There was a slight pause on the other end. I need you to do something for me. He'd figured. The kid wasn't one for social calls. They won't let me leave the hospital without an adult to pick me up. So that was the problem. Inko couldn't for obvious reasons. Are you going to come? Jiren didn't have to. He knew very well that if he said no, the brat would manage a way out on his own. It wasn't like he had anything else to do. Yeah, I'll be there. He grunted, getting to his feet. Expect me in about 20 minutes. He didn't bother asking what hospital Izuku was at, and the kid didn't tell him. They both knew it would be a farce anyway. The nurses didn't want to let him go. It was obvious from the way they kept shooting wary glances at Jiren that they were not at all comfortable letting a teenager go with someone who looked as much like a sleazeball as Jiren did. Are you sure you wouldn't rather wait for your mom? One of the secretaries asked. Izuku smiled tiredly. Yeah, I just want to go home. My uncle is planning on dropping me off right away, so you don't have to worry about me exerting myself. The man pursed his lips but nodded. All right. I hope we won't be seeing you again anytime soon. He laughed. You and me both. Walking out of the building side by side with Jiren made his skin crawl, but he kept his face blank. Izuku doubted it actually helped. Jiren was as shrewd as he was seedy. I'm not showing you where I'm staying. Jiren glanced at him, one brow raised. He could read the subtext Izuku was putting out clear as day. I'm not showing you, so don't go looking. You found a place to hole up in? Is it any good? He pulled out a lighter and cigarette. No point in denying it. Yeah. Good. Jiren patted his shoulder and Izuku had to resist the urge to backhand him. I was a bit worried, you know? Bad enough you're on your own, but that attack must have been something to deal with. And there it is. He restrained a sigh. He had known it wouldn't be long before the BSTRD started trying to fish for information. It was his job after all, and there was no way he'd come just out of the goodness of his heart. While his uncle had been vital in helping create new identities over the years, Izuku trusted him about as far as he could throw him. The two nicest things Jiren had ever done were not selling his own sister and nephew to the organization hunting them, and giving Izuku a new identification for free as some sort of gift after his mom died. He smiled, exposing his teeth. I managed just fine. It's not like anyone could have seen this coming. It's not like I have a living relative who has several contacts in the underworld and who probably knew about, in at least some capacity, what was going to happen, right? The brat had bite if nothing else. Jiren didn't respond to the veiled jab, deciding it would be more trouble than it was worth to argue with the kid. He may be related, but he didn't give information out for free, even to family. Even Inko had paid for her sheet, even if it had been at a reduced price. Jiren could see her influence practically pouring off of the boy, obvious to anyone who had really known her. It was more than just the coloring though that certainly didn't hurt. It was the way he smiled sweetly with eyes that promised death. The way he looked so innocent and defenseless until you realized, far too late, that he was not. It was the cunning that lurked under the surface and cut like a knife. He had always thought that their family's intelligence must have come from their mother, since the deadbeat who'd created him had promptly f'd off, and God knows Inko's father couldn't tie his shoes without help. Even now, years after her death, Jiren could see her dangerous half-smile when someone came knocking at their door and looking for trouble. Despite being nearly a decade older than Inko and having different fathers, they'd always got along fairly well. She'd been a spitfire, and even when their careers diverged in completely different directions, they'd kept in contact. He's been fond enough of her that he'd played ignorant to her whereabouts when dangerous people came looking, even if it had made his reputation take a blow. Jiren wasn't nearly as fond of her brat, but Izuku was the only thing remaining of his kid sister, so he allowed himself to be sentimental. Izuku suddenly stopped, turning to face him. "This is far enough." Jiren didn't blame the brat in the slightest for wanting to keep his location a secret. One of the things that kept him employed was information, and the more common the information, the less valuable. Flicking his cigar on the ground, he gave a half grin. "You know where to find me. Don't get yourself killed. Inko would never forgive me if you died." A barely noticeable twitch made its way across Izuku's expression before the boy grinned. It was filled with teeth and pain and death and a bone-deep exhaustion born of a life of running and fighting. His laugh was grating and cold. "Don't worry, it'll take far more than that to kill me. Worry about yourself. You never know when someone like yourself will find himself in the crosshairs of a war." Izuku began backing away, his expression mocking as he took a bite out of an apple he'd pulled from Lord knows where. With one last wave, he vanished into the crowd like he'd never been there at all. Jiren laughed. "That kid will go far. And God help anyone who tries to stop him." Midoriya. Izuku's hands twitched as Uraraka rushed towards him, getting much too close for comfort. He was still on edge from the USJ and seeing Jiren again, not to mention Shinso had almost gotten fired from his job for not showing up when he was visiting him. He was grateful his friend had cared enough to take the risk, but they needed all the income they could get. "Hey," Izuku said tiredly. "We didn't see you at all after you got taken away by the ambulance. We have to exchange phone numbers." As if summoned by the noise, Ida also rose from his seat. "Uraraka. It is disrespectful to yell in a classroom setting." Izuku blinked. "You're even louder than her." While Ida sputtered for a response, Uraraka practically shoved her phone at him. "Put your number in," she ordered. There was basically no point in doing so, seeing as his was a burner and Izuku would never be stupid enough to have something that could be used to track him, but, well, it would be weird if he didn't. It wasn't like he had a good non-suspicious excuse. Something told him saying "sorry I can't. I've got to keep the International Criminal Organization off my back" wouldn't go over well. Obediently typing his temporary number in, Izuku made his way to his seat, waving off his classmates' concerns over the brace on his leg. "The doctors say I'll heal with no complications." That seemed to assuage the majority of them, and those who were undeterred soon had to sit down anyway as Aizawa entered the room. He still had his arm in a cast, but the bandages on his face had been removed, revealing a new jagged scar across his cheek. He looked tired, but that was nothing new. "Quiet down." The room went silent almost instantly. In light of what happened at the USJ, everyone who was present is getting mandatory therapy from Hound Dog. Bakugu scoffed. "I ain't some weakest beach who needs T-dash." Aizawa's glare cut him off, red eyes flashing. "Looks like he knows his quirk is back. There is no weakness in seeing a therapist. There is no weakness in admitting you need help. You all went through something traumatic and there is no shame in being affected by that." He met each of their gazes, lingering on Izuku just a millisecond longer. "You'll get an email telling you your appointment times." If you miss an appointment without a legitimate reason or warning, then you will get a warning. Do it up to 3 times and you may be removed from the hero course. Whispers erupted after the statement, only to disappear as Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Not to mention, you're not even out of the woods yet. Oh, for F's sake. The sports festival is coming up, and you all need to be ready. Ignoring the excited murmurs, Izuku slumped further into his seat. That whole event was going to be such a pain. He already knew he couldn't get out of participating, and preforming low enough so that he got knocked out immediately would be suspicious to those who already had an inkling of his abilities. The best he could do was just try not to draw too much attention to himself. The last thing he needed was someone recognizing him and being able to track him down. UA's sports festival was public for some stupid reason, so there would be no hiding. Is that safe though? What if the villains attack again? Yaoyorozu questioned. Aizawa let out a sigh. The security is being upgraded. If they do attack, they'll be faced with much more firepower than they were at USJ. You'll be safe. Izuku's never been safe a day in his life. He essentially tuned out the rest of class. It wasn't like he didn't know most of these subjects anyway, and only really started paying attention when Uraraka stared, yelling again. Why is everyone always so loud? Let's do our best at the sports festival. Uraraka pumped her fist in the air, a determined gleam in her eye. Ida waved his arm aggressively. Thus, it is important that we represent UA properly. All you losers are gonna eat my dust. Bakugo snarled, slamming the door open with much more force than necessary. What the F are you extras doing? Standing in front of the doorway was a crowd of other students, another blonde boy standing at the forefront. Izuku couldn't see Shinsu's trademark purple hair and considered just making a break for it. He could probably make it out the window. I guess Class 1A is filled with arrogant assholes. The leader drawled. Guess you don't deserve the hype. Uraraka frowned. What's going on? The more explosive blonde sneered. Isn't it obvious? The useless BSTRDS have come to scope out the competition. Not that it'll help. It didn't surprise Izuku that the crowd parted to let Bakugo leave, Kirishima, Mina, Siro, and Kaminari on his tail. Keep that attitude up while you still can. The other blonde announced. Class 1B will beat you all at the sports festival, so watch your backs. No, the window probably wouldn't work. Izuku slowly shuffled himself to the front of the door. Are you done? And nothing will stand in our what? Izuku blinked slowly at him. I need a nap. I want food. Are you done doing dash? He made a vague half-hearted gesture. Whatever this is? That had apparently been the wrong thing to say, because the boy seemingly swelled with rage. I guess I should have expected such rudeness from Class 1A. Don't think that just because you fought actual villains that you're better than us. Izuku stilled. Excuse me? His voice was little more than a whisper. Ignorant of the danger around him, the blonde continued. I bet you wanted the villains to attack. That way you could get free publicity and free exposure. Honestly, how arrogant can you be? A frigid ice spread its way from Izuku's center through the rest of his limbs. Momo Yaoyorozu was smart. She had to use her quirk with any semblance of usefulness. She had textbooks upon textbooks memorized, could tell you the molecular makeup of just about anything, and had gotten in UA from recommendations. Momo was smart, and that was why, when she saw Midoriya go very, very still after a boy from Class 1B had started ranting, she grabbed Jiro and tried to drag her out of the danger zone. The first time she'd seen him fight, something about the way he moved had bothered her. At first, she dismissed it, but the thought wouldn't leave her alone, so she picked apart his battle trial over and over until she could recite the whole thing backwards and she realized now what she hadn't been able to place. While Midoriya was far from the only strong fighter in Class Bakugo's massacre of a fight, and Todoroki's overwhelming victory had made that clear, the latter two boys had been fighting to win, aiming to subdue their opponents. It became clear to her now that Midoriya's blows had been aiming to kill. If Mineta's head had been just the slightest bit higher, Midoriya would have crushed his windpipe, and he very well could have suffocated before anyone would have been able to save him. And as Midoriya stared at the blonde, Momo felt dread creep through her, the same dread she had felt during the battle trials, only amplified. The fact that he hadn't moved somehow only made it worse. Arrogant? Midoriya asked, expression deceivingly light. I'm afraid I don't follow. Before the blonde could do more than open his mouth, Midoriya continued. We were in a life-threatening situation with very little training, facing adults who had no qualms killing us. We didn't ask for that to happen. We didn't open the doors and invite them inside. Seemingly taken aback, the blonde's eyes widened before narrowing sharply and spitting out, "Oh please, there were pro-heroes on the scene. Freaking All Might was there. How dangerous could it have possibly been?" Midoriya rocked back on his heels, his posture slouched and non-threatening, but you would have to be blind not to see the predator lurking in his gaze. 11. The leader blinked. What? It took 11 minutes for both Eraserhead and 13 to be incapacitated. Another 15 before All Might arrived. Do you know what can happen in 15 minutes? The hall and class were dead silent. You can bleed out in less than 15 minutes. You can break over half the bones in your body. You can die. In a fight, 15 minutes is an eternity. You can see your classmates slaughtered around you. We had been separated, we had no idea if anyone else was alive. Midoriya stalked forward, leaning right into the blonde's personal space. I had been sent to the shipwreck zone, full of aquatic villains and water deeper than anyone with a non-related quirk would be able to swim. A chilling smile made its way onto Midoriya's face. By the time the pro-heroes arrived, I had more blood on my costume than water, and you know what? He whispered something into the other boy's ear, causing the latter to go paper white. Midoriya patted the blonde's shoulder. We should probably head to lunch now. We wouldn't want to not have enough time to eat. Yes, Momo is smart, and that's why she's going to be staying as far away as possible from Izuku Midoriya. Hitoshi was used to people being afraid of him. It had been a staple in his life ever since he'd gotten his quirk. Even his parents had carried that fear inside of them for all it stopped them from hitting him, and there had been times, more than he wanted to admit, that he had thought about proving them right. Thought about ordering his parents to walk into traffic or telling his bullies to destroy their own possessions. He'd always been able to talk himself off of that ledge, to rein himself in before he crossed a line he knew he'd regret. As Midoriya sat in the bathroom, knees curled to his chest and hands fisted in his hair, he knew that for the first time, he'd have to do that for someone else. Use your quirk on me. Hitoshi blinked. What? Midoriya's wild eyes met his. Use. Quirk. If I have full control right now, I am going to hurt someone. Are you sure? Midoriya snarled and the bathroom began to shake. Yes. That was all Hitoshi needed. Grasping the mental string that appeared, he activated his quirk. The shaking stopped. Hitoshi had only caught the latter part of the confrontation, but had gathered enough to know that the blonde boy was way out of line, practically blaming Class 1A for getting attacked. As someone who had seen one of the victims in a hospital, who had witnessed Midoriya wake up screaming the night he'd been discharged, it made his blood boil. He could only imagine what Midoriya must be feeling. Hitoshi had never had a friend before Midoriya, had never had to comfort anyone beyond himself, so he wasn't quite sure what to do, what to say. I think, if I hadn't ran away I would be a villain at this point. That was not what he'd been planning to say, but it was too late to back out now. There was this strange unspoken rule between the two of them. Midoriya never questioned why Hitoshi had run away, though he probably suspected, and Hitoshi never asked why Midoriya had more forged documents than a corrupt politician and no place to stay. Hitoshi hadn't dug around. When Midoriya had explained that his uncle had escorted him out of the hospital, hadn't asked why he wasn't living with him. They didn't owe anyone an explanation, even each other, and they were fine with that. They were still friends. Now, seeing Midoriya on the edge of something and not fully understand why, Hitoshi knew he needed to speak up. My mom has a quirk that lets her read people's thoughts for 3 seconds after they respond to her, and my dad can implant suggestions in animals. No one was expecting my quirk to be so strong. Midoriya couldn't answer like this, but Hitoshi knew he could hear him. I couldn't control it well as a kid, so my dad told me that if I couldn't control it I wasn't allowed to talk at all. My mom would read my mind and use my angry thoughts as an excuse to lock me in my room. They said that they were preventing a future villain. An old familiar rage crept through him. School was another hell entirely, but at least most of the kids there were too scared to fight me physically. As time went by, every little thing I did was used as an excuse as punishment. There was a reason Hitoshi had insomnia, and it wasn't a medical condition. More often than not, if he fell asleep in his room, one of his parents would come barreling in to destroy something of his. Weekends had been the worst, because their drinking was that much heavier. 2 days after I graduated middle school, my mother started wailing on me worse than usual, so I used my quirk to make her stop. My dad saw what happened and said that if he ever saw me again, he would call the police on me. I didn't try coming back after that. The first few weeks had been horrible, and Hitoshi knew the only reason he hadn't died was because of his quirk. It had been vital in convincing some people to leave him alone. I found the warehouse and just figured things out from there. Hitoshi's voice was rough, but he refused to cry about people who had never loved him, never thought of him as more than a potential threat. I can't tell you how many times I wanted to hurt them, wanted to give them a real reason to be afraid. If I had stayed, I think I would have. A hurt, to admit out loud, having spent so long refusing that he would ever become a villain. If he had told someone else, well, then he was just proving them right, wasn't he? That he was a potential villain, that he did need to be watched. More than anything else, he wanted to be a hero, but there had been days, and there still were days, that Hitoshi considered just stopping. Stop pushing the boulder uphill, stop refuting every comment, stop reining himself in. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what he'd become if he did. A sudden strain appeared on his connection to Midoriya. It was very slight, and similar to the one he'd felt when Hitoshi had first used his quirk on him. "Do you want me to release you?" he asked. The strain doubled, making him wince. Releasing the connection was easy, and Midoriya's eyes lost their blank look. Hitoshi slowly slid down the wall, sitting close enough that he could feel the other's body heat. "You don't have to tell me anything," he said into the silence. I didn't say all that to make you feel obliged to tell me anything." After what seemed like an eternity, Midoriya looked up. "I can't tell you. Not right now. You don't have to tell me anything. Ever," Hitoshi said, shifting so that he could wrap an arm around the smaller teen. Midoriya's smile was heartbreakingly sad. "I will. One day." And that promise was more than enough. Nito Monoma had been confronted before. He'd had people yell, berate, and scold him for numerous things. People much bigger and much more physically intimidating than a freckled boy who looked like a strong wind could knock him over. Yet no one had ever made him feel quite so threatened. Nito wasn't one to back down from a challenge, especially one thrown by those dogs from 1A. But this boy would need to be watched more before he made his move. By the time the pro heroes arrived, I had more blood on my costume than water, and you know what? The boy's voice dropped to a whisper. It wasn't mine. No, Nito wasn't going to approach Midoriya anytime soon. Toshinori's mind was made up. The thought had first sparked during the entrance exam and had then been solidified by the battle trials and UA. He knew that as-Izuku Midoriya was destined to be the next holder of One for All. The only thing he really needed to do now was talk to him. Toshinori was aware that others would be skeptical of his choice, seeing as he had lied a few times during his interview, but he knew that young Midoriya was the right choice. He had a true heroic spirit. Toshinori had already sent a letter to Gran Torino, letting him know about his decision and ask for his old mentor to send an internship request. After getting told by the majority of the other teachers that his methods were unhelpful at best to first-year hero students, he figured that Gran would do a better job than him at guiding young Midoriya's usage of One for All. He also ended up informing Nezu, but that was because the principal always seemed to know everything, and it would be rather pointless to hide it. He had asked if he was sure about his choice despite the suspicions surrounding the boy. Of course he was. He wouldn't make such a decision frivolously. In the end, Nezu simply asked to be there when Toshinori explained everything to young Midoriya. Nezu asked for Midoriya to come to his office over the PA, and the hero had full intentions of intercepting him and talking to the boy. After all, a good bond was needed between mentor and mentee. He was in his small form, but it was for the best this way. He needed his time for teaching after all. Midoriya came walking down the hallway, head buried in what looked like a notebook as he sped towards the principal's office. Toshinori moved to intercept him, but Midoriya didn't even stop, just ran straight into him. F-. Midoriya cursed, startling the blonde. That was nothing, however, to what he said next. Sorry, All Might, I wasn't looking where I was going. Izuku knew, the second those words left his mouth, that he had made a mistake. He had no idea why the principal had summoned him, though he was desperately hoping it wasn't because of his papers. Jiren was one of the best when it came to fake identities, but Nezu was probably the smartest person in Japan, if not the world, so it stood to reason that he might have noticed something. Izuku had been writing down possibilities of what could have gone wrong in his own code, of course, when he'd bumped into the man standing before him. He hadn't been looking and had only been using his original quirk to sense people. Right now, the candle that was All Might's light flickered in agitation and shock. It made sense in an odd way that this was the reason why the man's light had changed so drastically at the USJ. This must be what he looked like when he wasn't using his quirk. What did you just say? And this was not his teacher asking, no, this was the #1 hero of Japan demanding he answer. Forcing himself to relax, Izuku blinked in faux confusion. Oh, you're not All Might. Sorry, I don't really know why I said that. Despite the gaunt look of him, the hero still towered over him. You're coming with me, he said, grabbing his upper bicep. Alarm coursed through him. I have to go to the principal's office. Let go, let go, let go, let go. I'm aware. For a split second, Izuku considered jerking his arm away and making a break for it. He might have too, if it weren't for that fact that it was effing All Might. Look, I don't know why you're reacting this way. It's not like you're All Might. The grip tightened as Izuku's heart pounded rapidly. Fuck. Nezu was pouring 3 cups of tea when the Midoriya was unceremoniously shoved into the room. The boy stumbled before righting himself, posture speaking of a cornered animal ready to lash out. His eyes flickered between Yagi's small form and his own place at the head of the table, hands twitching. The instant Yagi looked away from Midoriya, the teen suddenly smoothed over entirely. His rigid posture relaxed, pursed lips softening and expression switching from tense to curious. Well, that is certainly interesting. While it was mildly concerning that Midoriya could change his entire body language on a dime, Nezu had seen stranger. Come take a seat, he said with a smile. Here, I'll pour you some tea. Yagi's normally smiling face was twisted into frown. He knows. Well, that complicated things. Izuku Midoriya was already a problem that he couldn't wait to solve, and this just made things even more interesting. Seeing as Yagi was extremely protective over his secret, he had probably overreacted, hence his previous tension. Does he now? Well, I see no reason we can't sort this out. Why don't you take a seat, Midoriya? Looking like he would rather jump into a pit of lava, Midoriya slowly crept into a chair, his body angled so that his back wasn't turned on either of them. Sliding a cup to both males seated opposite from him, Nezu discreetly had sent out a message to Tsukachi telling him to come to UA as soon as Yagi had confirmed that he would be telling Midoriya today. While the detective's presence may unsettle Midoriya even more and cause him to shut down, having him there would calm Yagi and reduce the possibility of any deception. How was your day today? He asked, taking a sip of his own tea. Not too stressful, I hope. UA's curriculum is hardly a walk in the park. Midoriya eyed him. It was fine, he said eventually. I like learning. Liked learning indeed. His written exam had spoken more of someone who had an intelligence quirk rather than telekinesis, and it was easy to see that he was passing his classes with flying colors. It seems we share a trait, he said pleasantly. What's your favorite subject? Yagi's frown deepened. Nezu. Personally, mine is science. It's such a broad subject with endless possibilities, don't you think? Midoriya smiled politely. Science is cool, he said quietly. I like languages the best though. It did not escape Nezu that he said languages. Seeing the different ways humans communicate is fascinating. He agreed. For no apparent reason, Midoriya froze before relaxing once again. A knock sounded from the door. "Come in," Nezu called out, not at all surprised when it was Tsukachi who stepped in. Curiously enough, Midoriya didn't look the slightest bit shocked. Not pleased, but as though he had been expecting it. "Naomasa? What are you doing here?" Yagi questioned. Tsukachi paused minutely. "Nezu asked for me to be here for when you asked Midoriya to be your successor." A strange expression flickered over Midoriya's face before it disappeared. "We've come across a bit of a problem. You see, Midoriya here seemed to know about Yagi's small form before being told. Why don't you explain what happened?" he encouraged. It was a short story but raised many questions. From his own watching of the cameras before they entered, the teen hadn't even looked up when he first spoke. That meant he somehow knew it was All Might without even seeing him. This promises to be fascinating. Naomasa was too tired for this sheet. Being summoned by Nezu always led to a headache, but he hadn't expected this one to be the same headache he'd been dealing with before. Sitting there, sipping tea was as-Izuku Midoriya, features pleasant and lightly curious. His posture didn't indicate being a threat in the slightest, and when their eyes met, the boy smiled slightly. It reminded him chillingly of a snake, acting harmless until the moment of attack. "So, how did you know about All Might's small form?" Nezu questioned, drawing the unsettling gaze of the teen away from him. The air becomes heavy. "I didn't." Naomasa doesn't know if he's relieved by that or not. Nezu takes his silence as confirmation and continues. "Oh, then how did you identify All Might?" The pause. "I've seen All Might in that suit before. I was distracted while walking here, and since I've never seen anyone else with that color suit, it makes sense for my preoccupied mind to jump to the last person I saw in it." His quirk's response did little to reassure him. The wording was too specific, admitting very little and leaving much up in the air. Nezu seemed to be thinking along the same lines. "And is that how you identified him?" "Yes. But..." He gave a slight shake to his head, and Nezu's grin grew. "We can't sort this out unless you're honest with us. This is a national secret, you understand." Midoriya's eyes narrowed as they flickered from Naomasa to Nezu. "I'll trade you." Toshinori blinked. "What?" "I'll explain how I knew this form was All Might, and you explain why you have that form and what the detective here meant by making you my successor." Naomasa could not believe he was bargaining. He had arguably the most powerful man in the world, the smartest creature in the world, and high figure of law enforcement, and he was bargaining for a national secret to have on top of the one he already knew. He was about to say as much when Nezu tilted his head in concession. "Very well, as long as Yagi agrees, I don't see a problem with that. What was that rat playing at?" And Toshinori, the impulsive idiot, agreed as well. "Am I the only sane one here?" Midoriya leaned back in his chair, taking a sip of his tea. "I have a strange sort of add-on ability in my quirk," he said slowly. "I can sense people's quirks within a certain radius of me and use it to identify people." "Well, that was weird and kind of unexpected. Isn't your quirk a powerful telekinesis?" Nezu questioned. "Having a sensing ability on top of that seems strange." Midoriya shrugged. "I don't know why, it's just there. All this fuss and suspicion over a strange mutation's quirk. God, he wanted to go home. And your quirk is telekinesis, correct?" Toshinori said suddenly. Midoriya gave him an odd look. "I have a telekinesis quirk." Why didn't he just say yes? The paranoid part of Naomasa questioned. "Well, now that that's out of the way, I believe we should hold our side of the deal up," Nezu said with a clap. "Yagi, if you would?" With a nod, his friend then began the tale of how he could pass on his quirk, leaving out all for one but giving enough information to give him a solid idea. There was a long silence as Midoriya seemed to digest the information. He seemed uncomfortably calm about the whole thing, and not nearly as surprised as he should have been. "That makes a lot of sense," he said eventually. "Considering you've never been seen in public doing things like grocery shopping, a transformation aspect of your quirk is actually something I've considered." Naomasa blinked. "You've thought that much about All Might's quirk?" I've thought that much about everyone's quirk. His unsettling green eyes seem to bore into him. I find them fascinating. Toshinori cleared his throat. I apologize for my behavior, but now that we've gotten that cleared up, I wanted to ask Dash. No. Toshinori coughed up blood. Excuse me? You're going to ask me to be your successor, right? Pass your quirk along to me like your mentor did to you? Midoriya stretched his arms out, getting to his feet in one swift movement. My answer is no. Netsu's grin seemed to grow, which, all in all, is never a good sign. And why is that? The mammal asked. Midoriya's tone was light as he stalked towards the door. Power comes with a cost. Even when you think you've already paid it, the universe isn't one to listen to the whims of mortals. He eyed Toshinori. Even those likened to gods. Inhale. The excited chatter of Izuku's classmates was a low buzz in the background, blurring together as he attempted to center himself. Exhale. Waiting just outside the door were thousands of people, pro-heroes and civilians alike, eager to watch teenagers compete in an arbitrary competition for their amusement. Inhale. Millions of people watched the UA Sports Festival, and the chance that none of the people chasing him wouldn't see it were so minuscule it wasn't even funny. Exhale. He didn't have a believable excuse to get out of it, and quite frankly, he couldn't afford any more scrutiny. Inhale. His best option at this point was just to quietly fail the first or second round. That way no one would be too suspicious. Diksha. Midoriya. Izuku's bubble of calm popped. Slowly, he opened his eyes and raised his head to meet heterochromatic eyes and an unreasonably pretty face set into a scowl. Yes. Todoroki squared his shoulders. Objectively, I think I'm stronger than you. Izuku gave a slow blink. Know that I am going to beat you on every level in this festival. Kirishima attempted to intervene. Why do you have to pick a fight now? We're about to go on, man. Todoroki glared. I'm not here to make friends. We're all going to be competitors when we step outside. I'm just making sure Midoriya knows I'll be coming after him. He should probably respond or something. Yeah, okay, cool. Have fun with that. Anger flashed in blue and gray eyes. Are you mocking me? He demanded. Kinda. Izuku shrugged, taking a bite out of his newly acquired apple. I mean, it's just a festival. It's highly publicized plus a good way to get internships, but all in all a loss doesn't mean that much. The only thing that happens is you can't participate any longer. Nobody dies. There is an angry growl, and absolutely no one was surprised that it came from Bakugo. You're challenging the wrong person half and half. I'll beat both of you into the ground. Izuku was beginning to sense some hostility. I'm going to be number one, and don't you extras forget it. Bakugo snarled. Midoriya smiled and summoned that layer of cold that was always just beneath the surface. He'd been doing his best to avoid Bakugo out of fear that he might remember something he shouldn't, and the other boy seemed just as happy to leave him alone until now. It was clear that his obsession with being the best had only grown. Let's all have fun. He paid no mind to the way Mineta flinched on the side. Before anyone could respond, they were called to the pitch. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. Entering the stadium is the class who survived a villain attack, class 1A. Present Mick's voice boomed over the crowd. Coming after them is the hero course, class 1B. Another group of teens came out slightly behind them. Now here are classes C, D, and E from the general department. Following them we have classes F, G, and H of the support department, and finally classes I and J of the management department. While they're not even trying to hide the bias. Midnight stood on the podium, decked out in her hero costume. Now we'll hear the athlete's pledge from the student representative Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde stomped to the stage, posture slouched. He took one good look in the crowd and announced, I pledge to win. Before stalking back to his place. Nobody was impressed. Students and the crowd booed, and several of their own classmates were shouting. Izuku understood it was a challenge, Bakugo's own twisted way of saying he was taking this seriously, but it excused nothing. Arrogance will get you nothing but an early grave. All things considered, the first round was pretty fun. He did not enjoy being smushed by his fellow students in the narrow entryway, but he'd managed to push himself up and had simply ran on top of them until he was in the clear. There had been quite a few people who hadn't appreciated that. He personally hadn't appreciated Todoroki's ice show, but it was simple enough to dodge. The robots from the entrance exam were a surprise, but mindless destruction with little consequence is always fun. Considering how well his classmates were doing, it would be suspicious if he didn't make it to the second round, so Izuku made sure he was near the front of the pack. Nowhere close enough to be first, but like 13th. When the large chasm came into view, he deactivated his speed quirks and put all his focus on balance as he very carefully made his way across the ropes. Just as he approached the final obstacle, he saw Yaoyorozu. "You need some help with your tag along?" he asked. She startled, wariness flashing over her expression before nodding vigorously once she understood what he was asking. "Please." The tag-on in question let out a squeak of alarm. "Now wait just a second dash." Izuku did in fact not wait a second and proceeded to grab Mineta's neck from behind and squeeze just enough to be a threat. "You can either let go or you can pass out with the same result," he informed him. Mineta hesitated, clearly unsure if Izuku would really follow through with his threat. He applied more pressure. All right. Mineta conceded and released his quirk. Fing Psycho. How was the psychotic? He hadn't even. Shuto Todoroki is the first one to finish. Boom. Quickly followed by Katsuki Bakugo. Oh right, he should probably focus on that. Yaoyorozu had already begun making her way across the field along with several other students, and if he didn't get a move on, he might not pass. Grasping speed once more, Izuku took off, keeping one eye on the ground below him and another on his fellow competitors. It was the last stretch of the course and those falling behind may get desperate. In 20th place is Izuku Midoriya. He should probably feel some semblance of pride, accomplishment, anything really. Yet as he surveyed the cheering crowd, he felt nothing. Midnight stood on the podium once more. The first 42 competitors to make it through the obstacle course continue onto the next round. Everyone who didn't, please make your way out of the stadium using the entrance on your right. Shinso sidled up next to him. "Nice to see you made it." Izuku looked at him out of the corner of his eye. "You're gracing me with your presence? After that king carry you made those poor kids do?" Shinso grinned. "What can I say? I was feeling lazy." Izuku allowed him to rest his chin on his head as Midnight got to explaining the second round. A human cavalry battle sounded interesting, even more so when the heroine revealed that first place was worth 1 million points. First the minefield and now this. They really wanted to make this difficult for the frontrunners, didn't they? "Teammates?" he questioned his roommate. Shinso rolled his eyes. Obviously. Finding another 2 people was easier than he thought. Uraraka was more than happy to join them, and although Ida declined something about wanting to prove himself, they were very quickly approached by someone else. Greenie, a pink-haired girl with a mildly manic, essentially lunged for him, and Izuku's instincts kicked in. She didn't look at all put off by the fact that she was now face down in the dirt. "Let me on your team. I want to show off my babies." Uraraka stared at her incredulously. "Babies?" The unknown girl grinned and seemingly began pulling Gadget out of thin air, explaining them with bright-eyed fervor. "Support department, huh? I can work with that." "All right." Everyone has formed their teams. The cavalry battle begins in 3, 2, 1, start. The voice hero screamed. Ochako braced herself as Midoriya climbed on top of them. He was heavier than expected despite his lean frame, but if they wanted their plan to work, he would need to be on top. "It's fairly simple really," Midoriya explained. "Almost everyone's going to be going after the 1 million points, so there won't be much attention on us. We already have a decent one between the 4 of us, so it shouldn't be too hard to get enough to make it to the 3rd round." May frowned. "That won't get much attention for my babies." There was a slight pause. "How about this? Our main plan of attack is going to be getting me in range of the other teams and using my telekinesis to take their headbands while using your gadgets to escape and having Uraraka float us if necessary. If we have a clear shot at the 1 million points, I'll take it." Shinso draped his arm over Midoriya's shoulders. "What really matters is getting to the 3rd round. Those are probably going to be one-on-one matches, and then everyone's attention will be on you and you'll be able to show your inventions much better. Mei's eyes lit up. As expected, everyone almost immediately rushed Todoroki's team, including several groups from Class 1A and 1B. She was glad all of her classmates had made it, not only because she wanted them to succeed, but also because she knew more about them and it was easier to plan around their quirks. Ochako liked her lips. Let's do this. As much as he played up his enthusiastic demeanor for the public, Hisashi was actually very excited for the sports festival. He loved seeing how each new generation would take it, which was why he always did the announcements for the first years. Todoroki is not giving an inch. Ladies and gentlemen, with only 2 minutes left on the clock, it is possible that he may hold onto it for the entire time. Hisashi briefly muted the mic. Still watching him? Shota made a vaguely affirmative grunt. You know, he might just be holding back so that people underestimate him in the third round. Hisashi pointed out. Not to mention that lack of life-threatening elements may have lowered the amount of adrenaline he's getting now, making him less powerful. Shota pursed his lips. You didn't see him at the USJ, he said eventually. I was half-conscious somewhere in the middle, and the kid fought like the devil. Considering the statements the other students gave and his lies during the interview, the smartest thing to do would be to catalog everything he does and make sure he isn't a threat. There was a sudden explosion of movement. And what's this? Team Midoriya has snatched the 1 million band in a stunning upset. Will Team Todoroki be able to reclaim it? Shota gave him a look. Yeah, you know your kids. They're not my kids. Keep telling yourself that. Ida's light was increasing in intensity. Izuku knew that Todoroki wouldn't take the theft of the 1 million points lying down, so it made sense that he would do anything to get it back. Without it, his team barely qualified for the third round. They're going to come for us, he said softly. Ida is most likely going to be faster than we expect, so make sure you watch for him. Uraraka, I want you to grab anyone you can get a hold of. Mei, a pepper bomb if you please. She handed one over. Shinso, avoid using your quirk unless absolutely necessary. Ida's light was reaching its peak. Now! Todoroki ordered, and the opposing team came at them faster than the eyes could follow. It was fortunate that Izuku had never been all that reliant on his eyes. His left forearm connected with Todoroki's, blocking his attempt at snatching the band off his neck. Their eyes met and he smiled. Todoroki's left side lit up in a spurt of flames, and Izuku activated heat resistance. It wasn't strong enough to completely negate the heat, but it would make the burn less severe. 3. Uraraka grabbed Kaminari's arm and he began to float, forcing Yaoyorozu to grab him and the rest of the team to retreat. 2. Bakugo lunged from behind and Izuku activated auto-aim as he tossed the pepper bomb behind him. 1. It connected and sent Bakugo sputtering, but unfortunately didn't make him touch the ground. Ianin, that's IT for the second round. The 4 teams that will move on to the third are Team Midoriya, Team Bakugo, Team Minoma, and Team Todoroki. There will be a lunch break for our competitors, and then the one-on-one matches will begin. Will you ever stop yelling? Aizawa's exasperated voice chimed in. It's filled with my passion. I'm gonna take a nap. Tensei clutched his bleeding arm as the dark figure loomed above him, one of his many weapons drawn. You are going to die here, you fake? The hero killer smiled. You are not a true hero. Tensei slowly drifted his uninjured hand towards his SOS button. Just a few more inches. Stain liked Tensei's blood of his blade. Every muscle in his body locked. There was no way out, nothing he could do to stop this. He was going to die here, alone in an alleyway, away from his family and friends. Gutted by a man with ridiculous delusions of grandeur. Stain raised his weapon above Tensei's head. Dad, I love you. He didn't look away, choosing to meet the hero killer's eyes as the blade swung down. Remember to smile, okay? A wall of blue flames erupted between them. Izuku had a headache. It was to be expected, he'd been using his quirks fairly often throughout the day, but the stabbing pain in his skull was never something he enjoyed. The throbbing was making him more irritable, and all he really wanted to do was eat and find a quiet place to stay until he had to compete. It had been stupid of him to let himself get this far in the tournament, and he would just fake losing to whoever was his first opponent. If anyone got suspicious, he'd blame exhaustion, and at this point, it wasn't that far off. Shinso plopped in front of him, 2 bowls of Katsuden on his tray. "Hey Green Bean," he said, placing one of the bowls in front of him. Uraraka slid down next to him. "We were awesome." She grinned. "I was worried for a minute near the end, but we totally kicked butt." Ida placed his own tray next to Shinso. "Please refrain from using such language, Uraraka." He pushed his glasses up his nose. "It is improper for a UA student." Mei slammed a gadget on the table and began tinkering with it. "We are now friends," she announced. "And all of you are going to help me advertise my babies." Izuku huffed a laugh. Maybe things weren't that bad after all. Of course, because Izuku had the worst luck ever, Todoroki approached the table, eyes focused intently on him. "I need to speak to you. Why is this my life?" Shinsu's eyes went hard, and an unsettling grin settled over his lips. "Why don't you say that a little nicer, pretty boy?" Todoroki didn't even glance at him. "This has nothing to do with you. If it has to do with Midoriya, it has to do with me." Shinsu's expression was flinty. "And you'll have to forgive me if I don't believe you'll be a good sport about losing." There was a tense silence. If he were being honest, he'd rather allow Shinso to snark Todoroki into annoyance and hopefully make the other boy leave. Unfortunately, Izuku knew he wouldn't be lucky, not with the determined way Todoroki was staring at him. Releasing a heavy sigh, he pulled himself to his feet. "You don't have to go," Uraraka said, glancing at Todoroki. "We're all in the 3rd round and we need to rest." Izuku smiled tiredly. "I'll be fine," he reassured. "We won't be long." At least he hoped not. He was liable to just walk out of his conversation with Todoroki if it lasted too long. Shinso met his eyes briefly before giving a minuscule nod. It was clear he wasn't happy about it, but he trusted Izuku to take care of himself. Todoroki's expression was unreadable. "Lead the way." Shudo did not know what to make of Izuku Midoriya. He was quiet, not usually prone to drawing attention to himself even if he were in the spotlight. He didn't seem concerned with winning, even when he was one of the biggest contenders in the whole festival. He was frightening. He had eyes that were colder than any ice Shudo could produce and a grin that made him more terrified than anything his BSRD of a father had ever done. "Did you drag me away from my lunch for a reason, or did you just want to waste both of our time?" A green eyebrow rose. Shudo mentally slapped himself. None of that mattered. He just needed to make the other boy understand. "You made me break my vow." Midoriya paused. "What vow?" This Shudo could do. "Do you know what quirk marriages are?" He ignored the way his heart clenched, the way his hands wanted to tremble, and spoke. Midoriya was silent for a very long time. His expression was unreadable, and Shudo wanted to demand he speak, demand he say something after he practically poured his heart out to the other teen. "That's why I will win without his fire." He continued. "I'll be number 1 without it. Your father should be in jail." That was not what he was expecting. "What?" he blurted. Midoriya's eyes had gone frigid. "He should be in jail," he said simply, as though he hadn't just shattered every argument Shudo had been planning. Endeavor should be arrested, put to trial, found guilty, and locked up. He forced himself to shake off his surprise. "That's not why I wanted to talk to you," he snapped. "If you think that way, then you understand why I won't use my fire dash." "No, I actually don't get that." Midoriya tilted his head. "Seems to me like he just wants you to be number 1, and doesn't really care how that happens. The only thing refusing to use your fire is actually doing is hurting yourself." Shudo's temper flared. "You don't understand. This is my disavowal of him. I refuse dash. To use your quirk in a healthy way? To give your all even if there were lives on the line? Are you saying that if someone was about to die and the only way to save them was to use your fire, you wouldn't?" He gritted his teeth. "That won't happen." Midoriya's laugh was a cold thing. "Arrogance like that is what gets people killed." Dabi didn't know what he was doing. He believed Stain's ideals to be true, believed that he was removing the fake heroes from the world, but why was he going after Ingenium, who had been kind and had a stellar reputation? Maybe he looked the hero up after he'd been saved by him, but would die before admitting it rather than endeavor? I think you're making a mistake here, he said, not lowering his flaming hands. I can't imagine what this goody two-shoes could have done to get on your bad side. Ingenium may not have been perfect, but Dabi didn't think he deserved to die. Stain narrowed his eyes. He is not a true hero, he is a fake masquerading as one, and it is my duty to dash. And who, by your standards, is a true hero? Dabi interrupted. The hero killer regarded him disdainfully. All Might is the one true hero. And that was all Dabi really needed to hear. Stain would kill anyone who didn't reach the unattainable height of All Might, would kill his baby brother if he was old enough to be a hero. Ingenium was watching the exchange, his helmet having been torn off at one point in his fight with Stain, revealing black hair and strong features. Will you stand in the way of justice? The hero killer asked him. Dabi lit his hands in response. Midoriya had not bothered to look at who he was facing. It didn't matter to him, because he was planning to lose to them in a hopefully convincing way, and move on with his life. Then he walked into the arena and saw the blonde BSTRD who had accused his class of being attention-seeking fame whores. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe it. Midoriya Izuku threw Nito Monoma out of the ring only seconds after this round started. He sure will be a strong contender in the upcoming rounds. Midoriya really didn't hold back, did he? Uraraka mused. Hitoshi was too busy laughing to respond. Siro's fight with Todoroki was a complete joke. Ashido knew he'd done his best, but there wasn't a whole lot tape could do to an entire FING glacier. She glanced at the upcoming fight and winced. Uraraka was no pushover, you'd have to be blind, deaf and stupid to think that, but Bakugo was a force of nature and one that she'd never seen denied. His athlete's pledge had been a declaration of war, one he clearly meant to win. Ochako took a deep breath, steeling herself. No matter the outcome of this fight, it was going to be rough. Uraraka. She looked up to see Midoriya watching her with his unervingly observant eyes. Give him hell. And Ochako smiled, because she may not win this fight, may not even put a scratch on the powerhouse that was Bakugo, but she would not make this easy, no, she would make him work for it. Ochako has never had the easy route in life, so she didn't see why shouldn't make Bakugo's just as difficult. Tenya watched as Uraraka fell to the ground, exhausted after her last hurrah. You ready for the greatest promotional fight ever seen? Mei asked, eyes glittering menacingly. He had been appalled with the idea to begin with, but he also understood that Mei would do this one way or the other, and at least this way he would have some modicum of control. I am. Denki could not stop laughing. He had never imagined that Ida, the stuck-up class president, would willingly become a promotional ad in something as well broadcasted as the sports festival. Then again, he did win his fight. Denki suspected that the Mei girl would have hooped his, but if it had really been a fight. Her gadgets were scary, so there may have been a trade. He could totally see Ida taking it way too seriously, if his booming promotional voice was anything to go by. Denki cracked his knuckles. It was his turn now, and he'd be facing Ida next. After all, there was no way he was gonna lose to some random plant chick. Hitoshi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was the electric dude serious? Going easy on the Vine girl just because she was a girl? He deserved every bit of that humiliating loss. It was lucky that Midoriya was in the same class as his opponent, so he'd been able to ask questions about the pink-skinned girl. Call it cheating, but when you were born with every disadvantage, you took what you could get. Mina grinned fiercely from across the field. You ready? He questioned. Hell yeah dash. Kirishima was confused as to why Mina began walking out of the ring, but decided not to question it too much. He was so pumped for his match. It wasn't every day you got to fight someone with a similar quirk. That meant he didn't have to pull any punches. This was gonna be so manly. Itsuka not encouraged by her chances. Yaoyorozu was a recommendation student, and anyone with half a brain could figure out that she was good in a fight. Because of her quirk, Itsuka was reduced to almost exclusively close combat, but the other girl had no such limitations. Her only boon was that it seemed to take Yaoyorozu longer to make bigger objects, so she'd have to be fast. And as Monoma would say, and no, she didn't make it a habit of listening to him. That boy had an inferiority complex so large it made her want to boot him out the window at times. She needed to represent 1B with pride. Let's do this. If asked point blank, Shota would deny it to his grave, but he was very proud of his students. He knew Vlad would be too, even if he only had one kid who'd made it past the first part of the final round. He'd need to drill in Kaminari the fact that you couldn't underestimate anyone, especially for something as inconsequential as gender. Who do you think is gonna win? Hisashi asked. He leaned back in his chair. Bakugo or Todoroki are strong contenders. He said eventually. But? Hisashi had a sly grin on his face. Shota rolled his eyes. But I have a feeling we're going to be surprised. They're not the only powerhouses here, just the most obvious. You want to teach that Shinso kid, don't you? It wasn't a question. Times like these made him wish Hisashi couldn't read him too well. He has potential. Hisashi gave him a knowing look. And he seems a hell of a lot like you when you were UA. Spiteful and getting far too little sleep. Shota shrugged. Coincidence. Aha. Everything was burning. Dabi wasn't used to using his flames for this long, and it was beginning to take a toll. Stain was fast, faster than him, and had no qualms about sacrificing a few knives if he thought it might nick him. The only reason Dabi wasn't paralyzed like Ingenium was because he melted everything that came within 5 feet of him. But he wasn't getting any colder, and Stain wasn't slowing. If he was going to burn, he was going to take everything with him. Izuku was about to do something stupid. The smart thing to do would be to let Todoroki beat him. Even if he had shown that he was powerful, no one would be surprised that the son of the number 2 hero of the nation would be able to beat out some nobody with unusually strong telekinesis. It would be expected. And that would be boring. Down in the arena, Yaoyorozu summoned an anchor to keep herself safe from Ida's recipro burst, her normally spotless attire rumpled and dirty. If Izuku were placing bets, he'd put one on her. She may take longer to activate her quirk, but was more versatile and a strategist to boot. As much as he was rooting for Ida, he was aware other boys' chances were slim. Go Ida! Uraraka cheered, having been cleared by Recovery Girl as long as she promised to take it easy. Shinso didn't join her, but Izuku could tell he was paying attention to the match. Yaoyorozu just barely managed to sidestep Ida, at least that's what she wanted him to believe. In reality, Izuku could see that she was priming him for another run. He would expect something similar to happen the next time, which would give her an opportunity to. And what's this? Yaoyorozu lassos Ida's legs as he passes by. What a stunning display to coordination and timing. The weighted ball at the end of the rope was particularly impressive in Izuku's opinion. She would have had to create it at the same time as the rope and have it be attached. Not for the first time he wondered the specifics of her quirk. Could she make things that were different temperatures? Did it take physical effort to create things? Could she make water if she were dehydrated? Ida is unable to move. Our winner is Yaoyorozu. You're damaging my eardrums. Oh come on, Eraser. Have a little fun. No. It was a miracle and a half that Mike had been able to wrangle Aizawa into that booth at all, much less get semi-regular commentary out of him. After a few more minutes, Bakugo and Kirishima entered the ring. Begin. Aijuru was so ready for this. His fight with Tetsu had been awesome. It wasn't every day you got to fight someone with a similar quirk and fighting style, and man, did it feel so good to beat him in an arm wrestling match. Now he got to fight Bakugo, who was probably the manliest man he's ever met. He obviously wanted to win, but honestly he was just hyped about doing this at all. Sparring in class didn't compare to this. Bakugo stared at him from across the ring, red eyes boring into him as he started Aijuru down. It was nice to know the other boy was taking this seriously, even if he'd been able to gather it from the athlete's pledge. It was so manly to declare war on everyone like that. Start. Aijuru wasted no time, meeting Bakugo in the middle as the blonde propelled himself forward with blasts, only to be forced to duck as he sent his hardened fists towards him. He knew what most people assumed about him, that because of his tank-like quirk he would be slow. It worked out in his favor. A lot of the time people didn't expect it, so he was able to catch them off guard. Rocks can be speedy too. It doesn't take long for the blonde to counter, however, and Aijiro hardened his stomach to take the blast that was sent at him. He grinned, displaying his shark-like teeth. That won't work on me. Bakugo's expression twisted into a snarl and Aijiro forced him to back up with another punch, not giving him any room to breathe. If he was lucky, he'd be able to force the Bakugo out of the ring like this. Unfortunately, Bakugo's peripheral vision wasn't hindered, and he always managed to angle himself away from the edge, making the two of the turn in circles. Bakugo occasionally sent blasts towards him which he was able to harden against. It was getting difficult to keep this up, and from the other's grin he knew it too. But Aijiro was forced to duck the next explosion rather than block it, and Bakugo's grin sharpened. The one after that connected with his torso, causing him to hiss in pain and nearly fall over. Those blasts weren't just for show. You were saying? Bakugo sneered. Any response Aijiro could have made was snatched away by the next large explosion that sent him flying over the ring limits. And with that final blow, Bakugo is our winner. The boy in question smirked, but Aijiro caught him wincing minutely as he touched his wrists. Those explosions must have a lot of recoil. He watched Bakugo's retreating back as he struggled to his feet. So manly. Hitoshi faced the vine-haired girl across from him, rolling his shoulders in an attempt to work some of the tension out of them. He could do this. Even if she had managed to figure out his quirk, he had always been good at provoking responses out of people. Considering her match with Kaminari, flirting would just get him his butt handed to him, barbed insults would just make her indignant and silent, and she was unlikely to laugh at a joke. Start. Before she could send her vines towards him, Hitoshi held up his hands and said as fast as he could, "Would you mind waiting a minute for me to say a word of prayer?" Her determined expression switched to surprise, before smiling. "Of course. I would be happy to dash." "Gotcha." He felt a little bad for using her religiousness against her, but you gotta do what you gotta do, and Hitoshi was gunning for first place in this. That was his surest chance of getting into the hero course. "Walk out of the ring," he ordered. Shiozaki did, face blank. Shiozaki walks out of the ring, making Shinsu the winner. This underdog is going far, folks. He released her. She blinked several times before turning to him. Hitoshi braced himself. She held out her hand. "Match well fought," she said serenely, no hint of disgust or discomfort in her expression. After a beat he accepted. "Yeah, you too." Shiozaki smiled. NG was not a patient man. He had thought that Shudo's childish refusal to use his fire would fade with time once he saw how powerful they were, but he still refused to see reason. There was an opportunity here, however, and NG was never one to let something like this pass. This festival would show Shudo that he needed his fire, needed NG's legacy if he were to surpass All Might. He hadn't expected any of Shudo's classmates to come close to him in power, and had been surprised by the explosion boy. He seemed to be the only real threat, and it was better in the long run. If he beat Shudo when he was refusing to use his ice, it would demonstrate to the boy how he was lacking, and if he used it and won, well, then that was just expected. There was no one who could match his masterpiece once it was fully realized. It was worth talking to his next opponent, however, to make sure he wouldn't be as disgraceful as Shudo's last one. The green-haired boy rounded the corner, looking strangely unsurprised to see him. "I don't think you're supposed to be back here," he said politely. "This area is for competitors only." NG's flaming eyebrows rose without his permission. "I am the number 2 hero. I can go wherever I please. I'm pretty sure trespassing laws say otherwise." He took a bite of an apple NG hadn't realized he was holding. "Though I'm sure you aren't here to discuss that." Pushing aside the teen's impertinence, he got to the point. "It is Shudo's duty to surpass All Might," he informed him. "His match against you will be a useful test." Midoriya didn't respond. "Put up a good fight against him, it will be a valuable experience." That was all NG needed to say, and just as he was about to begin walking away, the boy spoke. "It'll bite you in the butt one day." "Excuse me?" he growled. Midoriya's eyes bored into him, frigid and hard. Treating people like pawns. He elaborated. There will come a day when you will need those bridges you burned on your path to power, a day when you will regret every action that brought you to where you are. Enji's temper soared. Are you threatening me? An unsettling grin settled over his lips. Threatening? Of course not. You've already plotted your own downfall without any help, so I don't see why I would offer any. And what exactly do you mean by that? He snarled. He was not unnerved by a pint-sized teenager. He was not. A low chuckle reverberated through the metal hallway. You say that you want Shudo to beat All Might, that you want him to surpass the current #1 hero. Say he does. Acidic green eyes froze him to his core. What exactly will that make you? Enji froze. That eerie smile once more. Just some food for thought. The boy tossed something over his shoulder, and he was still shocked enough that it hit his face. It was the apple. Shudo wanted to get this over with. He watched impassively as Midoriya approached the ring, in one of his hands an apple with only one bite out of it. Midoriya was strong, but he wouldn't be able to beat him. Shudo would win without his left side and show everyone that he didn't need it. Arrogance like that is what gets people killed. He shook the words out of his head, ignoring the part of him that whispered that it was true. Midnight cleared her throat. You're gonna have to put the apple down. She informed Midoriya. There was a pause. Then he raised his gaze to meet Shudo's, one hand enclosing around the apple. His scarred hand crushed the fruit to its core. Okay, Midoriya said, tossing the now reduced apple to the side. Is there anything else? He questioned. Midnight looked mildly amused. You're clear. She raised her whip. Start. Shudo summoned his ice. Izuku watched as an entire iceberg erupted towards him. It seemed that Todoroki was going to use the same strategy he used with Zero and at the battle trials. Overwhelming force. He let the ice engulf him, the noise from the stands abruptly cutting off. It would seem that he'd have to do this in a way Todoroki would understand. He pulled several quirks to the surface, the ice restricting every movement. That didn't matter, he didn't need to move for this anyway. Fracture. Sorahiko's eyebrows rose as the iceberg endeavors Brat had sent exploded into chunks, his opponent walking out of the wreckage calmly. It didn't even look like the Brat had used one for all. The cameras weren't able to get that close, but there was something uncomfortably familiar about the green one. Something had his instincts screaming. Who exactly did you give your power to, Toshinori? Everything burned. You would think that Dabi would become numb to the heat after so long. It wasn't like he had much skin left anyway, but it never got easier. Stain was practically inhuman, and no matter how many times he burned him, the man just kept coming. Ingenium was still down, and at this rate there were going to be 2 corpses in the alley instead of 1. He would probably die from the backlash of his quirk once this was over, so might as well take the BSRD with him. Dabi dimmed his flames enough so that it looked like he was running out of gas. He was, and took a staggering step backwards. Stain, never one to miss an opportunity, lunged for him with his blade stretched outward. In one smooth motion he sidestepped the blade and grabbed the hero killer's wrist, setting it ablaze. Stain screamed and attempted to retreat, but Dabi refused to release him. He raised his other hand, fully intending to burn the man alive along with him. Don't! The shout made him loose his grip, allowing Stain to break it and dart away, out of sight before he could even comprehend what was going on. It was unlikely he would return, not after the nasty wounds Dabi had given him. He turned to face Ingenium, surprised to see the other man on his feet. Why did you stop me? It probably wasn't the best idea to antagonize the hero who had just seen him commit vigilantism, even if it had been to save him. You were going to kill him. It wasn't a question. Dabi responded anyway. Yes. It would have killed you too. Ingenium seemed very sure of this. I saw how you were using your fire. You don't have the heat resistance for it, right? Except on your hands. That was not what he'd been expecting. I mean, obviously I don't condone killing, but this was in self-defense and he was trying to kill you too. He scooped up his fallen helmet. I've alerted the other heroes in the area with an SOS, so someone should be arriving pretty soon. Not good. Not good. How was he going to get anywhere? It wasn't like he could show up at a hospital without getting asked a shit ton of questions. His burns weren't exactly inconspicuous. "Are you all right?" It was only after Ingenium asked him did he realize he was swaying on his feet. Quirk, overuse. He panted, the heat coming in waves. "Do you have any water?" Ingenium unclipped one from somewhere on his armor and handed it to him. "Does this happen often?" "Try every bloody time I use my quirk." He internally grouched. Outwardly he shrugged. "Often enough." The water was mercifully cold, and he took a long gulp before pouring some on his neck. That was usually the easiest way to get his temperature back to normal. Well, as normal as it ever was. He let himself slide down against the alley wall, legs not able to support him much longer. His fingers clutched the water bottle like a lifeline, and he tried to breathe evenly. A shadow fell over them, and if he wasn't already sitting down, Dobby would have fallen over in shock. "You don't look like you're in the middle of an SOS situation." The number 3 hero said, one blonde eyebrow ping. His day really couldn't get any worse. Shudo was used to the cold. He felt it every time he used his quirk, every time he summoned the ice beneath his skin. There was no warmth for him, not in a fight. He rejected the fire just as he rejected its source, and would do so till the day he died. Shudo was used to anger. He felt it bubbling inside every second he was in that man's house, every comment about his use. There was no peace for him, because he had something to prove, and his rage only fueled his efforts. Shudo was used to fear. He felt it every time he heard heavy footsteps, every time he looked in the mirror and saw half of a monster. It gripped him during the night as he dreamed about the day he had gotten his scar, dug its claws into his very being every time he saw Fuyumi or Natsuo oppose that man, no matter how small the way. Shudo was not used to losing. There was only one person who had ever defeated him, and he had worked to keep it that way. Only that man had ever beat him, and one day that would change. He was going to be number 1 without using his fire, and he was going to win this tournament. So why was he shaking? Izuku was used to people underestimating him. No one ever expected the bright-eyed young boy to be a threat, not when he looked like a strong wind could blow him over. They looked at him and saw a rabbit, fast and hard to catch, but ultimately prey. Izuku was used to being hunted. Ever since the day his father had died, he had been chased. Those who sought his power following him and his mother around the world in pursuit of them. The hunters were relentless, so he had to be as well. Izuku was used to running. Before he had learned anything else, he had learned how to flee. How to tell which battles were worth fighting for and which were best left behind. It was only natural after all. He did not want to be caught, so he ran. He ran like the rabbit they thought him to be because there was nothing in the world worth being caught, no treasure or goal equivalent to the pain of being captured. Izuku ran, but he was not prey. The world may have taught him to run, but his mother had taught him to fight. She taught him to take down a man twice his size, which ligaments to cut so they couldn't move. She taught him how to break bones as easily as breathing and leave bruises that would last weeks. It was her who had taught him to lie with a smile, to worm his way into the hearts of strangers with little more than a sob story and large watery eyes. He knew fear intimately. Izuku had been overpowered and afraid for his life more times than he cared to count. He had clawed his way to survival one day at a time with nothing more than his mind, skills, and a single ally. Izuku had needed every drop of power and skill to stay alive, every inkling of knowledge and instinct drilled into him by a world that was not kind. It was clear that the world had not been kind to Todoroki either. The scar on his face was a testament to Endeavor's malice, but for all of Todoroki's trials, he had never needed his fire. He had never been pushed past the brink and forced to give more because that was the only option, that was his only chance of staying alive. Because of that, he assumed that he never would, that what he had faced before was as bad as it could get, that his father was the worst thing out there. He assumed he could defeat others with half of his strength, because he had never needed all of it before. So Izuku met each wave of ice with devastating power, crumbling his defenses until they were useless. Todoroki had never been afraid enough to use his fire, so Izuku would make him afraid. People are not phoenixes, they are not reborn when they burn. If Dabi had a list of people he had never expected to meet, He was pretty sure Hawks would have been pretty fing high up there. Yet here he was, hovering on ridiculously red wings with one eyebrow ped. He immediately hated him. Hawks! Ingenium exclaimed. What are you doing in Hosu? I was in the area. Hawks said with a shrug. Did you hit your SOS button on accident or something? Stain attacked me. Ingenium explained. We managed to injure him, but unfortunately weren't able to capture him. If he had let Dobby do what he'd intended, there wouldn't be a need for capture. He would have gladly burned Stain for his hypocrisy. We? Hawks questioned, landing gracefully on the ally floor. Ingenium's smile didn't waver. I had some help from, he trailed off. Dobby. From Dobby here. I authorized him to use his quirk in the fight. He had done no such thing, but Dobby wasn't about to complain. Heroes had the ability to authorize those without a hero license to use their quirks in a fight, something that would have severe consequences otherwise. Another heat wave had him gritting his teeth, bringing the hero's attention towards him. Do you have a water bottle? Ingenium questioned. He's suffering from quirk overuse and needs to cool down. Part of him grated that he was reduced to this pathetic mess on the ground, but he knew that if he tried to stand he'd land flat on his butt in less than a second, if he even got that far. If there was one thing the old BSRD had taught him, it was how to recognize when he was having a heat stroke. Hawks unclipped a metal water bottle and tossed it to him lightly, Dobby barely managing to catch it in his dazed state. Fire quirk? Hawks asked, tilting his head. Dobby rolled his eyes. How'd you guess? He said sarcastically, gesturing to the scorched alley around them. Hawks let out a laugh. Fair enough. Ingenium brought his phone out. I'll radio my agency and alert them to what happened. They're probably going to need a statement from you, so if you could stick around for a little while that would be great. Dobby shrugged. It's not like I have anything better to do. He paused. You're not going to make me tell you where I live, are you? I'll tell the cops what happened with Stain, but I didn't sign up for anything else. Ingenium waved his hand. You won't have to do that. A statement will be fine. Good. Dobby felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, flight or fight instincts kicking in as he met Gold Eyes. Hawk's gaze was sharp and calculating, and it took every ounce of self-control he had not to twitch or light up. It seemed that despite the hero's supposedly laid-back manner, he was far more than met the eye. He very slowly and deliberately brought the water bottle to his mouth, allowing a slightly unhinged grin slip from his lips. Would you like to burn as well? Ochako had known Midoriya was powerful. She had heard about how he'd fought with the Nomu and Shigaraki, not to mention every one of their physical hero training classes. He was incredibly precise with his quirk and had hand-to-hand combat skills that would make a black belt jealous. He was smart and never seemed to put more effort into things than he needed to. But she had never seen him use his quirk on this scale. Todoroki, someone who seemed endlessly powerful, was being forced back, step by step, even as he sent glaciers after the Midoriya. The arena was littered with broken pieces of ice and there were deep grooves in the concrete. It was a battle of the titans, and part of Ochako wanted to close her eyes. Midoriya sent some of the loose ice hurtling at Todoroki, forcing him to throw up a wall to defend himself and lose sight of where his opponent was. Never one to let an opportunity pass him by, Midoriya scaled the wall and dropped down so they were in close quarters. Ochako had noticed throughout the fight that Todoroki seemed to need time to create his ice, so at close range he couldn't go for full-scale attacks. Come on, Midoriya. Izuku had once fought a woman who could make it impossible to leave a 10-foot radius around her. She'd been absolutely terrifying and had hurt him so badly he hadn't been able to get out of bed for a week. She'd wanted his wallet. Izuku had once fought a man who could create enormous lightning ball, but only 8 feet away from himself. Couldn't make so much as a spark closer than that, but at long range he was deadly. He tried to kill him. There were many reasons Izuku had ended up having to fight a person in close combat and could say, well, all honestly, that as good as Todoroki was, he was a little underwhelming. Not to say that Todoroki was bad, no, he was surprisingly good for someone who seemed to rely heavily on his quirk. It was clear he'd had some very good close combat training that would work against any untrained opponent. Unfortunately for Todoroki, Izuku was not untrained. It was easy to stay on his left side and slip under his guard. Todoroki was bigger and probably stronger than him, but he was faster and used to being outsized. Izuku rammed his fist into Todoroki's floating ribs before sweeping with the same side's foot. He went down but managed to roll away and onto his feet before he could take advantage of his tumble. Todoroki was shaking from the cold, his expression twisted into an angry snarl. He was slower than Begor, the lack of usage from his balancing fire side taking its toll. It was easy to break the small chunks of ice he kept trying to freeze him with, fracture and force push making easy work of the attempts. Izuku was cold too, but had inner fire activated constantly to make up for it. The quirk wasn't very powerful, but it managed to stave off the cold enough that it was unlikely for him to get hypothermia. His fingers and toes were numb, and he was glad he didn't need to do anything complicated with them. Punching and kicking didn't count. It would be a pain to grab anything right now, and there was a good chance he had frostbite. Todoroki attempted to create a cage around him, attempting to make more distance between them and bring them back to a range he was comfortable with. Izuku shattered the ice outwards, using the broken pieces to make a whirlwind around the other boy, forcing him to remain close or get cut up. Time to finish this. Shudo didn't understand. This shouldn't be happening. He shouldn't be pushed this far by someone who wasn't that BSTRD. Shouldn't be struggling to move his numb limbs and force enough frigid air into his lungs. Across their battlefield, Midoriya met his eyes. They were frightening in a way Shudo didn't know how to name, acidic in their color yet so very dark. When fighting his SPRM donor, he knew he wouldn't die, knew that his old man needed him alive and that no matter how much he set him off, he wouldn't kill him. If that BSTRD were capable of doing it, he would have years ago when Shudo had first started refusing to use his fire. Death was not supposed to be a possibility in this tournament either. Shudo was too skilled, not to mention the plethora of pro heroes everywhere. He wouldn't die. So why did he feel as though his life were in danger? Why did he get the impression that Midoriya would bury him 6 feet under without hesitation? It was eerie how silent Midoriya was, his posture and stance screaming a message but his mouth remaining firmly shut. Shudo wasn't used to fighting silent opponents, his father constantly yelled at him and even the other students in UA talked. But not Midoriya. The green net rushed him, neatly dodging the ice Shudo sent his way and mercilessly forcing him backwards. He was fast, faster than he could keep up with and suddenly Midoriya was directly in front of him, their faces inches away from one another. The air felt heavy with pressure, the noise from the stadium drowned out by the blood rushing in his ears. There was a monster in that gaze and every instinct Shudo had was screaming for him to run, fight, something anything to get away from him. Midoriya wound his arm back for a strike. I'm going to die. The realization hit Shudo like a truck, his breath catching in his throat as his left side lit. He instinctively stepped back, fear driving him to get away from the monster. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. It took a moment for the words to register and Shudo glanced down in surprise at where his foot had landed. Shudo barely remembered the walk to the infirmary room, recovery girls scolding falling on deaf ears even as she forcibly threw blankets and brought a mug of hot chocolate at him. Of course he hadn't assumed winning would be easy, but he hadn't even made it to the finals. Hadn't been able to prove to his father that he didn't need his fire and that he could win without it. He remembered acidic green eyes with perfect clarity, merciless and unyielding as he tore apart everything Shudo had held as the truth. A loud slurping noise drew his from his thoughts. The Green Reaper himself sat on one of the beds, one knee propped against his chest while the other dangled of the edge. He'd been given a blanket too, and a twin mug rested in the other boy's hand. It looked small like this fragile. None of the earth-shattering power and cold calculation visible as he brought the cup to his lips. The bright lights of the infirmary made the scars decorating Midoriya stand out, his pale freckled skin looking gaunter than Shudo had ever seen. Why did you do that? Shaded green eyes met his. Do what? He scowled. Fight like that. Because there had to be a reason he couldn't have been imagining the killing intent Midoriya had been leaking. There was a long pause. One day, you are going to be in a position where you are hopelessly outclassed. You are going to be afraid for your life and need every single scrap of ability and power at your disposal just to survive. A tilt of the head that sent shivers down Shudo's spine. You've been privileged to not have had to use your fire, but one day you will need it. Anger rose inside him like a flood. My father is an abusive a-hole. I don't see why that has anything to do with your future survival. Midoriya grinned and it was all teeth. Demon green bean, did I forget it was my birthday or something? He startled as a tall purple-haired teen slunk into the room, gym uniform hanging loosely off his lean frame. Midoriya turned his head to face him, one eyebrow raised. I thought your birthday was in July. So did I, but that performance was just he did a chef's kiss. How'd you know my FTSH was watching entitled assholes get stomped on? It took Shudo a second to realize that he was the a-hole in question. This conversation was giving him whiplash. He didn't think he had ever interacted with this boy, so why? Midoriya's lips quirked into a small smile, so different from the one Shudo had just seen. Isn't your match next? You'll get to stomp your own entitled a-hole soon enough. The taller teen rolled his eyes. There's a commercial break while they try to fix the damage you did to the arena. Poor Cementos should be paid overtime for the sheet he has to do. Midoriya snorted and shook the blanket off his shoulders. My 15 minutes are over, so I can leave without Recovery Girl taking my head off. Let's go see how Ida is doing. The two left, not even sparing a glance towards him. It was jarring to see the difference. Was one side of Midoriya an act? Or was this just how he was in a fight? Thinking back on it, his behavior seemed similar to how it had been during the USJ. One day, you are going to be in a position where you are hopelessly outclassed. You are going to be afraid for your life and need every single scrap of ability and power at your disposal just to survive. Shudo had a lot of thinking to do. Katsuki was said. Not only had half been beaten by Deku of all people, now he had to fight some nobody who hadn't even made it into one of the hero classes. The fucker had pulled some weird sheet in his fight with Pinky, and like hell he was going to get caught up in it. It didn't seem to be physical, so at the very least he'd be able to get some rest for his wrists. His consecutive fights with round cheeks and shitty hair had his arms fucking hurting, the recoil sending sharp waves of pain whenever he flexed them. It was unlikely he'd need much for this purple fucker. He looked like a strong breeze would make him fall over little to no visible muscle mass and no crazy gadgets like Pink Girl from the support department. It would be an easy win as long as he could keep his mouth shut. He'd interrogated Pinky, but Purple Einstein had fed with her memory somehow, so the only thing she could remember was walking into the ring. She'd gone all zombie after talking to the fucker though, so that was probably the trigger. Are both sides ready? Midnight questioned, her whip high in the air. Purple Einstein grinned unsettlingly and nodded, his gravity-defying hair swaying with the motion. Katsuki responded with a bloodthirsty smile of his own. Yeah. A low chuckle. You seem pretty confident. A smug tilt of the other boy's head. Start. Why is that, Kakin? Did you just dash? Katsuki froze mid-lunge, his limbs refusing to obey his commands no matter how much he strained. He wasn't in control anymore, and from Purple Einstein's smirk, it was pretty clear who was. Walk out of the ring. He ordered, and Katsuki hated him. He hated that he could do nothing but obey, hated the triumphant look in his eyes, hated the noise of the crowd as they cheered for his defeat. Katsuki Bakugo didn't lose. It had always been a fact of life. He'd always been able to crush any resistance, destroy those who thought they could stand on his level. This tournament was supposed to be one of his steps to becoming the #1 hero, and yet, Bakugo is out of bounds. Shinsu is the winner. His limbs became his own again, and he scowled at the purple-haired teen across from him. Something to say? He questioned. Katsuki jerked his head the other way and stalked back towards the arena entrance. Talking to the police was about as pleasant as it always was, but at least they weren't trying to arrest him this time. Make sure to call us if you remember anything else. Dabi shifted where he stood. Can I go now? The policewoman interviewing him looked thoroughly unimpressed. Yes. Are you sure you don't want to be taken to the dash? I'm sure. He interrupted, ignoring the scowl she sent his way. I'll get a checkup soon. It was a lie, and she looked like she knew it, but there was nothing the officer could do. Don't worry. I'll make sure he gets home safe, came a cheerful, entirely unwelcome voice. His expression twisted into a snarl. I can make it home on my own. He refuted, glaring at the hero. Hawks let out a laugh. Of course you can. I was just planning on getting a bite to eat and wanted some company. The hero expertly maneuvered his wings so they blocked everyone from Dobby's line of sight. I'll even pay for you. Considering his salary was more money that he would make in a year, that wasn't exactly a large boon. I don't want your charity. Hawks continued to herd him towards the street and away from the police officers. It's not charity, just think of it as a friend treating you. You've got to be pretty hungry after that fight. Dobby's traitorous stomach chose that moment to growl. Ignoring the heat that rushed to his face, it wasn't like he could get much warmer at this point. He sighed. Fine. Where are we going? At it. Why, as UA students, it is our responsibility to dash. Ida paused mid-speech, an insistent ringing coming from his pocket. I apologize, said, a strange expression crossing his face. I need to take this. She shared a look with Hitoshi. That was weird. Momo stared at Midoriya across the arena. This was the boy who had scared Todoroki enough that he'd backed out of the ring. Midnight started the match. Neither of them moved. His expression was icy, cold in a way that chilled her very bones, and she knew, even if later in her life she met men and women much more powerful than this boy, he would frighten her still. She could fight him. She could bring out tasers and flash bombs and knives and cannons, but even if he hadn't been capable to ripping anything she created away, she doubted it would work. Momo was smart, and unlike many of her classmates, she knew which battles were lost causes. There were some things worth fighting for, worth blood and tears and broken bones. But this festival? It wasn't one of them. So the Yaoyorozu heiress raised her hand and spoke clearly and calmly. I forfeit. In hindsight, Dobby really should have known better than to follow the number 3 hero anywhere, but he was especially regretting it now. Fried chicken? Seriously? Isn't that like cannibalism for you, bird brain? The man in question gave an offended squawk, even as his feathers carried the bags of food. Of course not. I'm not actually a bird, you know, and fried chicken is my favorite food, thank you very much. He rose an eyebrow. Well, I could have guessed your lack of taste from your outfit, but this just confirms it. The walk had been surprisingly pleasant so far, the hero somehow steering them away from crowded places. Hawks clutched his chest dramatically. You've killed me. I shall never recover. Good. Hawks let out a sigh. You're so mean. Here I was hoping that we could be friends, and you attack me like this. Dobby lit his hands lightly, ignoring the wave of heat that threatened to rise once again. If you want me to attack you, birdie, all you have to do is ask. The winged hero's grin revealed inhumanly sharp canines. I'm not that fond of playing with fire, but if I ever feel like it, I'll let you know. His tone was casual, but in the corner of Dobby's vision he saw red feathers that were already detached, floating in the air and ready to move. So Dobby sneered. You want to test what's faster? My fire or your feathers? Predatorial gold eyes met his own. I think that it doesn't really matter, because we'll both be dead in the end. I've picked enough fights today, he said with a scoff. Besides, I wouldn't get chicken if I set you one fire. And just like that, the calculation and sharpness disappeared. I'll keep that in mind, firecracker. Hitoshi stared across the arena at Midoriya. His friends stared at him with an unreadable expression, but there was a glint in his eye that made him wary. He didn't want to fight his roommate partially because he could send him flying into the stratosphere and partially because he didn't want to hurt him, and it wasn't like he really stood a chance. Second place was bound to be high enough to get him into the hero course. Why would they ever want a villain like you? Start. Hitoshi braced himself, opening his mouth despite knowing that Midoriya was far too smart, far too even-tempered to ever fall for any trick he could pull. He had considered flirting, but that felt wrong somehow. He liked flirting with the other boy, but didn't want to do it to win a tournament. Midoriya held up a single finger. He blinked in confusion, closing his mouth in surprise rather than any real intent to follow instructions. Midoriya then proceeded to walk to the edge of the ring, heels touching the concrete border. He turned to stare directly at the camera for 3 solid seconds. The crowd began to murmur, confusion and bemusement spreading as they contemplated what he could possibly be up to. Midoriya bent his legs, his jump propelling him into a backflip that ended with him just outside the barrier and his arms in a solid dab. The stadium was silent. Midoriya lifted his head and took a bite out of an apple Hitoshi hadn't realized he'd had. "Quiet down." The shout was accompanied by the usual flash of red eyes and floating hair, causing 20 teenagers to immediately quiet. "As I'm sure you've noticed, Mineta is not here today." A slight pause. "He has been expelled for inappropriate behavior. Let this serve as a reminder that just because you are in the hero course, that you are not immune to consequences, and no matter your skill, if you harm others, you will be punished." The room was dead silent. "Am I understood?" Everyone nodded. "In other news, the following week will be your internships." Aizawa looked as tired as always, but most of the bandages had been removed, showing a crescent-shaped scar across his cheek. "You have received offers based on the interest of the pros who observed you at the sports festival. Those who do not receive any will have a list of agencies to choose from." Aizawa lazily turned on the projector. Izuku's eyebrows shot up. The numbers are usually a little closer, but this year was an exception. Sitting in first place was Todoroki with 3002 offers, followed behind by Bakugo with 2. The place after that was Yaoyorozu with less than 1,000. "Wait, Midoriya got second place. Why didn't he get more offers?" Mina questioned. "He beat Todoroki. How did he get fewer than Ida? No offense, Ida." Their bespectacled classmate waved dramatically. "You have no need to worry, I take no offense. I too am curious. How idiotic are you extras?" "It's because he threw the Afe festival." And there it is. He'd been wondering how long it would take for Bakugo to blow up. Ever since his loss at the sports festival, which he seemed to blame on Izuku, his temper had been on an even shorter fuse. Technically, Izuku had been the one to tell Shinso about the old nickname, but that had been weeks ago and not even in the same context. He'd slipped up and used the name after a sparring session between them, and Shinso had asked. If anything, it was a good deployment of skills and memory. Not that Bakugo was likely to see it that way. In all fairness, he did it in the best possible way. Kaminari grinned despite the other Bakugo's glare being sent towards him. "I hope you know you're a meme now." That was something. Considering his main objective for the past decade has been to lay low, that wasn't exactly a point of comfort. Let them come. At least that way the enemy will be in front of you. At least that way you can finally, regardless of them. Amount of offers you got, there is something you all need to do. The attention of the room shifted back to Aizawa. "Today, you'll be choosing your hero names." After the inevitable pandemonium that occurred with that announcement, Midnight stepped into the room and cracked her whip. "Listen up," she snapped. "Since Mr. Grumpy over here wouldn't know a good name if it came up and bit him, I'll be helping." When no one moved, she cracked her whip once more. "Get a move on. We don't have all day." The following minutes were filled with furiously scribbling teenagers, Bakugo stepping up to present his name first and be shot down first. "What's wrong with King Explosion Murder?" he demanded. Midnight gave him a flat look. "If you even have to ask that, then you're far too gone to be saved." Aoyama went next, his ridiculously long name also being denied. "Maybe go for something shorter?" Uraraka suggested. "Maybe something like, oh I don't know, Sparkle Master?" Aoyama's responding smile was nothing short of blinding. Tsuyu was the first to get her name approved, her choice of Froppy fitting. Sato, Koda, Ojiro, and Hagakure soon followed, despite Midnight's half-hearted complaints about lack of creativity. Todoroki's choice of name caused some raised eyebrows, but no one dared say anything, especially since it passed purview from the teachers. "As long as you don't mind the controversy of having a swear word in your name," the heroine said with a shrug. Izuku personally thought Hellfrost suited the other boy. Uraraka passed with Uravity, as did Yaoyorozu with Kriati. Bakugo was once again denied, as Kirishima, Siro and Kaminari came up with theirs. Mina was also rejected but bounced back quickly with Pinky. Time ticked by as one by one, his classmates had their names approved. He was aware of the curious glances his friends sent his way, but felt no need to explain himself. Names, titles. For Izuku's entire life they had been replaceable. Being identifiable was his worst nightmare, and there was no point in clinging to something that would be changed the next month. He had been everything from Hayate to Atom, transitioning seamlessly because that was his only option. Jiro, Shoji, and Tokoyami were next, and Bakugo finally figured out nothing with the word murder in it was going to be approved. Dynamite. He growled as if daring anyone to comment. Midnight dared. Finally, something decent. And then it was only him and Ida. I wish to maintain my family's legacy, Ida announced. Thus, I have chosen the name Speedster, the running hero. Izuku cracked a sardonic smile. You've never really had to run. But you will. One day. There's only one of you left. Midnight said, narrowing her eyes at him. We're on a time limit here. If you don't choose something now, I'll do it for you. Izuku met her gaze and wrote the first thing that came to mind on the whiteboard. Nomad, the wandering hero. Lunch was a little different than usual, and Ochako couldn't say she minded. Mei had apparently decided to stick with the group, tinkering with things on the cafeteria table despite Ida's protests and chatting vigorously with anyone and everyone. So, where are you guys planning on going for your internships? The Mei questioned, cranking her wrench aggressively. Gunhead's agency. Ochako said firmly, ignoring the surprised everyone but Midoriya sent her way. I want to get better at combat. Even if I do become a rescue hero, I should know how to fight. Look what happened to 13 at USJ. There was an awkward pause, the subject of the attack normally taboo between them all. Ida saved them. I am, of course, planning on interning at my family's agency. It will be an honor to work with them, and I am excited to learn as much as possible in our limited time. Shinso snorted. Limited time. He mocked. They're your family, you can learn from them whenever you want. Ochako was pretty sure she wasn't imagining the bitter undertone in his voice. Thankfully, Shinso turned his attention towards Midoriya. What about you? Any particular offers catch your eye? Midoriya took his time responding, thin fingers tapping against the table in an uneven rhythm. Gran Torino, he said eventually. Ida furrowed his brow. I am unaware of any hero with that name. Why did you choose him? Another long pause. My mom knew him. There was a loud thud as Shinso knocked over his bag, its contents spilling onto the floor and drawing everyone's attention. Ah shit. He grumbled, bending over to scoop up his books. I need a new bag, I swear. This one keeps falling open. Mei snorted. Considering that bag is held together by less seams than my sanity, I'm not surprised. A wicked gleam entered her eye. Say, how about I dash? Let me stop you there. Shinso finished putting his school supplies away. As terrible as my bag is, there is no way I am letting you anywhere near it. It'll take over the world. Mei grinned. Come on, it's only a backpack. The worst it can do it run for mayor. Shinso rolled his eyes. You say that now. And just like that the topic of internships was abandoned, the table switching to things like schoolwork. Ochako didn't think she imagined the grateful nod Midoriya sent Shinso. Hitoshi was still practically glowing the day after the sports festival. Not only had he shown up those snobs from the hero course Midoriya, Uraraka and Ida excluded, but the rest of his class had surprised him with cookies. While they hadn't been hostile towards him like his previous classmates, Hitoshi wasn't exactly the friendliest, and his quirk tended to make people wary of him. This was a nice change. The day had gone by in a blur, and before he knew it, last PRD was over and it was time to go home. He had a few hours until his shift at the grocery store started, so he wanted to get a head start on his homework. Nothing like having to work to eat and also attending one of the most academically challenging schools. They usually had enough money to afford their meals, but Hitoshi's job was the steadiest source of income they had, and they could only use abandoned trash and stolen school food for so much. Hitoshi wasn't really sure where Midoriya got the money he brought home, but had a feeling that it was best to not question it. The one time he'd asked the other boy had merely stared at him before shrugging and muttering something about plausible deniability. Considering he'd once seen Midoriya take the wallet off of a would-be mugger, Hitoshi was pretty sure he'd need it. Hitoshi Shinso? A quiet drawl startled him out of his thoughts as oh my god Eraserhead stood at the class door. He swallowed. Yes. I need to speak with you. Well, that didn't sound ominous at all. Slowly shouldering his bag, Hitoshi sent a quick text to Midoriya letting him know that he'd be late meeting him outside the school before following the hero out the door. The teacher led him to a small office with a couch, Aizawa lazily gesturing him to take a seat. I in trouble? He questioned, years of being blamed for incidents raising to the forefront of his mind. His childhood hero shook his head. This is about the sports festival. He pulled out a sheet of paper. And your transference to the hero course. Hitoshi froze. He hadn't dared hope, even with his placement. Why would they let a villain like you in with the heroes? Why would they welcome a snake to walk among the lions? As I'm sure you're aware, if a general studies student does well enough in the sports festival, they have the chance to join the hero course. Your showing was more than enough, and the school has decided to transfer you. There weren't tears in his eyes, there weren't. There has recently been an opening in Class 1A, so that's where you'll be placed. However, since you've missed out on a few months of training, you'll need to get caught up with your new classmates. Of course there was a catch. How will I be doing that? He said in as even of a voice as he could manage. Seeing as your quirk is non-physical, the staff decided it was best if I trained you personally. We'll meet 3 times a week after school on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Does that work for you? Hitoshi couldn't nod fast enough. Yeah, that'd be great. He'd have to rework his job hours and would probably get even less sleep with the workload, but he was in the hero course. Now, as it stands, you have 2 options for your internship. You can choose to train with me, or you can go to Ms. Joke's agency. He blinked. Ms. Joke. Aizawa's expression resembled a disgruntled cat. She sent in an internship request, and as unorthodox as she can be, I know her to be reliable, and she could help you with finding new ways to get people to respond. She's also highly skilled at hand-to-hand combat, so any time you spend training with her will be useful. And that surprised him more than anything. Aizawa may train him, but that could be because the staff agreed to it, not because he wanted to. But Ms. Joke, who couldn't have known that he was getting transferred, went out of her way to ask for him. I'd like to spend my internship week with Ms. Joke. He said, forcing down any hesitation. It was a relief that Aizawa only nodded. Alright, now I have some forms for your parents to sign by tomorrow. Hitoshi froze. My parents? Aizawa glanced up, his dark eyes seeming to pierce right through him. Yes, they need to sign these papers or else you won't be able to join the hero course. Is that a problem? Sheet. Not at all. He lied. Izuku wasn't sure what he was expecting when he arrived on Gran Torino's doorstep, but it definitely wasn't what looked like a condemned house with the door slightly ajar. I've seen weirder. He decided, pushing the knob forward to see an old man laying in ketchup. Even if there hadn't been an intense bubbly yellow light indicating he was in fact alive, the strong smell of ketchup would have given it away. Hello. The man's head shot up. I'm alive. Izuku blinked. Yeah, I know. There was a slight pause before the other got to his feet. Who are you? Losing my hearing. Can you tone it down a bit? He dropped his suitcase on the ground. Or tell me to leave. Honestly, I'm down for either at this point. What's your name? Was he just going to ignore him? That's light whatever. Izuku Midoriya. What? He didn't bother repeating himself, knowing full well the old man had heard him. There was another pause before Gran Torino squinted at him. Tashinori. So this was the boy who had inherited One for All. He wasn't much to look at, but then again, neither was Tashinori when he'd been this young. He'd been taller of course, and with hopeful eyes and a bigger smile. The teen in front of him just looked tired. It surprised him a bit that Tashinori hadn't picked someone with the same type of overwhelming brightness that the man exuded from every pore. Frankly, the only thing he could see in common between the two was immense power. He wasn't sure what it was, but something about this kid was off. Maybe it was the fact that he'd barely blinked at Sorahiko's little prank, or how even with the senile act the boy seemed to see right through it. Despite the teen's lanky frame, he held himself with a quiet sort of confidence and an unwavering calm. It wasn't a youth's misplaced sense of invulnerability, but rather a knowledge based on countless battles. A tall man grinned viciously over a body. Black curly hair blew gently in the wind as the smattering of freckles across his face stretched with his smile. Whatever it was, it made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Acidic green eyes met his own, sharp and calculating, and Sorahiko knew that this boy was nothing like Toshinori. "Put on your costume," he barked when the boy didn't react to hearing Toshinori's name. "Let's see how you handle one for all." The boy who'd been in the process of picking up his suitcase paused. I don't have one for all. I turned down All Might." "What?" "I am glad you decided to join me in my internship. I am sure we will both benefit from our time here." Shudo resisted the urge to wince at Ida's booming voice, choosing instead to focus on the boy's older brother. Ingenium was exactly as he seemed in the media. A large dark-haired man with a wide smile and cheerful demeanor. He was much looser about propriety and rules than Ida was, something Shudo couldn't help but feel glad for. "I'm on the mend for a few more days, so you guys will be going out and training with some of the other heroes that work here," he explained. "Todoroki, you said you wanted to work on controlling your fire, correct? So you'll be with Phoenix for the most part." His decision to begin using his fire was a complicated one. On one hand, he still wished to refuse his father's legacy, and on the other, arrogance like that is what gets people killed. He had been wrong to assume that half his strength would always be enough. Looking back on it now, it seemed like something his father would think as well. Shoulda. Didn't want to cause someone pain just because he had been too stubborn to use all his power. Acidic green eyes stared mercilessly down on him, not hint of compassion to be found. Ingenium clapped his hands together, startling Shudo out of his thoughts. "Let's get to work." Ochako balanced on the ball of her feet, watching Gunhead carefully for any movement. They were in the middle of a no-quirk spar, and he was thoroughly kicking her butt. It frustrated her, but that was why she was here in the first place. She didn't want to have to rely on others to protect her or have too much confidence in her quirk, leaving her wide open if she wasn't able to use it. Gunhead darted forward and grabbed one of her wrists, pulling her forward until he could slam his knee into her stomach, forcing all the air out. Ochako collapsed on the ground, clutching her torso. That FNG hurt. Slowly, she pushed herself up once more, meeting Gunhead's eyes and falling back into her defensive position. A water bottle was tossed in Hitoshi's face, and he just barely managed to catch it. "Stay hydrated, kid," Ms. Joke said with a grin. "And I wanted to ask, who taught you before now? You're a little rough around the edges, but you're better than someone with no training would be." He took a sip of water to buy himself time. Would Midoriya mind? "A friend taught me," he settled on. "We live pretty close, and he knew I was aiming for the hero course, so he took it upon himself to make sure I wasn't entirely pathetic without my quirk." She let out a booming laugh. "He did a good job then. Of course you still have a long way to go, but you have a solid base. You even managed to flip me." Ms. Joke's hand went up, descending quickly towards him. And he knew it was a high five, he knew that. But that didn't stop old instincts from flaring up, his face turning to the side as his arm came up to block a blow that never came. It took Hitoshi a second to realize what happened, but by the time he dropped his defensive position it was too late. He gave a weak smile, grasping at the strings of his composure and trying to force it back together. "Thought you were going for a sneak attack," he joked. For once Ms. Joke didn't laugh, didn't even smile. Her dark green eyes pierced into him, and he felt as though he were laid bare before her. She abruptly turned around. "Nah, that's not my style," she said calmly. "Why don't you head down to the cafeteria and get a bite to eat? We'll resume when you're done." Hitoshi forced his panic away. "Sure, I was getting hungry anyway." He doubted he'd be able to keep anything down. "I'm glad you decided to accept my internship." Midnight sprawled lazily across a leather couch. "I know I teach at the school, but I haven't had you for any hero course classes." Momo smiled. I figured you would be the best option considering my quirk. She admitted. I also contemplated fat gum, but I wanted to focus on the exposure necessity of my quirk rather than its stamina for the moment. The heroine's blue eyes were sharp as she surveyed her. Well, you've come to the right person. She got to her feet. Shall we begin? Gran Torino seemed genuinely caught off guard by his words, and Izuku took that time to slip into his costume. When he returned, the old man had a different gleam in his eye. So, you rejected the brat, huh? He leaned on a cane Izuku knew he didn't need. That impulsive idiot must have sent the letter before actually asking you. Izuku resisted the urge to roll his eyes. I'm not surprised. Gran Torino eyed him. Why'd you accept the internship offer then? There's no information on me, and if you don't have one for all, you don't have a reason. Izuku let out a hum. I'm not here because of All Might. He ducked as the other bounced off the wall and aimed for the back of his head. I'm here because of All for One. He didn't think he imagined the small pause in movement before Gran Torino launched himself off the wall once more. Is that so? A sharp blow forced Izuku to roll to break his momentum. Survive this spar and I just might tell you something. And keep yourself under control, I don't want to have to move. The old man was moving far too fast for his eyes to follow, and even Izuku's ability to sense quirks only gave him a minute warning. This should be fun. The kid was good. Too good. Though it was subtle, he seemed to have some sort of sensing ability that allowed him to know where Sorahiko was going to be next, giving him just enough time to either dodge or lessen the blow so that it was easy to recover from. His stance was natural and practiced, scarred hands loosely closed in a way that allowed him to easily close them for a punch or open them for a deflection. He was steady, yet light on his feet and fast considering his quirk didn't affect how he moved. The boy's control over his quirk was also admirable, the teen limiting himself to small objects despite the enormous display of power he had shown during the festival. Those who had that amount of power usually have terrible motor control. He knocked him around for a while to tire him out. The less inclined he would be to follow Sorahiko when he called his idiotic previous student the better. He was going to have words with Toshinori. He tossed a microwavable dinner at the teen and shut himself in his bedroom before digging out his cell phone. G-Gran Dash. When the hell were you planning on telling me you hadn't actually given one for all away? He could practically see the other man wince. I forgot Dash. You forgot? You forgot? The most powerful quirk in the world, and you forget to tell the man who you asked to train its next used that they were actually the next user. The pause. He accepted the internship offer? Why? Sorahiko huffed angrily. Kid wants me to tell him about All for One. Guess you spilled all the beans when you asked, didn't you? Silence. Didn't you? He demanded. Toshinori's voice was alarmed as he felt. No, I only told him about One for All. I never said anything about All for One even when explaining the quirk's origins. Sorahiko swore and hung up the phone. He found Midoriya sprawled out on the couch, eyes half-lidded as he watched Sorahiko. Have a nice chat with All Might? He questioned. How do you know about All for One? He demanded, pushing aside the fact that the boy had somehow known who he was talking to. Midoriya grinned unsettlingly. Because somewhere in that bestiard's long life, he f'd a woman who had a kid. Sorahiko went still. And that kid had a kid. And that kid had a kid, until my father was born and he had me. His eyes were cold. And we had the misfortune of inheriting that monster's quirk. You dash. Have All for One? Yes, if a slightly mutated version. Now, I don't usually tell people this, but my mother said I could trust you, so here's hoping she was right. And suddenly Sorahiko knew. This was why the kid looked so DMN familiar. This was why every hair on the back of his neck stood on end every time his gaze turned on him. It was because the boy looked like a mixture of the two most dangerous people he had ever known. All for One and Inko. All for One isn't dead. His network is still alive and well, and considering that Shigaraki couldn't plan anything intelligent to save his life, someone is running things from the shadows. The boy straightened. Make sure he dies this time, alright? 'Cause if he catches me, he's gonna have an entire new arsenal, and I've collected some pretty nasty quirks along the way. Sorahiko finally found his words. How do you know all this? He attempted to activate his quirk, only to be met with a chilling lack of power. A wan smile stretched over thin lips. That doesn't really matter, after all. YOUWNTREMBAR Oh. Well, for ONEISALIV. V. Well, for ONEISALIV. E. Well, for ONEISALIV. T. Sora Hiko blinked, his eyes refocusing on the lazy teenager in front of him who was playing on his phone. You kids and your technology. He grumbled. Tashinori was such a forgetful idiot now he had to train some random kid who didn't even have one for all. And the rudeness of that boy to just hang up on him. At least Midoriya had only been curious about All Might's teacher instead of asking stupid questions about a quirk he didn't even have. He opened the fridge. You want a takoyaki? Teaching in GRNED, ACIDICESSHRP. MJOD. Izuku didn't make a habit of messing with people's memories. For one, it was rude, not to mention it was much easier to make it so that there wasn't anything important to remember. It was harder for people to give information away when they couldn't recall anything more than bright eyes and freckles, and those could be covered. The second reason he didn't use Taylor very often was because despite how useful it was, there was a cost that needed to be paid. For every person that he altered the memories, he was forced to live through their worst experience. He would feel every emotion they had, every bit of fear and anger and pain would be embedded in his own mind, never fading and never forgotten. Izuku had seen the death of a woman who had been able to fly. He'd seen a monster with a familiar face grind her beneath his heel because she'd inherited a gift he had once given. Nana's body had not been pretty. Burned and mutilated in more places than Izuku cared to count, blood seeped out of her as Gran Torino had been forced to watch. The man younger in the memory but with eyes just as sharp, had made the choice to live to see another day, chose to train All Might instead of giving his life to a dead woman. The old man didn't look at him suspiciously anymore, and Izuku couldn't tell if he was relieved or horrified. He had considered trusting him, trusting his mother's judgment and potentially gaining an ally, but there had been more than fear in Gran Torino's gaze, and Izuku knew all too well how far grief could make a person go. The hero had decided to take him to Hosu so he could practice fighting. Different people so he wouldn't become complacent. If Izuku hadn't already fought more people than he'd ever given his real name to, it would have been a good idea. The train ride had been smooth and quiet, which really should have been his first indication that everything was about to go to shit. He sensed the Nomu an instant before it crashed into the train, jumping to his feet even as Gran Torino zipped past him and ordered that he stay put. It was a shame that Izuku had never been good at following orders. The wind whistled through his hair as he fell, ducking into a tight roll to absorb the impact and coming up with a knife in hand. Hosu was in chaos. Several Nomu were tearing through the streets, the heroes struggling to keep them in check and away from civilians. Izuku rescued a few from fallen debris or trapped spaces, using his quirks liberally. He doubted many of them would look too closely at the person saving them, especially when his outfit was meant to be forgettable. It was then, at the edge of his sensing range, did he feel it. Ida, Todoroki, and an unknown. The former two's lights flaring and twisting in alarm and fear. Izuku hopped onto a roof and began running. Shudo wasn't sure when things had gone downhill, but he suspected it was the moment the Nomu had started attacking. Ingenium had ordered them to help civilians get to shelters, and for a while they had done that. Shudo's ice was particularly useful for holding up collapsing structures, and Ida was good at quick grabs. The Nomu made his skin crawl, but it wasn't like the USJ where they had been on their own. Here there were already a dozen heroes on the scene with more arriving by the minute as backup. They weren't a bunch of teens scrambling to stay alive. And then he had appeared. Neither he nor Ida had sensed the man approaching until it was too late. A heavily armed dark figure fell from above, knocking Ida to the ground and placing a blade to his throat. "I've caught you, you fake." The man growled. "You won't escape me again." Shudo shot his ice towards him, forcing the man back for less than a second before he was lunging for him too. Ida managed to get to his feet, but even with the two of them working together it felt like fighting a monster. No matter how many times Ida kicked him, or Shudo trapped him in ice, he rose again and again like a creature of myth. He slammed Ida against a wall, knife going deep in the boy's shoulder before Shudo managed to blast him away with another wave of ice. Stain grinned and liked his blade. Ida, who had been slowly backing away from the man with one hand on his shoulder, froze completely. I can't move. Shudo took up position slightly behind the boy, and every time Stain got close to Ida, he blasted him away with ice, trying to create distance between them as he attempted to drag the teen in away. Eventually, Stain stopped being hindered by his ice, busting through it and dodging as though the world was in slow motion compared to him. Shudo had never primarily trained for close combat, his quirk more effective at a distance when he had time to build up his ice. Yet, as Stain reached for him, his blade millimeters away from sinking into the skin of his throat, he wished he had. One day, you are going to be in a position where you are hopelessly outclassed. You are going to be afraid for your life and need every single scrap of ability and power at your disposal just to survive. Shudo burned. There was an alley full of fire. Izuku perched on the top of a nearby roof, waiting for the blaze to die down and reveal what he already suspected. Ida and Todoroki stood side by side as the hero killer loomed over them. The man's light was a hazy red, tightly curling around him as he dropped his now melted sword and drew another one. Nothing can stop justice. Stain hissed. Not your fire, nor the Blue Devils. All attempts to prevent punishment will deem you just as guilty. Yeah, that's enough of that. You know, I've followed the news regarding you. Kaizome paused, attention shifting from his prey to a small figure on the roof whose legs dangled loosely. At the beginning, I somewhat understood what you were trying to project to the world. Terrible and ineffective way to convince the masses, but you would gain some followers in the more disillusioned population. The boy dropped down into the alley, blocking his path to his prey. Going after well-loved heroes like Ingenium definitely made your image take a blow. Rage curled in Kaizome's chest at being stalled from his goal, but he would take the time to explain things to this ignorant fool. They are fakes. He hissed. Heroes are supposed to be inspirations, great and pure. They should not be posers who worship money. The boy tilted his head. You do realize that being hero is a job. It's like being a police officer or firefighter with a few extra perks. How else are those men and women supposed to feed themselves if they're not paid? He snorted. Yeah, ask them to risk their life every day without being able to get revenue to survive. That'll work. The dual-tone-haired boy glanced nervously between Kaizome and the boy. Midoriya he began, before cutting himself off. The greenette didn't so much as glance behind him. And you do realize that All Might gets paid as well, don't you? The man who you hold up to be the one true hero. He gets paid more than anyone else. He took a step forward. So you know what I think? Kaizome regarded him disdainfully. I care not what you think. You are blinded from the truth by the propaganda the world spews. The boy ignored him. I think that you just like killing people and dress it up as a moral crusade. You've never gone after anyone too powerful or too high in the rankings, despite the fact that they would have the most influence. The boy grinned. So really you're just a coward pretending to have a cause. Tenya had never imagined how loud horrified silence could be. Midoriya's back was to him, but he could hear every word the greenette spoke, every casual dismissal of the convictions of a man who had killed more than a dozen heroes. His tone was calm, relaxed. Fear did not seem to affect him as he stood before a murderer who was more than willing to repeat his actions. Todoroki seemed just as frozen, surprise and a hint of something Tenya couldn't name reflected in his heterochromatic eyes. We need to get out of here. Tenya blinked, unsure if he should take his eyes off the stare down between Stain and Midoriya. What about? He gestured helplessly towards the two. Todoroki's expression was grim. You remember the sports festival? We'll just get in his way. And I don't know about you, but I do not want to be in the blast radius. That was actually a very good point. Suddenly, Tenya's limbs were his own once again, and he was able to slowly back away with Todoroki, the boy sealing off the alley with a blockade of ice. Stain's quirk was lighter than Izuku had assumed, and taking it seemed to have reversed Ida's paralyzation. The other two boys had backed out of the alley, leaving him alone with the hero killer. That way he didn't have to worry about uncomfortable questions. He didn't want to have to use Taylor so soon after Gran Torino. I'm going to enjoy killing you, Stain said, blades ready. Izuku grinned. Tensei wasn't sure what to expect when he got an SOS message from his little brother, but it hadn't been 3 teenagers casually standing around what looked to be the body of, was that the hero killer. Tensei! Tenya called out as he finally noticed him. I mean Ingenium. We found the hero killer unconscious in this alley. The green-haired boy interrupted. Looks like someone beat him pretty badly. That was an understatement. The man's fingers were mangled and his left knee was pointing the wrong direction. More than a little blood coated his dark outfit, and had someone ripped out part of his tongue? The other 2 boys stared at him incredulously, but the freckled teen's expression didn't so much as shift. It was unsettlingly genuine, and if it weren't for the other 2, Tensei would have been inclined to believe him. Right, he said with forced cheer. I'll send the message out to the containment unit. Their hands are pretty full with the Nomu at the moment, but I'll let them know the situation is serious. Todoroki glanced at the unconscious man. He'll probably be down for a while. He said calmly. If anything, I'd call an ambulance. Which reminded Tensei, speaking of which, are any of you injured? There's blood on the ground and Screech. One of the flying Nomus zipped past Tensei, claws extended towards the greenette, who promptly grabbed one of its feet and slammed it into the concrete with devastating force. When the creature attempted to rise, the teen stomped the heel of his boot into its head, splattering brains and blood onto the ground. Nasty little bugger, aren't you? The boy mused. Tensei needed a drink. Shota was in the middle of marking essays when he got the phone call. Emmy? He questioned, glad for the distraction from Kaminari's attempt at explaining his reasoning. What are you calling me for? It's about the kid you sent me. Her tone was enough to make him sit straighter. She was rarely this serious. The last time she'd sounded like that it had been because she suspected one of her interns of being a rampant serial killer. She'd been right. What about him? Emmy's next words made Shota go cold. I think his household is abusive. Explain. He demanded, tone sharper than he intended. Thankfully, she was willing to let it slide to focus on the subject at hand. We were training the other day, and when I went in for a high five, he acted as though he expected me to hit him. I started watching him closer after that, and he's showing a lot of the signs. Emmy had been in the underground hero game for as long he had. She'd seen the grime and grit they dealt with and witnessed the scum of the earth and their followers. As much as he hated to admit it, she was reliable and smarter than most people gave her credit for. And she wasn't often wrong, not about things like this. Izuku wasn't injured, but the hospital kept him for observation anyway. The bright walls and clinical room put him on edge, reminding him of the last time he'd been in one. At the very least, he hadn't passed out this time. Ida's wound wasn't life-threatening and would heal without any complications, the only restraint being a sling and orders to not use it for 2 weeks. All in all, it could be worse. Todoroki had a mild case of quirk overuse but would recover with some rest and a good meal. Izuku wasn't sure if he was fortunate or not to share a room with the 2. On one hand, it made the suffocating walls and smell of bleach more bearable. On the other, both boys hadn't stopped giving him wary looks since his fight with Stain. He supposed he deserved it, but having them stare at him with something akin to fear stung just the slightest bit. A loud knock rang throughout the room just before a large dog-headed man stepped into the room, followed by Gran Torino, Ingenium, and the detective from USA. This should be interesting. Izuku mused dryly. He allows himself to fall into a relaxed position, posture purposefully slouched to make himself look smaller and eyes slightly wide to behove innocence. It was a facade, but they wouldn't realize that until too late. I'm Hosu's chief of police, Kurigami Kenji. He gestured to the others behind him. I'm sure you recognize the others. Todoroki and Ida likely didn't know who Gran Torino was, but probably weren't about to bring that up. Not when all the adults in the room were grimmer than funeral goers. First things first, how are you boys doing? I can't imagine being in another Nomu attack would make you feel particularly safe. The man sounded sincere, but that meant nothing. Not really. Ida straightened. While I admit it was rather unsettling, it brought me much comfort to see an abundance of heroes on the scene. We were not so fortunate at the USJ. Todoroki nodded in agreement. We didn't really interact with them. We were told to focus on evacuation of citizens, so they were pretty far away most of the time. Everyone's gaze turned to Izuku and he gave a tired smile. It wasn't fun, I'm not going to lie. But we got through it. That's good. There was a slight pause as he looked at them in turn. I'm here to talk to you about what happened with Stain. There it is. The faint wisps of a smile curled onto his lips as he sat forward. Let the games begin. Naomasa saw the moment Midoriya changed. His body language before had been deliberately non-threatening, projecting an air of victimhood that was only amplified by his freckled skin and large eyes. The kid was small, and he knew how to use that to his advantage. If he hadn't interviewed him before, he probably would have fallen for it, and that unsettled him more than he'd like. The moment after the chief mentioned Stain, however, his whole posture shifted. Green eyes sharpening, hands slowly moving in front of him as his legs went under the bed, the ball of his feet lightly touching the ground and in a position to easily help him launch anywhere he chose. It was smart, yet casual enough to not raise any alarms unless you knew what to look for. Endeavor's kid spoke first. What about it? His tone was openly wary, heterochromic eyes slightly narrowed as he watched them suspiciously. Chief sighed. At the dawn of this extraordinary era, the police moved to maintain status quo, and thus decided not to use quirks as weapons. As time went on, it became clear that individuals using quirks would be needed to preserve the peace, and with that need, the profession of hero was created. He met each of their gazes. The idea wasn't popular at first, but it soon garnered public support, and that was because your predecessors acted morally and complied with the law. Woof. Midoriya snorted, drawing everyone's attention once more. Do you have something to say? Chief asked mildly. A lazy grin spread across thin lips. No please, keep sanitizing history. That's always gone well. But there was a tense silence. The younger Ida cleared his throat. Please forgive our friend. It has been a rough few months and the stress may be catching up to us. Naomasa would be inclined to believe that if Midoriya hadn't smiled like a shark, that had been a deliberate move on his part, one likely made to throw them off balance. He hated to say that it was probably working. Chief cleared his throat. Regardless, you acted without permission and inflicted harm on another individual without instruction from the powers that be or the police. Even against the hero killer, that is an enormous breach of law that cannot be ignored. Naomasa wasn't sure what he'd been expecting. Outrage? Fear? Whatever it was, it sure as hell hadn't been Midoriya beginning to grin like the cat who'd eaten the canary. I'm sorry, he said with a voice so sickly sweet it made Naomasa want to step back. I have no idea what you're talking about. But Chief blinked. Your fight with Stain. He clarified. Midoriya tilted his head. We didn't fight Stain. As I told Ingenium, we found him in the alley like that. But Naomasa suddenly felt like he knew exactly where this was going. Chief narrowed his eyes. Don't give me lip. This is serious. You three have broken the law and dash. Prove it. The word echoed through the room. Excuse me? The chief looked like he was reaching the end of his patience. Midoriya folded his hands together. I said prove it. There are no witnesses aside from Stain, and I hardly think that a serial killer's opinion should be given more weight than 3 hero students who all have the same story. That was true. But the way it was phrased set every alarm that existed in Naomasa's head. The elder Ida looked at the other 2 boys, both of which glanced away, refusing to meet anyone's gaze. Well, that changed things. There were scorch marks on the wall, not to mention Speedster's wound dash. Midoriya interrupted once more. Fire quirks are common, and it would be irresponsible for someone who had only just begun using that dangerous of a quirk to open fire in an alley like that. Todoroki doesn't seem that irresponsible. As for Ida's shoulder wound, a stray piece of shrapnel could have easily hit him while he was evacuating people. Again true. But he was avoiding making statement, using words like seem and could have. His words were like a spider's web, and Naomasa felt an awful lot like a fly. Chief's voice was deceptively even. Are you telling me that you're denying having fought the hero killer? Midoriya's smile showed all his teeth. Yup. He said, popping the pea. That's exactly what I'm saying. He felt compelled to step forward. We have stained swords which will show Ida's DNA. You can't deny something like this. Can't I? Midoriya leaned back. And besides, I was under the impression that stained swords had been completely destroyed and wiped clean. At least, that's what I saw in that alley. And they had been. Not a smidgen of grime or dirt on the DMN things despite their rusty look and several eyewitness accounts of the blades being filthy. It wasn't like they could accuse Midoriya of cleaning them though there hadn't been any materials in sight. So really you can't charge us with anything. Well, I suppose you could, but it wouldn't hold up in court, and considering the Ida family and the Todoroki family are both ridiculously wealthy, they'd have the best lawyers money can buy. Long eyelashes batted. Am I wrong? And DMN if he wasn't. Every bit of evidence they could use had been cleverly dismantled and revealed as circumstantial. Any decent lawyer would rip their case to shreds. He couldn't help himself. You can't seriously expect us to believe it wasn't you who fought Stain. Half-lidded eyes landed on his, acidic and sharp. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You don't have to. You can believe whatever you want, but as long as it's not admissible in court, it doesn't really matter. Midoriya bit into an apple Naomasa hadn't realized he was holding. So, what were you saying? Tenya could barely stand to look at himself. He despised lying and regarded it as a moral fallacy that a hero in training could not fall into, yet he had not only lied to his brother, but he had also lied to the police on an extremely serious matter. If someone had told him last week that he had done this, he would accuse them of being inebriated. He hadn't wanted to, but, well, it was nice knowing you guys. I'll probably be dead by the end of the week. Todoroki blinked. What do you mean? Midoriya curled into himself, fingers bunched into the sheets. You guys realize how many followers Stain has, right? The second it gets out that it was us, they'll eat us alive. You two have powerful families, so you'll be pretty protected, but me. He exhaled shakily. I'm done for. Alarm rose within Tenya. Surely the police will protect you. Midoriya's smile was wan. Like they protected us at the USJ? Like how we were protected during our internships. The police aren't all-powerful and neither are the heroes. Maybe they won't tell the public? Tenya suggested weakly. We technically broke the law, and that would go into public record. They can't not. Todoroki explained. Unease rose within him. He couldn't stand losing one of his closest friends, not after the close brush with death his brother had had not a week ago. Is there anything we can do? Acidic green eyes met his. Now that you mention it. He couldn't let his friend be attacked. It wouldn't be right. Even if Midoriya was fully capable of defending himself, he was still in training and it wasn't like he could be vigilant in his sleep. Tenya was trying to be better than he'd been during the entrance exam where he'd been too much of a coward to help others and had only worked within the rules he was given. In this case, following the rules would endanger his friend. He wouldn't do it. Nagisa stared at the screen, a mixture of rage and disbelief warring within her. Part of her wanted to deny what she was seeing, throw the laptop back at Reiko and scream. The other more cynical part wanted to laugh, because of course that little monster had done this. Of course the next place he chose to hide was in a den of heroes, unaware and ignorant of the spider in their midst. Some would realize, though the number was always low. The kid was a good manipulator, she'd give him that. The stunt he pulled at the final round was just like him too, a blatant show of disrespect even as he'd blown them all away not 2 rounds earlier. The move may look flippant and impulsive, but if Nagisa had learned anything amidst the months of hunting that monster down, is that the boy was anything but. It took a certain type of person to stay hidden for years, a certain type of person to smile innocently while they held a bloody blade behind their back. Midoriya, or whatever he was going by at the moment, had the cold calculation necessary to remain free despite their best efforts at catching him. He had the brutality and a certain type of calm that made him dangerous. They had made the mistake of underestimating him before and it had cost them. Oh, how it had cost them. Nagisa rose, closing the laptop and plucking her sword out of its sheath. They wouldn't make that mistake again. It was raining when Izuku arrived at the warehouse. His suitcase was drenched by the rain and he wasn't doing much better, his hair sticking to his forehead and clothes heavy with water. It was fitting in a way, something that wasn't quite guilt clinging to him like the damp fabric as he opened the door. Jesus Christ, you're soaking wet. Izuku looked up to see Shinso unfurling from his position on the couch, long limbs stretching out as he pulled himself into a standing position. He shrugged. Didn't have an umbrella. Shinso snorted. Yeah, I can see that. He grasped his wrist and began dragging him towards the space heater they'd managed to scavenge and repair from a dump. Come on, you're going to catch a cold at this rate. Izuku allowed himself to be pulled, dropping his suitcase along the way. When did you get back? He questioned. Around 2 hours ago. It would have been earlier, but my train was delayed by a villain attack so it got rescheduled. He tossed him a towel. Dry your hair off and strip. Izuku is too startled to catch the towel and it hit his face. It. Shinso raised an eyebrow, a smirk beginning to form. I said strip, green bean. You can't stay in those clothes without getting sick and making everything else a mess. That was what he meant. Totally logical and innocent. It didn't stop the heat from raising to his cheeks. Izuku looked away as he pulled his shirt over his head, fabric stubbornly clinging to him as he undressed. Shinso handed him new clothing, smirk still in place. I'm going to get some soup started. He said innocently, and really, that should have warned him. Because the pants and shirt he had given him weren't his own, rather Shinsu's, as was apparent by the ridiculous way they hung off him. The bottoms of the sweatpants pooled on the ground, and the collar of t-shirt was almost low enough to show his collarbones. Shinso looked entirely too smug. Really? Izuku asked flatly, attempting to ignore the blush would be all too obvious on his pale face. Shinso blinked guilelessly. What? All your clothes were dirty. And that may even be true, but that didn't stop the mixture of embarrassment, happiness at wearing Shinsu's clothing, and embarrassment that he was happy. Get it together, you disaster bisexual. After half-heartedly cuffing the sweats, he made his way towards their small camping oven. It was honestly a miracle that they'd been able to find it, much less the portable battery they used to fuel it. What could he say? Dagobah Beach was a treasure trove of appliances for homeless teenagers. Did you actually manage to get some canned soup, or are we having ramen again? He questioned. Shinso grinned. Your wonderful roommate managed to snag several canned goods along with some dried fruit. He pointed to a bag to banana chips. Ms. Joke's break room was stocked really well. Izuku paused. Do you think she noticed? Shinso caught the real meaning of his question immediately. I took a few things each day. He reassured. I'm not stupid enough to grab a large haul in one day. Midoriya relaxed minutely, accepting the steaming bowl Shinso offered him. I know you're not stupid, it's just, he shrugged awkwardly. I get it. He blew on his own soup. How was your internship? It took every ounce of Izuku's self-control not to flinch. Something about his expression must have given him away though, because Shinsu's eyes sharpened. He didn't say anything but was watching much more intently. He wouldn't ask, that Izuku knew. No matter how curious he was, Shinso wouldn't push him to talk, wouldn't demand answers unless they were freely given. That was how they worked, neither obligated to anything that wasn't freely offered. The irrational part of him that Izuku had thought he'd crushed years ago wanted to say something, anything, to explain why he'd done what he had. To tell someone why. I fought Stain and lied to the police. Well, he hadn't actually meant to say that. Shinso froze, eyes going wide as his mouth fell slightly open. What? His first instinct was to use Taylor, and he absolutely hated himself for that. Hated that even after the majority of him rejected the idea, a part of him was still tempted. It would be easy to wipe this conversation clean, to erase any suspicion from the other boy's mind. Izuku was going to be sick. He very carefully put his soup down before sitting on the couch, not trusting his hands to not betray him and spill hot liquid all over him. Izuku knew he should say something, anything, make a joke, pretend it was a trick. Something. But the words refused to come. Dude was an a-hole, so I can't blame you for that. Shinso cleared his throat, looking awkward as he sat down next to him. Plus we've both technically broken the law by lying on our school papers, so… Izuku wanted to laugh, wanted to cry. Shinso didn't understand, though he must be beginning to put together some pieces. It had been on the news that he'd been caught and brutally injured, and the likelihood of him not having seen that were practically zero. He shouldn't be here, shouldn't have trusted someone enough to sleep in the same room as them for months, shouldn't have let himself get attached when he knew everything would come crashing to the ground once again. It had happened before, again and again and again and again, until he thought he had learned his lesson. Don't stay with someone you can't afford to leave behind. Because Izuku knew that if he was given the choice to save Shinso or be free, he would choose the former. Weakness, weakness, weakness. They'll kill him just like they killed her, and then what? Will you snap a second time? Bring another empire to its knees for the pain they wrought you? Izuku remembered the first time with crystal clarity, though he wished he didn't. These past few months had made him feel calmer despite the villain attacks, human and normal in a way he hadn't felt in years. Because you are not a boy, you are a monster hiding in a child's skin. I wonder if he will scream when he discovers what you truly are. He manipulated Ida and Todoroki and Gran Torino and the police, along with practically everyone else he'd ever interacted with. And Izuku was tired, so very, very tired of this game. He'd learned the rules before he knew the consequences and had no choice but to keep rolling the dice. Watch the dealer. Fold the cards. Smile in a way that reaches your eyes, and don't move too much, but also don't keep too still, because that's just as much of a tell. You must truly be skilled to keep the world from seeing just how much blood you have on your hands. Do their screams make you smile, little monster? Izuku has been running since he was 5 years old, started fighting not long after, and he wonders what it would be like to just stop. So even as his hands begin to tremble and his hard-won instincts scream in protest, Izuku meets Shinso's eyes. Can I tell you a secret? Shinso nodded slowly, accepting his offered hand, so trusting even as Izuku began to pull. And pull. And pull. Until Shinso's quirk slipped from his body, heavy and strange in a way that mental abilities tended to be. Izuku inhaled a shuddering breath and spoke. Hitoshi was skeptical by nature. He'd been burned far too many times to believe everything he was told, had had too many pranks pulled, seen too much cruelty disguised as kindness. He was good at spotting liars and was a halfway decent one himself. Which was why when Midoriya spoke of his mother and his life on the run, he could see just how painfully honest he was being. Midoriya's voice was low, and his words rushed, almost as if he were afraid they wouldn't come out if he didn't say them now. His eyes were fixed on a far-off point as his hands traversed from twitching aggressively, completely still, and flexing. His story was a harrowing one, and considering Hitsuhai's wasn't exactly kind either, that said something. A boy who learned to run before he could walk, to bite before he could smile. When he explained his quirk, the world seemed to still. It seemed impossible. How could such a thing exist? Uneasiness skittered across his skin as he realized it would be impossible to prove Midoriya had used his quirk. He could take any ones he wanted at any time. It was then that Hitoshi realized that he was having the exact same thoughts about Midoriya that everyone who discovered his quirk likely had about him. You took my quirk, didn't you? It wasn't a question as much as a statement, but Midoriya responded anyway. I needed to make sure you wouldn't run away. His words weren't an apology, but something close. Most people would be hesitant to leave if they didn't have their quirk, and I would need you to stay long enough to make sure you wouldn't be able to tell anyone else. Hitoshi paused. You don't mean by killing me, right? Something akin to hurt flashed across the other teen's expression before it vanished. No, Midoriya said dully. I have a quirk that allows me to alter memories. You would just remember a different evening than the real one. That was a lot to process. The part of him with any common sense was still freaking out over the loss of his quirk, while the rest of him was just struck dumb. But overall, I trust you, he said eventually. And I believe you. Something in Midoriya's expression cracked. His smooth facade, which had been falling and rising all evening, finally shattered to pieces. He didn't make any noise as he cried, but tears slipped down his freckled cheeks nonetheless. Hitoshi tentatively embraced the smaller teen, allowing him to clutch him desperately as silent sobs racked his body. "I believe you. I trust you." Hitoshi would have killed to hear those two sentences from any adult. Anyone. Because his quirk could take a person's consent away, and so he must be evil, must be the one at fault. At school, at home, in the streets, he was deemed a monster for something he could control, and when he spoke, no one believed him. No one trusted him to tell the truth. "I've got you," he murmured. "Let it all out, I've got you." Because Hitoshi hadn't been held enough as a child, and he doubted Midoriya had had anyone to do it for him lately. He didn't know how long it took for the Greenette's shutters to stop, or for the tears to stop falling, but their soup had long gone cold, and rain and ceased falling. "You didn't mean to break down like that," Midoriya said hoarsely, still clutching Hitoshi's torso tightly. He gave a small squeeze. "I figure you have better reasons than most." A slight pause. "Thank you for trusting me." Midoriya's smile was heartbreakingly small. "Thanks for not running away." Hitoshi faked a confused reaction. "From someone who blushes at the drop of a hat? I feel mildly insulted you think me so flighty." He ran his fingers through Midoriya's curls. "I'm not going anywhere. Promise." It was a childish question from a boy who had never really gotten to be a child. "I promise, Midoriya." He hugged him tighter. "I promise." There was a slight pause as Midoriya shifted his posture. "Call me Izuku." He grinned. "Only if you call me Hitoshi." Dabi sensed them before he saw them. After a certain amount of time on the streets, you gained a sort of sixth sense for when people were following you. The hair on the back of his neck rose, and he instinctively let his fire rise a little closer to the surface. He was used to people staring even in the fantastical world they lived in. People still stopped to gawk at his immense scarring. When they'd been fresh it had made him self-conscious. Now it either made him amused or annoyed. Considering he didn't exactly look the friendliest, there were only two types of people who would follow him. Someone so extraordinarily stupid they thought that getting the jump on a man who looked like he'd walked through an inferno and liked was a good idea, or someone who was dangerous enough that none of that mattered. The former was usually easily dealt with, only coming off slightly burned and utterly terrified for their idiotic choices. The latter usually ended up becoming a problem. Dabi followed his normal route, deviating only when they came too close to his apartment. No use in leading someone to where he lived, even if they were useless. The streets became progressively narrower, grime growing the longer he walked, and people became scarce. It would be the perfect time for an ambush, yet nothing happened. "Finally went off the deep end, didn't you?" the snide part of him thought, ignoring that if he were any deeper he'd be at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you. The feeling didn't disappear, so he decided to pay a visit to a place absolutely no one wanted to go. The Forgotten Graveyard. The name was fairly misleading considering no one really forgot about it, they just tried really hard to pretend it didn't exist. It was an ill-kept eerie place, graves difficult to tell apart and half didn't even have names carved into them. It was a place for those who didn't have anyone to remember them, countless faces who died during villain and hero battles, those who suffered the fallout of what happened next. It was a resting place for those who didn't fit into this society's vision of what was acceptable. The poor, the unlucky, and the hated all found their way here. It was only fitting for Dabi to visit with his potential stalker. After all, what were a few more ashes to the mass of graves? Except because the universe hates him, and nothing ever went to plan, there was someone already at the graveyard. An unfortunately familiar figure stood in front of an older-looking stone. If there had once been a name it had long been removed, likely teenaged vandals looking for places to make their mark. "I didn't expect to see the number 3 hero in this dump," Dabi drawled, his voice echoing in the too quiet graveyard. "Don't you have better places to be?" He expected the same false cheery tone from before, the casual lightness and airhead persona the hero had worn like a glove. They weren't in public like the last time, but Dabi had seen a lot of people wear a lot of masks, and many people didn't take theirs off even when they were alone. The winged hero struck him as that type of liar. But when Hawks turned around, there was nothing pleasant about his expression. No hint of levity or mischievousness. Instead, his eyes were a hard, flat gold. his customary glasses nowhere in sight, giving Dobby a clear view of just how calculated and cold he really looked. It would be unsettling if weren't so thrilling. Can't a man visit his parents' grave? Hawks clearly tried to emulate his usual persona, but it came out too sharp. Dobby raised an eyebrow. Your parents are buried here? Why was the family of a man as rich as Hawks be put in this hellhole? It didn't make any sense, especially considering he'd been popular from the get-go, raking in more than enough cash for a proper funeral. Hawks' lip curled into a mockery of a smile. Surprised? A little, yeah. Dobby shrugged, mind whirling at the implications of the revelation. Doesn't exactly fit your golden boy image. He must have hit a nerve because the hero's expression went hard. Is there a reason you're here, or have you just come to mock me? As much as he recognized the words were a deflection, it also reminded Dobby of the reason he'd come here in the first place. The prickling sensation on his neck had disappeared, whoever had followed him unlikely to want an audience, especially if that audience was the number 3 hero. It was strange seeing the man out of his costume, the large jacket and loose pants replaced by faded jeans and a flannel over a black tank top. He wore no gloves, revealing sharp claws instead of nails, the tilt of his head looking more bird-like than ever. It was easy to forget Hawks had a mutation quirk despite the fact that he had enormous bright red wings. His hero costume did an impressively good job of hiding the things that were now easy to see. The markings around his eyes, the claws, the sharp canines. Even his build was slighter than Dobby had expected, which was likely what allowed him to fly at all. Considering how calculated the man in front of him was, he was sure that it was on purpose. Can't it be both? He answered eventually. Maybe I just wanted to say hello to my favorite flying chicken. Dobby could see the flash of irritation cross over Hawk's features before they smoothed out to indifference. He must be in a rotten mood already if he was allowing him emotions show to this degree after one little barb. The hero seemed on edge, and Dobby would bet what little money he had that it had to do with the graves at his feet. Were they good parents? He questioned, switching gears. There was nothing stopping him from leaving now that his stalker had fed off, but now he was curious. Hawks blinked in surprise. They weren't great, he said eventually. But they were the only ones I had. Well, wasn't that interesting? Not such a picture-perfect life after all. Dobby wondered if he was the first one the hero had told. He certainly didn't seem like the type of person who would let anyone see what was behind that charming grin. How'd they croak? The words were insensitive, but Dobby got the feeling that being gentle with Hawks was much more likely to get him a sharpened feather to the knee. It wasn't like he had any room to judge considering he was liable to set anyone who pitted him on fire. He was given a long, measured look. Overdose for mother, Hawks said callously. And dear old dad shot himself in the head. Not an idyllic childhood at all. You know, for someone who's in the public eye so much, the public seems to know very little about you. Dobby said casually. It would be a shame if someone were to destroy that perfectly crafted image you've built yourself. It was an empty threat. For all that Dobby hated heroes, this particular one had done nothing more than be irritating. That wasn't nearly enough to set him up for a premature roasting. This was more of a test of the other man's reaction. Hawks grinned, his sharp canines on full display as predatory gold eyes stared him down. My word against yours. His tone was sickly sweet. Who is the public more likely to believe, the number 3 hero or a man off the street who looks like he's one bad day away from a murder sentence? Dobby felt his own manic grin slip out onto his expression. I thought you hero types were supposed to be non-judgmental. My rose-tinted glasses have been crushed. I'm sure. Hawk's tone was scathing. Besides, we both know the general population isn't nearly as tolerant as they'd like to believe they are. With how much trust they put into high-ranking heroes, they'd write you off as a raving lunatic. He leaned against one of the graves. But they do love drama. I'm sure any number of gossip rags would sell their soul for a story like this. Hawks gave him a look that was between flat and amused. And everyone trusts those. Dobby cackled. All right, little birdie, you win this round. He hadn't expected the verbal sparring to be so fun. I won't tell the news about your parents being buried in the shittiest graveyard to ever exist. I'm so relieved, Hawks said dryly. Though not as relieved as you must have been finding out that Stain had been arrested. Well, that was a change in gears he hadn't expected. I mean, you're a civilian after all, and the hero killer hasn't exactly shown the highest of morals. It would be natural to be worried about your safety with someone like that on the loose. If Dobby ever saw Stain again, he was liable to finish what he started. As much as he hated the falseness of heroes, someone parading around with ideals they pretended matched his own was a much more grievous offense. And the sentencing was becoming little more than ash. Regardless, he understood what Hawks was after. If this is your way of asking if I was the one to take him out, the answer is no. Unfortunately, he would have been more than willing to put Stain. The official story was that he had been found unconscious in an alley, many speculating that he'd been attacked by one of the Nomus, seeing as the corpse of one had been nearby, and because he had sustained near-fatal injuries. It would make sense and would package everything up all neat and tidy for the public. With the man not going out with a bang, some officials were clearly hoping that the support around the hero killer would fade with his somewhat lackluster ending. But Dobby heard things. Interesting things. Things like his baby brother Shudo Todoroki, Tenya Ida, and the green brat who had decimated everyone during the sports festival had been seen near the incident. How there were scorch marks on the walls. That was probably one of the reasons Hawks had asked, considering he had some idea of Dobby's quirk. He probably knew it wasn't him, but asked anyway, just in case. That's a relief, Hawks said lazily. There've been a lot of people looking into what happened. I would hate for you to get caught up in it. It struck Dobby then that he was trying to warn him in a roundabout way. His words may sound like a threat, but it would have been smarter to not mention the situation at all so that he would be caught off guard should there be an attack on his person or investigation. His theory was further proved when Hawks pulled out a piece of paper, scribbling on it for a second before handing it over. It's my number, he explained, in case you ever need help. Normally Dobby would feel grated at the implication that he would need anything from anyone, but he could see the tension in the other man's frame. The way he stood perfectly still, yet completely poised to strike. Dobby had seen the hero in action and could honestly say that his title as the fastest hero was no exaggeration. No one except potentially All Might would be able to catch him. Hawks was cunning in a way he hadn't expected, and Dobby had no doubt that if he wanted to kill him, he could have. No matter how hot his fire burned, it wouldn't make a DMN difference if the blonde decided to sneak up on him and send one of those sharpened feathers through his throat. So he took the piece of paper, giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. See you around, pretty bird. Nedzu watched as Izuku Midoriya took a sip of tea, posture relaxed despite the silence that filled the room. The boy was calm in a way you wouldn't expect, bright eyes half-lidded as his hands rested easily on the table. Is there nothing you have to say for yourself? Nedzu questioned. I would think you'd be eager to defend yourself from the accusations placed at your feet. And there was that lazy smile, sharp and displaying every single tooth the boy had. As much of a threat as anything else, borne out the knowledge that he had walked out of situations worse than this. It made Nedzu even more curious as to exactly what he was hiding. I'm not sure what you want me to say, Midoriya said eventually. You seem to have made your mind up. He leaned forward. So you're not denying falsifying your school papers and identification? It wasn't a question, but Midoriya answered anyway. I'm not confirming or denying. He took a sip of tea. Though considering who you are, I rather doubt I need to. And that was true. Nedzu had compiled enough information on the fraudulent papers he could easily kick him out of the school. With his dishonesty towards law enforcement and fabricated identification, the police would be more than ready to take him in for questioning. But something about Midoriya told him that wouldn't go down well. He'd heard about the incident at the hospital after the USJ, and it was easy to see how trapping the boy wouldn't go as planned. It wasn't a good idea to corner wild animals, never mind one as dangerous as this teen had proven to be. Do you know why you're here? A slow blink. Well, considering you're in on the secret about One for All, I'm assuming All Might told you about Gran Torino's call. If it were only about the papers, you would have brought Aizawa-sensei in on this. Nedzu hummed. He did indeed. I'm sure you realize how closely guarded a secret that is. For someone with false papers to somehow know about this, well, it isn't exactly a good look. No, it's not. Midoriya leaned back in his chair. Which leads me to wonder as to why I'm here and not being dragged into a cell. The tea could be drugged, he pointed out. But it isn't. Nezu wondered if it was because he would be able to recognize if his drink had been tampered with, or had merely figured out that wasn't something Nezu was going to do at the moment. You see, from what I can tell, you have everything you need to get me locked up, but I'm not. That and the fact that we're talking alone leads me to believe you want something. A long drag of tea. Though I can't imagine what someone like me could have that you couldn't get yourself. He chuckled. Curiosity, I suppose. There are few things I cannot find out for myself, but you have hidden your trail very well. A wonderfully insincere smile. You flatter me. Nezu felt his own grin beginning to creep forth. It was always so fun to play games with someone who knew the rules as well as he did. Rarely did anyone present a challenge like the boy in front of him did. His words about the trail may have been slightly misleading, as he had found quite a lot of information, but none of the essentials that would make the whole picture become clearer. How he did love puzzles. I do not believe you to be a threat to the school, he said bluntly. Though I'm sure you figured that much out. Midoriya nodded. You're not nearly so straight-laced as the other heroes, but from what I've gathered you wouldn't place your students at risk for something like your curiosity. At least, not if you were sure I was a threat. That is correct, he said amusedly. Though I am not so foolish to believe that just because you are not a threat to the school, that you are not dangerous. A perfectly innocent look. You think I'm dangerous? Nezu chuckled. I know you are. Midoriya casually stretched, allowing his lean limbs to fall loosely around the top of the chair. That makes you a great deal smarter than most people I've met. Under normal circumstances he probably would have been mildly insulted, but here he recognized the same calculation he himself employed. Midoriya wasn't underestimating him, rather giving a nod to the intelligence he rarely came across while also seeing if he could rile him up. Clever child, aren't you? I'm also smart enough to not ask about your real quirk. It was gratifying to see the slight flash of unease before it disappeared as if it had never existed at all. Controlling micro-expressions to that degree was impressive if nothing else. I doubt you would tell me, so I'm not even going to bother. He continued. Though I have my suspicions, I'd like to make a deal with you. This was a gamble. Considering how sparse concrete information about the boy had been to come by, it would be accurate to say he knew how to disappear. If Nezu spooked him too much, there was very little to stop the boy from skipping country. Of course, the boy had friends that he was no doubt attached to, but Nezu recognized the look in his eyes. It was a certain type of hardness that came with survival at any cost. Above all else, above the need for relationships and freedom, came survival. A mindset like that had not been born out of an easy life, nor was it grounds for the strong morals so many heroes liked to profess. A survivor needed to be flexible, and Midoriya had shown that particular side of himself more than once. Oh, and what kind of deal is that? There was a dangerous edge to his voice, and Nezu could feel his fight-of-flight instincts flare up. It was delightful. If you tell me something I don't know, I'll tell All Might that I was the one who told you about All for One and get him off your back. Midoriya hummed lightly, but Nezu could see the calculation in his gaze. Are there any other parameters? None at all. A slow, deadly grin spread across freckled cheeks. Well then, isn't that convenient? In one smooth motion Midoriya got to his feet, graceful and predatory. Todoroki isn't afraid of fire, but rather where it comes from. And that was nowhere near what he was expecting. Given how intelligent the boy was, he could have easily said something like the favorite color of one of his classmates or something else meaningless, but what he had just said had weight behind it. Purpose. He had known that the youngest Todoroki hadn't used the flame part of his quirk but had assumed out of arrogance that it was out of fear. It was common for quirks of that ilk to have accidents that could turn their users off of using it. Midoriya continued to surprise him. It was a wonderful feeling. I'll be heading back to class now, he said amusedly, the door shutting behind him. Nezu allowed a grin to spread across his expression. What a fascinating conversation. Hitoshi breathed heavily, hands curled into fists as he dodged another blow from Aizawa. His week with Ms. Joke had improved his physical combat, not to mention she'd helped loads with giving him more ways to get people to respond. It was weird to have adults pay attention to him in a positive way, his teachers usually opting to ignore him entirely, and he was more than happy to play along. Speaking out had only ever gotten him uneasy looks or bruises, depending on the adult. And while Aizawa wasn't exactly being gentle, it was obvious he was going easy on him. He was Eraserhead for God's sake. If he really wanted to, he could have Hitoshi flat on his back or pinned faster than he'd be able to block. It did happen eventually. Hitoshi overbalanced when dodging. Aizawa latched onto that weakness with unerring swiftness and brutality. He found himself on the ground with both arms wrenched behind his back and a knee pressed firmly into the center of his spine. Knowing there was nothing he could do to escape the hold, he sighed. Tap. Aizawa immediately released him, stepping back and giving him enough room to get up. He hadn't been sure what to expect when it came to training, his inner fanboy warring with cynicism as he entered the training grounds. Thankfully, Aizawa didn't seem much interested in small talk, which Hitoshi was relieved by. God knows he embarrassed himself enough without awkward conversations. You fight like Midoriya. On second thought, he'd rather make small talk and seem like a moron than have this conversation. The universe really did like to F him over, even when it gave him nice things. Hitoshi slowly pushed himself to his feet, attempting to give himself more time to formulate a response. What do you mean? Eventually fell out of his mouth. Aizawa's eyes were unreadable. You have the same style. He explained. Not identical because yours is tailored to make use of your height, but it's recognizable. Ah. Was Hitoshi's intelligent response. What exactly was supposed to do now? It wasn't like he could bullshit an underground hero who clearly knew what he was talking about and was more than capable of calling him out. Would Miyazuka mind him telling Aizawa? Would it give any of the many secrets he'd been entrusted away? Was there any way he could get out of this? Did he train you? No, there clearly wasn't. Hitoshi tried to shrug nonchalantly. He knew I wanted to get into the hero course and offered since my quirk isn't physical. He's only been training me for a few months, so I'm really not that good yet. You're probably better than half of my class at quirkless fighting. Aizawa said bluntly. Do you parents know about your training with him? He tried to turn his slight flinch into a shrug. I've mentioned it to them and they don't have a problem with it. They're glad I've made a friend. Hitoshi was lying to his childhood hero. What even was his life? If his parents knew he was interacting with someone who didn't want to sprint in the other direction, they'd do everything in their power to prevent Hitoshi from seeing them and ward them off. It had happened a few times when he was younger, and after a certain point he'd just stopped trying to connect with anyone. After all, it was better to be cold by the lack of heat than burned by fire. How do they feel about you entering the hero course? They'd never let me apply to this school, much less the hero course. Hitoshi pushed the bitterness down and attempted a smile. They're proud of me but also worried. Villain activity's been up this year, you know? They don't like thinking of sending me into the blast zone. That was something parents worried about, right? Safety? And he just realized he may have implied his parents thought the school was incapable of protecting its students. To a man who worked at said school. Great job, Hitoshi. That's a logical concern. Was all Aizawa said. How are you feeling about it? Terrified? Ecstatic? A million things he couldn't or wouldn't name. Part of me is worried that I'm going to wake up, and everything will have been a dream. He confessed. That none of this is real. He might have been imagining it, but the thought he saw Aizawa's expression soften. You deserve your spot. He said firmly. You have more than earned your place beside the rest of my students. Izuku and Ida and Uraraka and Mei and Ms. Joke had said similar things, but it felt more real coming from the hero in front of him. Aizawa wasn't the type of person to lie to make someone feel better. Thanks. He said hoarsely, trying to pretend there wasn't water in his eyes. Aizawa paused before slowly reaching out and putting a hand on his shoulder. I'll see you in class tomorrow. And that was better than anything else Hitoshi could have hoped for. As you are well aware, summer is approaching. Aizawa stood at the front of the class, his tired drawl piercing through the silent room. However, that doesn't mean your work is over. For those who pass the final exams, there will be a summer camp where you will train your quirks with out-of-school instructors. Those who fail to pass will remain here and be given supplementary classes. He paused in front of the board. Are there any questions? Immediately, shouts came from every direction, some noticeably louder than others. What is the final exam going to be? Mina called out. Does failing include the written portion? Kaminari asked despairingly. Where will the summer camp be? Uraraka questioned. Izuku allowed his forehead to hit his desk, unwilling to move in the surrounding chaos. Why did his peers have to be so loud? Why couldn't they whisper all the time or something? Ida got to his feet, turning to face the class. This conduct is unbecoming of UA students. Cease shouting at once and make your inquiries in an orderly fashion. The room went silent. Aizawa's voice was drier than the Sahara Desert. Thank you, Ida. As for your questions, the final exam will be next week, and I have permission slips on my desk that your parents will need to fill out by next Monday. More forgery. He'd see if he needed to do Hitoshi's as well. Then again, considering Nedzu already knew, it was more to keep up appearances than anything else. Unless Aizawa was the best actor Izuku had ever met, Nedzu hadn't informed him of what he knew, which meant he still had to be cautious around him. Failure in the exams does include the written portion, so I implore you to study. Aizawa looked intensely at a few individuals in particular. And the location of the summer camp will not be disclosed at this time on account of safety issues. The mood of the class plummeted. Everyone knew what on account of safety issues really meant, and no one wanted to say it. Even if nothing had happened since the USJ, the attack in Hosu made it all too clear that Shigaraki was still out there. As for the physical portion of the exam, you will not know until the day of. As heroes, you will often encounter situations and need to adapt to them on the fly, so take this as an opportunity to improve. Aizawa pulled his sleeping bag up around him. You have the rest of the class to do whatever. There was another brief moment of silence as he slipped beneath his desk, before hell broke loose once more. Wonder what it's going to be dash. I'm so going to fail the written portion dash. Guess I know what I'll be doing after school dash. Really think the villains are going to attack again dash. Mom's going to hate this dash. Izuku leaned back, allowing his head to hit Hitoshi's desk. He looked down at him in amusement. Do you need something? Izuku nodded, stretching his limbs out before letting them go limp. I want sleep. Hitoshi caught onto his meaning immediately. You want me to dash? He nodded again. I've got a headache and dash. He gestured vaguely to the ongoing chaos that was their class, wrinkling his nose. That's not exactly something I can do while this is going on. Part of him hissed to take it back, to deny any chance of being in a weakened or unaware state. He'd learned not to let his guard down the hard way too many times, yet. Are you sure? Yet there was an undeniable part of him that wanted to trust, no matter how many times. He'd been burned. I'm in the middle of a school for heroics. He reasoned. Even if there are spies, it's not like all of them are, or else I'd already be dead or captured. Izuku nodded, attempting to seem casual. Just wake me up in time for lunch. I want katsudon. Hitoshi hesitated, and Izuku knew he was still wary of using his powers on others, even when given express permission. He poked Hitoshi in the cheek. If I don't get any sleep, I'll be grumpy all day and stab someone during heroic classes, and then Recovery Girl will give me a disappointed look, and whoever I stabbed will be mad, and I'll have to deal with that for the rest of the week. Hitoshi gave him an amused look, some of the tension melting from his posture. Well then, I guess there's really no choice then, is there? Absolutely not. Izuku said, allowing a small grin to slip onto his lips. Long fingers gently closed his eyelids. You really should go to sleep. And the world slipped away. Hitoshi watched Izuku's sleeping form with a slight smile. His green curls fanned out on the desk as he curled into himself. He gently placed a hand on Izuku's back, shaking lightly. He'd learned quickly that you did not wake Izuku with a loud noise or something violent unless you wanted to get thrown across the room. Come on, Green Bean. It's lunchtime. Hitoshi could tell the second Izuku awoke. His posture didn't change the slightest, and his breathing remained even, but there was this sudden awareness that something dangerous had just awoken. A predator rising from his slumber. "Don't want to get up," Izuku said, his voice muffled by his arm. Hitoshi poked him in the side. "You wanted Katsudon, remember? Don't make me drag you all the way there." Finally, Izuku stood, stretching languidly. "It'd help you build some muscle," he said impishly. "I'm sure Aizawa-sensei would encourage it." "Well, I'm encouraging you to go eat. Wouldn't want you to get grumpy this afternoon because you skipped lunch, and then decide to go stab Bakugo." Izuku sighed. "I suppose." By the time they got to the cafeteria and grabbed their food, the others had already taken a seat. The dull roar of other students around them ebbed and flowed as they made their way to their usual table. "Harmless, I promise." Mei was practically bouncing in her chair, pink curls askew as she grasped Uraraka's hand. "It'll go perfectly with your quirk and dash." Hitoshi plopped down into his own seat. "What horror are you subjecting us to this week?" he questioned. The inventor brushed off his sarcasm easily. "It'll be amazing, I promise. Trust me, Ochako dash." "Ochako?" Izuku's brows rose, amusement and something akin to glee dancing in his eyes. "I didn't realize you two were on a first-name basis." Uraraka's cheeks turned as pink as her costume. "I dash," she floundered helplessly. "It's kind of recent dash." Hitoshi decided to rescue her from herself. "Are you two together?" "Well, rescue was probably a strong word." Uraraka turned even redder. "No. We're not dating." Mei's eyes glinted in the cafeteria lights. "Yet." Ida opened his mouth probably to ruin the fun with a reprimand of respecting others' boundaries when Izuku very suddenly tucked his chin close to his chest, effectively dodging the tray that had just been swung. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there." "Then again, it's not hard to hit your massive ego, huh, Class 1A? Uraraka's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You want to say that again? Or are you really so eager to get your butt kicked for the second time? How long did it take Midoriya to beat you in the festival again? 30 seconds? 10? Monoma straightened himself indignantly. "How predictable, you only measure worth through brute strength. It's no wonder you're so inferior to my class." Ida frowned. "That is no way to speak to your fellow students. We are all working towards the same goal, and it is unbecoming of someone who attends the prestigious school of UA to behave like this." "Who are you to lecture me?" Monoma sneered. "It's not as if you actually got into the school using your own skill. It must be nice having coattails to ride off of." Uraraka planted her hand firmly on the table, their trays rattling. "I don't know who you think you are, but you've got a lot of nerve coming to our table and spewing this nonsense. I suppose my words would be incomprehensible to such small-minded people as Class 1A. After all, we all saw how dash." "Enough." The word was said softly, barely above a whisper, yet the hairs on the back of Hitoshi's neck rose. Izuku's eyes were half-lidded as he spoke, his posture relaxed yet almost coiled, akin to a snake preparing to attack. His hands were resting on the table, left pinky less than an inch from his knife. Even Monoma faltered in his speech. You can't tell me what to do," he practically sputtered. "You are going to stop talking now, or you're not going to like what happens next." The tone was completely calm, relaxed in an almost unsettling way. Monoma scowled, reaching out as if to grab Izuku's shirt. What happened next was little more than a blur, and while Hitoshi couldn't tell you how it happened, it resulted in Monoma's sleeve being pinned to the table, the knife several inches deep. The surrounding area was dead silent. Izuku leaned in. "Try something like that again and it won't be your sleeve that ends up pinned to the table." Still, Monoma attempted to recollect himself. "Scared of me copying your quirk?" Izuku's smile was all teeth. The air was filled with tension, and Hitoshi wasn't sure what to do. This could very easily go very, very wrong. If Monoma managed to copy his quirk, it would be obvious that it wasn't just telekinesis, not to mention Hitoshi wasn't sure what Izuku would do afterwards. "Smith, what did I tell you about stirring sheet up again?" A tall orange-haired girl stood behind Monoma, one of her hands fisted in the back of his uniform as she gave their table an apologetic look. "I'm sorry for him. I promise the rest of our class isn't like this." The hostility seemed to melt from the air. It's fine. The predatory posture Izuku had previously assumed was nowhere to be found, and he idly removed the knife from the table. No harm, no foul, right? She smiled, but there was a slightly uneasy edge to it. Of course not. I'll even spill the beans on what the final exams are. Everyone at the table sat up. You know, Uraraka questioned. Kendo nodded. I heard it from the upperclassmen. Apparently it's going to be robots like the entrance exam. She glanced at the motionless body in her grasp. Leave you guys be now. Sorry again for the inconvenience. The second she was out of earshot, Izuku leaned forward. It isn't robots. Ida frowned. How do you know that? Izuku jerked his thumb towards Mei. She practically lives in the support labs. Even if Power Loader wanted to keep it a secret, she would have noticed something. Mei looked up from her gadget. He's got a point. I haven't seen anything. Hitoshi couldn't help but be slightly relieved. His quirk didn't work on robots, and having another test like the entrance exam would only make him feel as though he hadn't moved forward at all. Uraraka slumped. So what's the exam? I guess we'll have to wait and find out. Shota scanned the documents in front of him carefully. There wasn't a lot of information on the Shinso family, and what little existed was almost entirely unhelpful. Minako Shinso was a real estate agent who specialized in high-value property. Her husband, Tobio Shinso, worked as a full-time nurse and neither had a criminal record. There was nothing to indicate abuse and nothing that would grant him reasonable suspicion. Shinsu the teenaged one hadn't divulged anything about his home life, but now that Shota was looking, he could see tinges of wariness he carried whenever he was in range of an adult. He was tense whenever Shota did anything close to looming over him, and he didn't like turning his back on anyone, but especially authority figures. It was enough to bring Shinsu's parents in or remove him from custody, but it sure as hell wasn't nothing. Izuku stood in front of his teachers, mind whirling at the new information he'd been given. You will each be put in pairs and fight one of us. You can either cuff the teacher or have one of your team members escape through the exit. If you fail to do either in half an hour, you both fail. This shouldn't be too bad. Aizawa's grin was closer to a baring to teeth. Here are the matchups. Uraraka and Aoyama versus 13. Sato and Kirishima versus Cementos. Todoroki and Yayorozu versus myself. Azui and Tokoyami versus Estoplasm. Hagakure and Shoji versus Snipe. Ida and Ojiro versus Power Loader. Koda and Jiro versus Present Mike. Shinso and Siro versus Midnight. Mina and Kaminari versus Principal Nedzu. And finally, Bakugu and Midoriya against All Might. The universe really did love to prove Izuku wrong. The bus ride to the exam was awkward at best. Bakugu seemed to have taken to glaring at him every second of the way there, but Izuku figured he should at least attempt to plan? Work together? Try to not have the other boy attempt to murder him via eye lasers? He made his way to the seat across from him, attempting to catch his eye. So, how are we going to play this? The easier option would be escape, but if we manage to trap him we might be able to dash. Shut the F up. Bakugu snarled. There is no we. Hostile, but Izuku had dealt with worse. Time for a different approach. What are you planning on doing? He asked instead, keeping his tone even. I'm going to fight All Might and get those FING cuffs on him. You are going to stay out of my way. You'd only slow me down. So he didn't even actually have a plan to fight arguably the most powerful man on the planet. Even in All Might's weakened state and the addition of the restraints, there was no way a first-year UA student could hope to overpower him, not matter how skilled. Izuku knew that for all his quirks, if he went into battle with no plan, no backup and no escape route, he would lose. These exams were clearly meant to make them adapt, to force them to think in a different way. The matchups weren't anywhere near random, and he had a decent idea why he and Bakugu were together. Most of him wanted to cut his losses and begin making his own plan, write the blonde off as a lost cause and an unpredictable variable he'd have to work around or use. But Bakugu had proven to be intelligent for all his faults, so he might be able to reason with him. This is supposed to be a team exam. Izuku said as calmly as he could manage. We can work out a plan that leaves the fighting to you, but dash. Bakugu's gauntlet comes down on the seat beside him, a loud thud echoing throughout the bus. I said there is no we. Stay out of my way or else. And if that wasn't a threat, Izuku wasn't sure what was. He stood from his seat. All right. Izuku said mildly. Suit yourself. Ijiro had been born and raised in the city, and he still didn't think he'd ever seen this much concrete. The city sprawled before them, Cementos having warned that they had 5 minutes until their time would start and he'd come after them. He'd known the exams wouldn't be easy. Just looking at the written test had made him want to cry, but he hadn't expected to have to fight any of their teachers. Teachers who were fully licensed pro-heroes who could probably take them all out with their pinky finger. He'd seen how they'd fought at the USJ and knew when he was outclassed. Still, punching concrete without having to worry about the property damage was going to be sweet. Are we running or are we trying to capture him? Sato questioned, a sugar cube rolling idly between his fingers. Ijiro considered for a moment. Let's try to fight, but if we start running out of time, you try to head for the gates while I hold him off. I can take more damage and you're faster. Sato nodded determinedly. We should stick together too, that way if we have the chance, we can take him down together. Ijiro grinned, knocking his fists together. Let's do this. Toru glanced furtively at her partner, ducking the barrage of bullets that were sent their way. She squealed as one of them landed too close, and an eye appeared on Shoji's arm. You all right? He questioned. She nodded before realizing he wouldn't be able to see that. I'm all right, just a little spooked. Toru paused. You don't think he's using real bullets, right? The tension in Shoji's frame seemed to increase. I doubt it, but let's try to not get hit. She opened her mouth to respond when Shoji suddenly grabbed her, pushing her towards the next column. He's coming. Shoji hissed. The footsteps were hard to pick out through the hailstorm of bullets, but they were fast approaching and would be upon them soon, and then they would have nowhere to hide. But as Snipe rounded the column's corner, Toru had already long shed her gloves and boots. Can't hit what you can't see. She thought triumphantly. Now the real fun starts. Denki released a screech as yet another building fell around him. Wasn't as though he'd assumed fighting the smartest creature on the planet was going to be easy, but he hadn't expected the principal to start destroying everything in sight. Mina sent a wave of acid at the thinnest layer of debris, melting it and giving them a much-needed escape route. The two of them made it through with just enough time to avoid another falling wall crashing down on them. What are we going to do? He panted, struggling to match Mina's pace as they raced from building to building. We can't keep this up forever. She threw her hands up. I don't know. Can't you fry some of his machines? So he stops dropping houses on us. Denki gave her a look. From this distance? Hell no. Air doesn't conduct electricity easily. I'd need a metal rod or something first. Can't you just go closer? Mina questioned. And get crushed? No thank you. She groaned. We are so dead. Denki couldn't help but agree. Dark shadow ripped through another one of Ectoplasm's clones as Fumikage searched for a way out of the corner he'd been backed into. Just as the thought formed, Tsuyu's tongue wrapped around his torso and flung him towards one of the upper hallways, for which he was grateful. The entire building, but especially the main in which the real ectoplasm awaited, had intense lighting that made Dark Shadow want to curl into the safety of his cloak. It was no doubt purposeful, and he was glad that in these trials he had a partner as competent as Tsuyu. Should we take out the lights? Ribbet? She questioned, landing beside with one powerful leap. It'll keep Dark Shadow's stamina up until we can find a way to get to his real body. It was a solid plan, and would keep him from being deadweight. There is protection around them, but I believe they can be broken through. He turned to her. I will hold off the clones if you grant me that favor. She nodded, beginning to climb up the wall. What a mad banquet of darkness. Momo desperately tossed the flashbang behind her as she and Todoroki sprinted from the homeroom teacher. She was content to follow her classmate's plan, seeing as he had shown to have strategic thinking that didn't require as much time as her own did, but she was beginning to regret it. Ever since she'd made the choice to forfeit in her fight with Midoriya, she hadn't been as sure of herself. After all, the rest of her classmates had put up a fight, regardless of the odds. She had thought that it had been strategic thinking at the time, showing the pro-heroes who were watching that she was mature enough to recognize when she needed help. But then Momo had overheard two of Midnight's colleagues wondering why the heroine had taken in someone who was easily cowed by a show of force like the one Midoriya had done. At the time she had dismissed it, but the seed of doubt had begun to grow, leaving her unsure of herself and her decisions. Maybe she was more cut out for books than battle strategy. After all, theory was all well and good, but unless you could applicate it in a fight, it might as well be useless. Regardless, Todoroki had fought Midoriya on even ground and was one of the smartest people in the class. Following his head and plan should be leading them to victory. But then why was everything going so wrong? Mishiro scrambled away from the crumbling ground, heart lodged in his throat as he sprinted. He knew that if Ida really decided to run, he would have no chance of keeping up, but his bespectacled classmate had insisted on sticking together, and considering they were rapidly running out of solid ground, he was glad he'd listened. We need to do something and fast. Mishiro darted to the side, dodging a swipe from Power Loader. Can you see a path to the exit? Escaping was their best option. There was no way they'd win a fight with someone who was literally digging up the ground they stood on, especially since both of their fighting styles relied on having something solid beneath their feet. Ida shook his head. I do not. However, we may have another option. Don't keep me hanging. At this rate we'll be 6 feet deep. Literally. Ida paused. How do you feel about being thrown? Ochako cursed as the rubble she'd thrown at 13 was into their black hole. She didn't have a lot to work with, though having Aoyama as a cannon certainly helped produce things to use her quirk on. Then again, everything she'd thrown at the hero had been useless so far. She wasn't sure if they were able to SCK in enormous pieces of debris, but being able to create one fast enough to avoid being pulled herself was unlikely. Aoyama squealed as his cape began tugging him backwards, the armor on his body more of a hindrance than anything. Detach it! She called out, launching another piece of rubble. Aoyama did so regretfully, the bright fabric disappearing into the depths of 13's quirk. They couldn't keep this up. Sooner or later one of them would be caught. They needed a new strategy and fast. Just as the thought formed, she was forced to grab onto the railing along with her teammate as the pull of 13's quirk increased. What now? Aoyama asked, squinting against the wind. Never let your opponents determine the conditions of battle. Gunhead said sternly. You must fight on your own terms, not theirs. Ochako smirked and released her grip on the railing, sending her flying towards 13. Hyuka pressed her hands against her bleeding ears, cursing her enhanced hearing. The sound blasts from her boots barely made a dent in the face of the overwhelming noise Present Mike was producing, his shouts literally ripping through the forest around them. Koda wasn't exactly doing much better. Any of the animals that might have inhabited the woods had been long scared off, leaving him functionally quirkless. His large size may come in hand if they manage to get closer to the hero, but considering the second they came into view Mike blasted them back, that wasn't going to help right now. Then it struck her. Can you talk to bugs? She shouted. Koda furrowed his brow, but nodded. Maybe their odds weren't quite so hopeless after all. Hanta would literally rather be anywhere else. Not only was the landscape almost barren, making it so that he had nothing to swing on, but his main gimmick sticking people, bringing them close and then tying them up would literally make him pass out in this case. The new kid Shinso was clearly trying his best, but considering Midnight knew not to answer anything he said, his efforts were as ineffective as his own. Not to mention, he didn't really have a grasp on the dude's abilities or personality yet. Nothing against the guy, but Hanta had hardly interacted with him before today, and he wasn't sure how he was supposed to talk to him. We should draw her away from the exit and then split off. Shinso said suddenly. Her gas will have dissipated by then, and so someone would be able to get through. It wasn't much, but it was better than anything Hanta had come up with. Are we running? We're running. The false city All Might had taken them to made Izuku uneasy. The lack of lights despite the sprawling infrastructure gave the area a distinct ghost town aura, empty and cold. It made Izuku's skin crawl. He and Bakugu had been given 10 minutes of preparation until All Might would begin hunting them, and Izuku planned to use every one of them. With the area as void of life as it was easy to track the only two other people for miles, their intense distinctive lights only making it child's play to tell them apart. Bakugo had made his way towards the center of the city, likely wanting as much blast radius as possible, not to mention it would be harder for the hero to make the same sharp turns Bakugo did. At least in theory. Izuku wondered if his fellow classmate had taken into account that All Might did not have the usual restraints of hero in this situation, meaning he could tear through entire buildings without so much as sweating. Even with the restraints that had been put on him, Izuku had no doubt the blonde would be devastating. He had 4 minutes until All Might would make his move. Izuku kept running. Mizo resisted the urge to exhale in relief when he saw that his partner had disappeared. The rubber bullets Snipe was using weren't deadly, but they had a hell of an impact, and he knew he'd be bruised for a long time to come. The hero was a frustrating match for him in a lot of ways. While he could find him in the thick fog, his combat style required him to get up close and personal, something that was near impossible with the man's guns and quirk. That was where Hagakure came in. She may not be able to find Snipe in the fog, but her invisibility was perfect for getting close. Mizo raised his arms to shield his head from the barrage of bullets that came his way, knowing that any attempts to dodge would only result in the weaponry being redirected. He only needed to distract the hero long enough for Hagakure to find the exit or get close enough to cuff him. Mizo had 8 limbs and was a head taller than most of his classmates. He could do distracting. His skin flared in pain as he braced, planting himself in a stance that lessened the chances of him being knocked over. Just a little longer. Through the hail of bullets, he heard the distinct click of cuffs locking in place. "Got you!" Hagakure exclaimed triumphantly. Mizo collapsed against one of the pillars. "It's finally over." Yuga watched in shock as Uraraka released the handrail, flying towards 13 with her foot extended. The hero released a startled shout as she connected, instinctively stopping their quirk usage as they toppled over. Yuga supposed that unless 13 was in complete control of what their quirk was doing, they would stop using it because of how dangerous it could be. Yuga could relate. Uraraka deftly snapped the cuffs on the hero, attaching it to her own with a triumphant grin. "Hoo-hoo!" She pumped her fist. "Let's go!" He couldn't help but laugh, adrenaline slowly draining from his system. "You were magnificent," he informed her. And it was true. Her internship with Gunhead had transformed her into something utterly terrifying. Not that she hadn't been a force to be reckoned with before, but now it was so much more prominent. Yuga felt a surge of pity for the villains who would one day face her. The two of them high-fived as 13 struggled to get to their feet. "Well done," they said cheerfully. "You passed." Yuga wished he'd done more to help, but was mostly just glad everything was over. Exams were the worst part of school, and if he never had to take another one it would be too soon. "Feel free to head to the med bay. Recovery girl will look you over there," 13 informed them. Yuga hoped it would be quick. He needed a shower. Rikido panted with exhaustion. He was out of sugar cubes and his strength was rapidly fading. It wouldn't be too long before he passed out, leaving Kirishima to fend for himself. There was just so much concrete, the walls seemed endless, and no matter how many times they broke through them, there was always another layer. Kirishima had resorted to only hardening his fists, time as much of an enemy to him as it was to Rikido. Kirishima might not pass out once his stamina was depleted, but he'd likely get trapped. "We need to get out of here," he grunted, crumbling a wall that had attempted to get between them. Rikido nodded. "But how?" "We need to." The world began to tilt, black spots dancing across his vision. His crash had finally come. "I need this, Vegeta." The last thing he heard before the world went dark was Kirishima exclaiming, "This is so not manly." Koji ducked behind a tree, forcing himself to speak loud enough to even have a chance of being heard by the bugs in the ground. "Friend, I am. Help me. Loud one. Help me. Stop loud one. Help me. Help need, help need, help need, stop loud one, help need, help need." He could sense the chittering and knew it wouldn't be long before the insects began to make their move. Jiro sent another sound blast in mixed direction before scrambling to the side as he returned fire. Koji flinched as the sound reached them, urging the bugs to hurry. Fast, fast, stop, loud one, fast, help, need, fast, stop, loud one. He chittered urgently. There was a long pause as the two of them waited. Get it off. Get it off, get it off, get it off. Koji didn't wait another second. Grabbing Jiro's wrist as she stumbled to her feet, he sprinted towards the exit, praying to every god he knew that the bugs would hold. Dashta. Jiro swore as she ran, chest heaving with exertion as their shaking legs carried them through the exit. She dropped onto a pile of leaves. I am never doing that again. Koji couldn't help but agree. Tenya braced his legs on the last remaining stable ground. Ojiro was perched on his shoulder, one of his hands clenched in the Ida's dark hair for balance as the world shook. Recipro burst. Tenya threw himself upwards, allowing his teammate to boost off of him and go. Flying towards the gate. He himself was soon a victim of gravity, and fell into the inescapable hold of the rubble. His armor broke the majority of the fall, but Tenya didn't doubt he would be sporting several nasty bruises. A part of him wanted to struggle against the restricting earth, but most of him knew it would be useless. It was better to watch his partner stagger through the gate, GI covered in dirt but with a triumphant grin on his face. Tenya allowed himself to release a heavy breath. Now how am I going to remove myself from this dirt? Shudo crouched low under the tarp. His original plan hadn't worked out, but Yaoyorozu had managed to free him and come up with one of her own. It would require everything to go perfectly, but he was used to perfection being demanded. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around the dummies, temporarily keeping it neutralized as his teammate scrambled to hit the switch, missing once before sending the catapult full of nitinol alloy straight at their sensei. Shudo launched fire at the ribbons, remembering his training with Phoenix. It's not about the size of the flame. Sure, big fires are impressive, but they're also incredibly dangerous, and will continue without any outside help. Control is key when it comes to fire quirks, so we're going to start with lighting a candle. The flames hit the alloy dead on, and the nitinol wrapping around Aizawa quickly as efficiently. Yaoyorozu wasted no time getting the cuffs on him. Thanks for trusting me. Shudo felt a small smile crawl onto his lips. You've more than earned it. Ashido cursed Kaminari as she vaulted over a concrete barrier. He'd overused his quirk as usual, leaving her to complete the rest of the exam on her own. Against Nedzu, they'd barely stood a chance together, and now she had to find a way out by herself? This is bullshit. She screamed, dodging a falling pillar. How many buildings do you have left to throw us anyway? The only response was the toppling of an electric pole. With very little choice left, she continued sprinting towards what she was pretty sure was the exit, occasionally shooting acid when debris came too close. Almost there. Her exhausted legs pumped harder and harder until, I'm afraid you won't be going further. Nedzu's smile was a horrifying this to witness, and was the last thing she saw before a stray piece of rubble smacked her head. Tsuyu regurgitated the cuffs. Both she and Tokoyami were trapped by ectoplasm with no way out, their only chance of succeeding resting quite literally in Dark Shadow's hand. He looked visibly stressed, and she supposed that since it was his quirk doing all the work, it was likely he would place the possible failure on his shoulders. We'll be fine, she said confidently. Tokoyami shot her a startled look. The odds are not in our favor. Perhaps. But they're not in his either. Her tongue lashed out, smashing several of the lights above, glass falling down on them. The room suddenly became much darker. Now this is my jam. Dark Shadow crowed, his larger form lunging at ectoplasm once more. Once, twice. On the third try Tokoyami's quirk managed to latch the cuffs on the hero. She wrinkled her nose. The glass is going to be a pain to get out of my tongue. Ribbit. Hitoshi ducked behind a jagged rock. He'd managed to draw Midnight far enough away from the exit that the gas would have dissipated by the time Zero reached the gate. Splitting up without alerting the heroine hadn't been easy, but they were in the final stretch and it was time for Hitoshi to do his part. It had been a while since he'd needed to mimic anyone's voice, but years of pretending to be his parents had ingrained the ability within him. It wouldn't be perfect, but it only had to distract her long enough that Zero could make it to the gate. Trusting someone he barely knew made his skin crawl, but they didn't have any other choice. Hitoshi gently cleared his throat, holding the sound he was aiming for in his mind. I can't believe we snuck in you. It was the voice of one of his childhood bullies, a boy who couldn't turn his hands to stone. Despite his solid quirk, he had always sounded nasally and unpleasant. They think their security is so good, and yet with one little tap of my quirk, I was able to get us in. Honestly, it's not wonder they were unprepared for the USJ. This voice was higher, feminine and resembling his cousin. Midnight steps were getting closer. Hitoshi took a deep breath, lowering his voice into a smooth baritone. We just have to get out of this training ground, and it'll be smooth sailing. Is that what you think? A feminine drawl interrupted, the heroine rounding the corner. Her gas was close enough to affect him, but it was too late, because he'd caught her too. So, as the world began to tilt, Hitoshi hissed out a final command. Sleep. Katsuki couldn't move. Every part of his body ached like a motherfucker and he couldn't move. All Might had practically buried him under a megaton of rubble, placed in a way that even if he could use any of his explosions, they'd just make it worse. His wrists were almost numb from the overuse of his quirk, and he couldn't even shift his legs. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. Katsuki had been ready to prove himself, to defeat the #1 hero without any help from Androgyninja Deku. It was supposed to be his chance to prove that the results from the sports festival had been a fluke. And yet here he was, alone and covered in debris. Katsuki screamed in rage. Toshinori saw Midoriya only moments before he crossed the threshold of the gate. He was close enough that he would be able to catch him, drag him back and force both he and young Bakugo to work together. But as he accelerated, the buildings on each side of him cracked. If Toshinori hadn't been nearing the end of his time limit, he would have been able to push onwards, but as he was forced to retreat backwards, the cloud of dust enveloping him even as he got out of range. In his career he'd seen many buildings fall, but he never got used to the sound, the pure carnage it caused. In the distance, Toshinori heard the gates spout out congratulations. You passed. Shota watched the test feed for what felt like the 1,000th time. Midoriya was racing through back alleys, moving swiftly as he attempted to arrive at his goal before he was caught. On another screen, Bakugo raged against All Might, his tactics almost unchanging as he was slammed down again and again. Not learning, not adapting. Simply trying to force. A strategy that did not work. As soon as the time had started, the two had split. He'd heard from Yagi that Midoriya had attempted to talk to Bakugo, only to be shut down, and during the exam there wasn't another attempt. Shota had put the two together in an attempt to force them to work together and rely on someone else. In the end, it had only heightened the issues in their chosen styles of combat. Bakugo was too easily riled up, and his arrogance would kill him faster than any villain. His refusal to work with others stemmed on the belief that he was simply better than them and didn't need their help. This overblown sense of ego likely stemmed from a childhood filled with far too much praise and far too few humbling moments. Midoriya's issues were less easily defined and came with troubling connotations. While it was much easier to make him work with others, he never relied on them, always seeming to have a backup plan if they failed. While that by itself didn't seem bad, there was a clear lack of trust in others to keep him safe. Even if he was in a group, it never seemed like he was a part of it, instead working independently. Shota knew it would be hypocritical of him to criticize Midoriya for preferring to work alone, seeing as he almost did exclusively, especially on patrol. But there was a difference in that when he did, he was a part of the bigger picture, not working outside of the team. There was this constant sense of caution around Midoriya, words always calculated and eyes so very sharp. Even his fighting style was so very telling. A strange concoction of street fighting and random martial arts, emphasis always on remaining free and alive. Not winning, not achieving the objective or remaining unharmed, staying alive and free. Shota was hardly going to complain if his students had self-preservation, but this was different. He was tempted to fail both boys for having completely missed the point of the exam. There had been no growth after all, and they should not be rewarded for falling back on old habits. But something told him this wouldn't be solved by a quick conversation or a forced realization. Bakugo, he would be able to work with. He wouldn't be the first or last arrogant powerhouse who'd needed a reality that had passed through Shota's doors, but Midoriya would require a more delicate hand. He was far too likely to lie through his teeth should he be called out. Let's hope this doesn't end in flames, or worse, corpses. Hitoshi wasn't exactly ecstatic when he found out the teachers had been lying about the consequences of failing. It bothered him in a way he hadn't expected. Trusting adults had never been much of an option for him, and he only realized now that he had begun putting that faith in the UA staff. It wasn't even as if it had been that big of a deal. A little white lie to provide more incentive to succeed was something teachers did all the time. But Hitoshi's place in the hero program was new, and he wasn't stupid enough to think it wasn't tenuous. He had clawed his way into this program inch by agonizing inch, and like hell was he going to do anything to jeopardize that. The other kids in the class had been afraid of not being able to attend the summer camp. Hitoshi was terrified he'd never get another shot at becoming a hero if he slipped for even a second. His mood had not at all improved when they were given another permission slip. Izuku had taken one look at the one Aizawa had given him and forged his father's signature so perfectly it had been disconcerting, but a list of required items for the trip, many of which Hitoshi did not have, and would require money to buy. Money he didn't have. Regardless, he agreed to join the trip to the mall, mainly because Izuku was going. If nothing else, he might be able to find some bargain bin, something. As long as none of the teachers looked through his belongings too closely and he borrowed some sheet from Ida, who would no doubt pack too much, Hitoshi would probably be able to get away with not having everything on the list. Even with Izuku's less than legal way of getting money, if the way he'd stolen the wallet of the guy who tried to mug him was any indication of where he was getting his cash, there was no way he'd be able to afford half of this without completely bankrupting them. As if she had read his thoughts, Uraraka sidled up next to him. "Wanna join me at the thrift shops?" she questioned. Hitoshi attempted not to sag in relief. "Yeah, sure." Of all his new classmates, Uraraka would understand being tight on money the most. She had openly talked about the struggles her family faced when it came to their financial situation, and was never ashamed of what she didn't have. It was different than his own problems, but similar enough that Hitoshi wished he could say something without risking outing both him and Izuku as homeless, who had gone very, very still. Izuku, are you coming with?" Hitoshi poked his shoulder. The look in his eyes was sharp and dangerous, but his smile was completely calm. "Get out of sight and call the police," Izuku said cheerfully. "Shigaraki is here and heading our way. I'll keep him distracted long enough for the cops to arrive." Uraraka's eyes went wide with alarm before smoothing over. "We can't fight him here or let him catch on to us knowing there are too many potential casualties." Hitoshi swallowed. He hadn't been at the USJ attack, but had seen the damage Shigaraki had done to Izuku's leg. "Are you sure you'll be all right on your own?" He didn't want to leave Midoriya, but they didn't exactly have much choice. "I'll be fine," Izuku reassured, something cold entering his gaze. "I was able to fight him last time and survive, plus he's interested in me, so I'm the best option to stall." He gave a light push. "Get out of here and call for help. Now." Uraraka grabbed Hitoshi's arm. "The sooner the police arrive, the sooner he's out of danger." Hitoshi took a shuddering breath. "Please don't die." Izuku waited calmly as Shigaraki approached. He couldn't see him as he approached, but Izuku doubted he'd ever forget that crumbly ash-colored light. Even in the crush of people, hundreds of mall-goers flighting through stores and restaurants, it was easy to pick out the villain's light. Easier to start pulling when he got within range. "Hey, aren't you one of those hero kids?" His voice is an amused rasp. "Can I take a picture with you?" Izuku didn't panic as the dry hand rested on the back of his neck, one single finger raised. "Are you sure you want to do this?" He felt the figure behind him hesitate. "What do you mean by that?" Izuku tilted his head so that he could meet Shigaraki's gaze. "Are you sure you want to have this conversation? You could walk away, slither back into whatever base you've scrounged for yourself. It'd be the less painful option." Shigaraki's crusty eyes were wide, and it was clear that he had knocked the man off balance. "What do you mean by that?" the villain hissed. "I'm the one in control here." Izuku raised a single eyebrow. "Are you?" because Shigaraki's quirk was less than a second away from being pulled away from him. Izuku wasn't planning on taking it, at least not yet. Returning a quirk took time and Shigaraki was unstable, making it unclear if Izuku would have time before he left. Not to mention he didn't want to tip his hand to all for one just yet, and the lack of quirk in his student would surely raise some flags. But the villain holding on to him knew none of that. There are enough civilians around that I could kill at least 30 before the heroes arrive. Shigaraki mused. How exactly do you think you're in control? Izuku released a hum. The assumption you're making here is that I care about those casualties. His smile was sharp. You were the one who said I wasn't like the rest of the Heralings. There was a pause. That is true, but you care about your life, don't you? So the two of us are going to have a talk. Shigaraki half-led half-pushed Izuku towards the fountain bench, grip tight. It wasn't the most comfortable thing in the world, but the sooner the villain got what he wanted, the sooner he'd leave. I hate pretty much everyone and everything, but what's really pissing me off right now is the hero killer. A scowl. My Nomu attacked the city, and yet he gets all the attention despite being found half dead in a dumpster. Why? Izuku raised an eyebrow. That's what you want to talk about? Seriously? Shigaraki's red eyes narrowed. Answer the question. He hissed. He exhaled through his nose. Well, your attacks don't seem to have a point, while Stain was pretending he was on a moral crusade. If no one knows why you're causing damage, they're less likely to support you or even care. The villain blinked. I want to destroy everything. Izuku gave him a dry look. And everything includes people who are not too keen on that. He leaned backwards. I'm honestly surprised your puppet master is letting you out like this, though I suppose he has been treating you as disposable. Shigaraki went very, very still. What did you just say? Tamura stared at the green-haired monster, rage and shock twisting inside of him in equal measure. This maggot dared to saw that Sensei thought he was disposable. How dare he even suggest that? I mean, he encouraged you go to the USJ with a bunch of pathetic excuses for villains and only one way out. If Kurogiri had been taken down, you could have been captured. Did he even help you with coming up with the plan? Or did he just throw you at all might with a genetic experiment and a sheet ton of lackeys? The world seemed to still. How long has it been since you've interacted with people outside of his influence? How do you even know he's telling you the truth about anything? Tamura tightened his grip, rage increasing as Midoriya didn't even twitch. Sensei wouldn't lie to me. Are you saying that because you know it for a fact? Or are you saying that because he's eliminated any other source of information that doesn't agree with him? If your sensei is all-wise and powerful, why aren't you asking him your questions about Stain? And Tamura couldn't answer that if he tried. Sensei couldn't be lying to him. He had saved him when Japan's golden boy hadn't. He had shown him the folly of hero society after Tamura had been victimized by it. There was no way that he was disposable. And yet he couldn't help but wonder. You should probably get out of here. Midoriya said calmly, as if he hadn't shaken Tamura's entire world. The police will be here soon and you wouldn't want your sensei to realize you've been gone for too long. A smile that showed far too many teeth. Run along back to your master, like a good little dog. Naomasa stared at what was becoming the bane of his existence. His day had been quiet for once. No large-scale villain attacks, no urgent unsolved cases. The worst thing that had been brought into the station had been a mugger. He should have known. Amused green eyes stared back, the barest hits of a grin curling onto the teen's lips. Detective Tsukachi, Midoriya said, mirth clear in his voice. We have to stop meeting like this. Reeling in the long sigh that wanted to escape his lips, Naomasa arranged his features into something professional. It appears as long as you have a penchant for getting into trouble, we'll be seeing each other often. It's not like I go looking for it. Midoriya sounded halfway offended. It just finds me. He didn't need his quirk to tell him that that was a lie. Can you tell me what the two of you talked about? Naomasa questioned. Did he mention any safe houses or other hints at where his base may be? Midoriya hummed. No, he just asked why Stain's capture was getting more attention than his attack with the Nomus. Since I interested him during the USJ attack, somewhere in his twisted mind, the conclusion that I would be able to help him understand must have formed. Did you talk about anything else? An unsettling smile that Naomasa knew meant trouble formed on the Midoriya's lips. I may or may not have placed doubt about the worth he held to his master in his mind. If we're lucky, it'll cause enough dissonance for someone to mess up. That was not the worst thing to happen. While it was concerning that Midoriya knew how to sow doubt in the minds of others, his actions could be helpful in the long run. It had been clear from the beginning that Shigaraki was not the one pulling the strings, and while Naomasa would never protest to the capture of another psychopath, mindless violence was never nearly as dangerous as intent maliciousness. It was better to reel in the big fish that had shown the little one to the river. And that brought him to another question. Your classmates said you knew Shigaraki was in the mall before he was within sight. How? A long pause. Acidic green eyes seemed to pierce through him, but Naomasa kept his expression even. He'd dealt with scarier people than a powerful teenager. Remember our meeting at U.A? I have an add-on, shall we call it, to my main quirk. It allows me to sense the quirks of others and differentiate them. Every person has a distinct feeling, and so I was able to sense Shigaraki that way. Naomasa very carefully didn't allow his expression to change. While quirks were still being studied and understood, it was rare, if not unheard of, to have a quirk that did entirely different things. It was almost like it wasn't the only quirk he had. And your main quirk is telekinesis, correct? A smile that showed every single one of Midoriya's teeth. I have a telekinesis quirk, yes. Neither of them pretended that was the question Naomasa had been asking. Hawks leaned heavily against the alley wall. Exhaustion permeated every muscle in his body, his eyes begging to close as pain rippled through his back in a demand that he stay awake. He'd been on patrol for the past 10 hours straight and had had the misfortune of running into a flame villain in the last half hour. The woman hadn't had overwhelming power, but her aim more than made up for it. His feathers had already been running low, and while he'd finally managed to knock her out using some well-timed debris, he was now nearly without wings. There was no way he could fly in this condition, and his left knee had taken one too many hits. His options weren't looking too great. Hawks removed his glasses and zipped up his jacket, cuffing his pant legs as he went. There were a surprising amount of people that wouldn't so much as glance twice at him if it weren't for the giant red wings, and with luck and a few minor changes, no one would notice him at all. Would you look at that? The little birdies without his wings. The hair on the back of the hawk's neck stood on end. Blocking the only entrance to the alleyway was Dabi, large black jacket flaring around his lean form as his white shirt rippled in the slight wind. Hawks had almost forgotten about the other man, villain activity picking up almost immediately after he'd handed him his number. Dabi had never called either, making it easy to put in the back of his mind. I saw your little fight earlier, Dabi said casually, footsteps heavy as he slowly stalked closer. You're usually faster than that. Hawks shrugged. It's been a long day. He detached his last few feathers and readied them, unsure what Dabi wanted. A smirk. I can see that. Hawks let Dabi lean into his personal space, unnatural heat radiating from his skin and reminding him of the fight he'd finished not 20 minutes ago. A rough hand grabbed the scuff of his jacket. Come on, birdie, let's get you home. Hawks managed not to trip over his own feet in surprise, but it was a close thing. What? You're about 5 minutes away from passing out and landing on your pretty face in front of everyone. As entertaining as that would be, I like the press even less than I like you, so I've decided to deprive them of that headline. The hand migrated to his inner ribs, forcing Hawks to lean on him. Did you forget how to walk, birdie? I'm not going to drag you all on my own. Hawks looped his arm around Dabi's waist to keep him balanced, boots echoing through the alleyway. How do I know you're not going to bring me to your evil master's lair? He asked, only half kidding. Dabi raised an eyebrow. If I wanted to kill you, I would have just roasted you in the alley. You've got, what, half a dozen tiny feathers left? And from what I saw, they burn real easy. A sense of unease rippled through Hawks, though he was careful to keep his expression upbeat. It wasn't as though he was hiding his weakness of fire, but it wasn't exactly common knowledge either. At the same time, A small part of him was thrilled that anyone had paid enough attention to notice something beyond his fake smile and casual demeanor. "I promise you're not too hot for me to handle," he said impishly, a sly grin spreading across his lips. "Believe it or not, it's not the first time I've played with fire." Dobby's eyes are sharp, but he can't do much now that they're in public, so he seemingly resigned himself to gripping Hawks closer. "Keep telling yourself that, birdie." His voice is a low rumble, and Hawks can't help but shiver ever so slightly. It had been far too long since he got laid. As expected, no one gives Hawks a second glance as the two of them maneuvered through the crowds. A few gave concerned looks at Dobby and his heavily scarred features, and he supposed that was another advantage to traveling with Dobby. He was much more eye-catching. Fortunately, Hawks' flat was nearby, and it wasn't long before they were outside the building. "My sincerest thanks for walking me home," he said dramatically. "You truly are a gentleman." Dobby gave him a thoroughly unimpressed look. "You sure you're not going to pass out in the elevator, birdie? You look even worse than before." Hawks detached himself from Dobby's grip and stepped away. "I am perfectly capable to making it to my place from here. Your generosity is noteworthy, but dash." His left knee chose that moment to buckle. Hawks' training kicked in, and the few feathers he had left did their best to hold him up as he grabbed the wall and attempted to make it look like he hadn't been about to fall on his face. From Dobby's raised eyebrows, he hadn't succeeded. "Come on, birdie, swallow your pride and let me get you to your house. Then you can pass out next to your door for all I care." The unnaturally warm hand was back around him, steering him towards the elevator. Attempting to regain what little dignity he had left, Hawks refused to lean on the other man. "Maybe I don't want you to know where I live," he pointed out. "We're practically strangers." Dobby snorted. "I thought we already went over the fact that if I wanted you dead, you would be." "You could be a spy," Hawks continued. "Though I can't imagine you following orders long enough to work for anyone." "Oh, for Cammy's sake, dash." Dobby backed him into the corner of the elevator, the cool metal's walls a sharp contrast to the heat radiating from the fire user. "I'm not interested in watching another bird get its wings clipped," Dobby said harshly. "Maybe you don't care if you burn out, but I'd rather not see one of the few remaining competent heroes die in a effing alley." Hawks blinked. "And here I thought you didn't like me." The words are automatic, a disguise to hide how much the words caught him off guard. It was rare that anyone realized how much he worked. Dobby scoffed, backing away as the elevator door opened. "Go home, birdie. Won't catch you if you fall this time." Hawks had spent a lifetime catching himself. "You won't have to." There was a background chatter in the bus that Ochako would normally join, but couldn't quite bring herself to this time. She had no idea how far along in their journey to the summer camp they were, none of the teachers wanting anything about the location to slip lest the villains somehow get a hold of it. They could be 5 minutes away, or 5 hours. They weren't allowed to know. Rationally, she understood the precautions, understood that they were for the safety of her classmates. And yet, her gaze drifted to Midoriya and her thoughts shifted. Ochako wasn't a suspicious person by nature. She liked to believe the best in people, because life was too short to spend every waking second worrying about whether one of your friends was about to backstab you. Because there was good in every person, and even if the world was cruel, it didn't mean she had to be. Ochako wasn't a suspicious person by nature, but neither was she stupid. Because there might be good in every person, but that didn't mean that was the side they showed, or that they listened to that part of them. And that went for everyone. It went for her, and her parents, and friends, and it most definitely went for the heroes. Ochako wasn't a suspicious person by nature, but she noticed more than people gave her credit for. She noticed Ida's moral crisis after their internships. She noticed how Shinso always made sure he could see every adult in the room. She noticed Jiro pinning after Yaoyorozu. She noticed that Midoriya pulled apples out of thin air, how he always seemed to know where everyone was at all times. How he'd known Shigaraki had been in the mall before anyone else had spotted him. It was easy to see that Midoriya wasn't exactly normal. He had too many scars, his eyes far too sharp, and smiles that could give nightmares. He never talked about his parents, and when questioned would always sidestep the conversation. Midoriya was very good at that, deflecting, changing the subject, giving vague answers that weren't really answers at all. Ochako wasn't a suspicious person by nature, but Midoriya Izuku was an incredibly suspicious person. Fact 1. Izuku had been thrown off a total of 3 cliffs. It was a generally unpleasant experience, one that tended to leave bruises and broken bones whether or not he used durability or not. He just barely broke his fall with force push, though many of his classmates weren't as lucky. Uraraka had managed to grab both Ida and Hitoshi, using her quirk on them and herself. While they had landed fairly softly, she had rushed to the bushes to throw up the second they touched the ground. Fact 2. Their teachers had way too much fun throwing potentially dangerous surprises at them considering how little they supervised. Then again, Pixie Bob and Ragdoll's quirks were perfect for this sort of exercise, so it was marginally better than it usually was. Not even close to All Might levels of incompetence, but then again, actual teachers were involved this time, so it was hardly surprising. Fact 3. There was definitely something coming from the bushes. Instinct allowed Izuku to rip through the rock monster charging through the woods with ease, the action startling most of his classmates who hadn't even realized it was coming. There's no way we're making it to base camp in 3 hours. Hitoshi was covered in dirt, sweat, and an unknown substance that he really doesn't want to figure out. He wasn't sure how many hours it had been since the wild pussycats had thrown them off the cliff, but it had definitely been over 3, and his stomach was protesting this treatment with extreme prejudice. The fact that he was almost entirely useless wasn't exactly helping his mood either. The earth creatures weren't sentient, meaning his quirk wouldn't work on them, and leaving him with a month of training in the hero course and little else. At least he wasn't completely dead weight like Kaminari, who had shorted himself out when a particularly bad round of monsters had surrounded them. He was being carried on Shoji's back, held in place with Siro's tape as to not unnecessarily exhaust him. Practically everyone was running on fumes at this point, even Bakugo resigning himself to small compact explosions that did their job and little else. There simply wasn't enough energy to waste. I'd say about an hour more until we reach camp. Azui estimated after Uraraka above the trees using her quirk. Not counting any more attacks, ribbit. That was not what Hitoshi wanted to hear, but it was better than expected, so that was something. Why did I sign up for this again? Idru was having a great time. There was nothing like getting fresh air and hanging out with friends. They even got to fight these cool rock monsters. This whole forest was so manly. Walking for this long was pretty tiring though, and at this point Idru was avoiding using his quirk unless necessary as to not exhaust himself. He'd learned his lesson in his match against Bakugo. If his stamina ran out, he was done for. Even if everyone was running on fumes at this point, he couldn't help but enjoy the company of his classmates. They didn't really hang out much out of school, and it was nice to just train together without teachers being directly in their face or the threat of villains looming over everyone. Idru was pretty sure no one had the brain power to think of anything but arriving at camp at this point. The sun was beginning to set, and if it weren't for the enormous flashlight Yaoyorozu had conjured, Idru was sure he'd be tripping through the foliage every 5 seconds. It took another half hour and a lot of squinting through the dark, but they eventually made it to base camp, and he thought he might have seen Mina shed a tear. "I thought you said it would take 3 hours. Aoyama said dramatically, practically collapsing on the soft grass. "Well, it takes 3 hours for us to get through it," Ragdoll said unapologetically. "Honestly, you kittens did better than we were expecting." The majority of the class stared at her with dead eyes. To prevent what was likely about to become a massacre, Aizawa stepped forward and cleared his throat. "A cooking station has been set up outside. I trust that you can feed yourselves without burning the forest down." Making food with his friends? That was so manly. Izuku stared at the small child. The small child stared back. "It's rude to try to punch someone in the D-dot," it said eventually, grip still wrapped tightly around the boy's wrist. "And not everyone has as nice of a flinch response as I do." The child scowled fiercely, and it might have even been intimidating if it hadn't been coming from someone who barely reached his belly button. "Let me go." Izuku held on to him for another second, just to prove he could, then released the angry child. The small gremlin jerked his arm away, eyes narrowing as he scoffed. "Stupid heroes." Midoriya's eyebrows shot up. "Don't you live with heroes?" Well, assuming that he was one of the PP Cat's kid. He couldn't imagine a random child being allowed in the training camp otherwise. The only response was an aggravated huff as the boy stalked away angrily. "I'm sorry about him," Mandalay said with a grimace. "He's my nephew." The pieces connected in his mind. "Water hoses, kid?" She blinked in surprise. "Yeah. Ever since my brother died he's been, well, unfriendly towards the idea of heroes in general." That would do it. If Hitoshi experienced any more surprises today, he would get whiplash. First, the several-hour-long trek through the wilderness, then finding out that Bakugo was actually a really good cook, and then finding out that Izuku had somehow managed to procure a new scar in the last 2 weeks since Hitoshi had seen him shirtless. Was it weird that he kept track of his roommate's scars? Considering how many Izuku had, it was probably a little strange that Hitoshi was paying close enough attention to notice the addition of a new one. But that was just good roommate behavior, right? And the fact that he was struggling not to stare at Midoriya's bare skin was totally normal. And platonic. Shota watched as his class struggled to keep their eyes open at the unforgiving hour of 5 a.m., half-lidded eyes and yawns abound. A trained eye could easily see which struggled the most. Mina, Siro, and Aoyama were barely standing as it was, the former two leaning on the considerably more awake Kirishima who, like Bakugo, was probably just a morning person. Monsters, the lot of them. Shinso, Midoriya, and strangely enough Kaminari as well as Todoroki were also fairly coherent, though if Shota were to guess it would be because of their possible experience with sleep deprivation rather than natural cheerfulness. Usually third years go through rigorous training that forces them to work with little to no rest in between. The life of a hero was rarely ideal, and even if they managed to get decent working hours, the threat of an all-hands-on-deck tragedy was always right around the corner. The first-year camp was just a small taste of that, and they were designed to break the students down so they could be built up from scratch. That sort of training could wait because right now there were other things to focus on. "Bakugo," he called out, tossing the ball to the blonde who caught it easily. "At the start of the year, you could throw a ball 705.2 meters. Let's see how much you've improved since then." Bakugo's expression lit up with glee, and his now wise classmates hurried back to give him room. "Die!" he howled, launching the ball forcefully through the air. Shota waited several seconds before glancing at his phone for the result. 709.5, he said, turning the screen so that the rest of the class could see. The resulting shock that came from this exercise was always amusing, especially when Bakugo's entire face seemed to freeze in place. "You've improved a lot in terms of skill and tactics, but your quirks haven't actually gotten that much stronger. This week we'll be fixing that." He may have said that a tad too gleefully, because his class exchanged alarmed looks amongst themselves. This should be fun. Izuku's head hadn't hurt this much in years. Around him floated 24 boulders, each weighing more than a car. He'd been instructed to keep them in the air without pause, something about increasing his endurance. Izuku knew that his strong suit wasn't drawn-out fights, preferring to keep things quick and brutal. He'd never really needed to lift several tons for several consecutive minutes, and thus had never really trained to be comfortable doing so. Even in his match against Todoroki, he had focused on fast, sharp movements that would break the ice rather than move the glaciers Todoroki was capable of summoning. Izuku gritted his teeth as another throb of pain pierced through his skull, breathing deeply as an attempt to mitigate it. Airlift was doing most of the heavy lifting quite literally, and he wasn't used to relying on only one quirk to get the job done. He wasn't sure if using multiple would make the pain better or worse, but at this point he was open to trying anything to break up the monotony of it. "All right, that's enough." Izuku flinched hard at the sound of Mandalay's voice in his head, muscles locking up as his fight-or-flight instinct flared. The boulders he was floating hit the ground hard, causing the earth around him to rumble. His nails dug into his palms as he fought the urge to hunt cover or activate Mind Breaker, a quirk that strained the mind of any mental quirk user, making it difficult to effectively use their power. Izuku forced himself to exhale slowly, ignoring the trembling in his hands as he made his way over to the water station with deliberate slowness. "It's just Mandalay," he told himself firmly. "She can only speak to you." The PP Cat's quirk only allowed her to communicate with others, and was a fairly non-invasive mental quirk. She couldn't read minds, or dig through memories, or even read someone's mood. And yet the sparks of panic remained in his system, making him feel jittery and unsafe. Izuku forcibly turned his attention towards his fellow suffering classmates, unsure if he should pity or laugh at them. Uraraka was being forced to roll down hills as a way to get used to the nausea her quirk induced. Kirishima and Ojiro were fighting against one another to increase the former's stamina and the latter's pain tolerance. Even Bakugo and Todoroki, who faced most challenges with ease, were being pushed to the limits. In the distance he could see Hitoshi standing next to Aizawa, and at first glance it seemed like he had gotten off fairly easy training-wise. But if you looked closely, it appeared Hitoshi was being forced to constantly reactivate his quirk after Aizawa cancelled it. Expanding their quirks and power sets this way was better than how Izuku had learned to. It was a more gradual and safe way of testing their limits, something Izuku had never really had the luxury of doing. He was glad his friends did. Shigaraki scratched his neck furiously, agitation and fury twisting inside him in equal measure. That green brat had messed with his head, saying stupid things like sensei using him, that his savior thought he was disposable. He needed to show that irritation the truth. Bring him to the base and make him pay for his lies. Shigaraki hadn't told sensei about the conversation he'd had at the mall, but that wasn't because he didn't trust him. It was because he wasn't sensei's underling. He wasn't. And yet, that small seed of doubt grew just the smallest bit larger. Absolutely no one was thrilled to have to stay up longer, especially considering the surprises the PP Cats had pulled before this. Izuku was willing to bet that no one was going to forget being thrown off a cliff anytime soon, and an activity called Test of Courage inspired trust in no one. Some of their classmates had already been carted off for the remedial lessons, leaving the remainder to grab names out of a hat and prepare for exhaustion. I think Bakugo is about to explode. Hitoshi snickered, tilting his head towards the blonde and his partner who looked equally displeased with the development. Do you think Pretty Boy is gonna freeze him to a tree? A smile curled onto his lips. That's barely even a question. The real mystery is if he's going to go deaf from all the shouting first. Bakugo turned to them, fury written all over his posture. Uraraka stepped in his line of sight. No one has time to hear your beaching. Do us all a favor and shut it. No one asked for your opinion, round face. Bakugo snarled. She gave him an unimpressed look. No one asked for yours either, and yet you insist on running your mouth. Why you dash? Uraraka turned her back on him, grabbing Tsuyu's wrist and marching towards the forest. Did you hear something? Must have been a pathetic, annoying bug. Izuku tugged Hitoshi into the foliage as well, unwilling to see Bakugo completely lose his temper for the 1000th time. Hitoshi slipped his arm around Izuku's shoulders, surprisingly warm despite the cool evening breeze. Would anyone even be able to sneak up on you? Hitoshi questioned. Or does your quirk just alert you when they get close? Since my quirk manifested, the only time someone has been able to startle me has been if I was drugged or injured. Izuku admitted. I suppose being extremely distracted might have the same result, but I've been monitoring my surroundings for so long it's just a constant in the back of my mind. Hitoshi smirked. So this entire test of courage thing is kinda useless on you. Pretty much. Izuku smirked. But I won't be warning you. Clutching his chest dramatically, Hitoshi pulled him closer. You would leave me to the mercy of Class 1B? I have not known a crueler friend. Izuku snorted. Come on, you can take Monoma. And you already said you were chill with that Vine girl. There are 18 other students in that class. Hitoshi pointed out. But are any of them as bad as Monoma? Good point. It had been a while since Izuku had been able to just enjoy being outdoors. While the training camp hadn't exactly been a relaxing experience, it was nice. Peaceful in an entirely chaotic way. He'd probably enjoy everything more if he didn't have a massive headache the entire time, but he would take what he could get. Practically every student was suffering in some form or another, so it wasn't like he was alone in his pain. Uraraka struggled to keep food down, Kirishima and Sato were bruised to hell and back, and even Todoroki looked one strong wind away from passing out. Mutual suffering was the superior form of pain in his opinion. Do you think dash? Izuku covered Hitoshi's mouth and forced both of them to still. At the edges of his range he felt something. It was familiar in a skin-crawling way, raising alarms in his mind. His stomach dropped when he finally pinpointed what was going on. Warper. Goto Imasuji was a happy man. It had been a while since he'd been able to go on an unrestrained rampage, and he'd been itching for a good fight. The kids from UA were supposed to be made of tougher sheet than the usual ilk, and his mouth watered at the thought of crushing them and their teachers under his heel. The sports festival had shown their strength, and soon Goto would be able to test it for himself. His thoughts soured slightly at the thoughts of the sport festival as he remembered this wasn't supposed to be an entirely unrestrained rampage. They were supposed to hunt down the green brat and the blonde explosion kid. They had not been instructed to bring them in unharmed. A soft whimper broke him out of his thoughts, and he stared down at a tiny child. Tears were flowing freely from his eyes, and he looked horrified at the sight of Goto. "Found someone," he said, throwing his head back to laugh. "What a pathetic little rat." Goto hadn't expected the boy to respond, but the brat kept staring at him, eventually stuttering out, You killed them." He wound his arm back. "I've killed lots of people." His grin widened. "You'll have to be more specific." A blur of green sped between the two of them, snatching the brat away. Chunks of stone flew in every direction, and the satisfying crunch of bone was nowhere to be heard, and Goto growled in fury. The green brat Shigaraki was so obsessed with stood calmly in front of the smaller boy, hands loose at his side but ready to act. This one was fast, and had more than his fair share of power if he had been able to put the son of Endeavor in his place. Perfect. Goto would bring the kid back to the meeting place and then rampage to his heart's desire. He was so focused on his plan he almost missed the greenette's first words to him. "Walk away." His tone was not harsh or aggressive, but there was an undercurrent of steel that made the hair on the back of Goto's neck rise. "Excuse me?" He laughed, throwing his head back. "Are you really warning me off, little boy? I am muscular. I've killed full-fledged heroes easily. You have no chance." "You killed my parents," the little boy burst out. "They're dead and it's all your fault." Goto squinted at the kid, recognition filling his mind. "Are you Waterhose's kid? This is just great. What do you say, brat, eager for a family reunion?" The teen pushed the boy further behind him. "Walk away." Goto snorted, and allowed his quick to bulk him up even further. "Not happening." A scarred hand gently turned the small boy to look the other way. "Go find a bush to hide behind, and no matter what you hear, don't come out, all right? I promise I'll be fine. Biba dash. Go." The greenette snapped, not taking his eyes off Goto. This was ridiculous. Did this brat really think he was going to wait until the kid was out of range before attacking? He had plans for that kid. He wanted to hear the boy's screams and make him wish he had never been related to the duo that had taken his eye. Goto lunged forward, aiming for the retreating child. Not so fast. Only for an unseen force to grab him and send him flying back towards the mountain range. The stone cracked beneath him, his breath expelling forcefully from his chest. Goto grunted in surprise as the teen landed on him, and for a split second saw acidic green eyes that were flat and cold. Then a knife drove through his flesh eye. Pain tore through Goto and he screamed, attempting to force the teen off of him only to be held down by invisible restraints. "You see, normally I would just knock you out and be done with it." The teen's tone is almost conversational as he dug the blade even further into soft tissue. "But something tells me you're going to have an obsession with catching Kota now that you know he exists." The soft sound of another knife being pulled from a pocket was almost lost in the night, but Goto heard it just in time to brace before another blade was shoved in his mechanical eye. "And, well, children being hunted because of their parents is rather personal for me." Goto tried to speak, but all that came out was a strangled groan. "So I figured it was best to make your situation a tad more permanent." The sound of a third blade being drawn made Goto thrash, but it was no use. "I would say I'm sorry, but that would be a lie." Hitoshi raced through the dark woods, suddenly glad for all the laps Aizawa had made him run. He hadn't encountered anyone yet, neither classmate nor villain, but he wasn't banking on his luck keeping for long, which meant he needed to find a teacher now. There hadn't been any kind of obvious indicator that they were being attacked, but the absolute certainty in which Izuku had spoken had been enough to convince him. The villains from the USJ were there, and they had brought friends. It was hard not to worry when he knew Izuku had left to specifically face one of the villains and get, what was that kid's name again? Koda? Korra? Didn't matter. He was alone in that fight, and Hitoshi couldn't help because he had to warn the rest of the camp. This was like the mall all over again, except this time backup wasn't anywhere nearby. The camp was supposed to be safe. That was the entire reason that they hadn't been allowed to know its location, the entire reason there were only 2 teachers and 4 extra heroes. They were supposed to be secure. This wasn't supposed to be another USJ. And yet, Hitoshi hadn't been one of the teens to live through the attack, but the marks it had left on his classmates were apparent. The mandated therapy was supposed to help, but Izuku always looked twice as tired those days, though Hitoshi supposed it was because the other boy was lying to Hound Dog. The rest of the class seemed better for the sessions, but it must have been exhausting having to pretend to that degree. It scared him sometimes, just how easily Izuku lied. And part of him wondered if there were still things he was from him. Hitoshi shoved those thoughts deep down into his chest and focused on running. Please let me be in time. Something was wrong. Ochako glanced around the dark woods once more, straining her eyes to see any hint of what was causing her unease. There were no birds, no rabbits, no life sign of any sort. Even the bugs had seemed to stop buzzing. Maybe it was the dark atmosphere or the fact that this was supposed to be a test of courage, but her nerves only climbed as they walked further from camp. A light gust of wind rippled through the forest, the rustling of leaves only causing the tension in her frame to mount higher. Finally she swallowed, turning to Tiu. Do you think Dash? Ochako caught a glint of metal out of the corner of her eye and dove backwards, dragging Tiu along with her. A blonde teen in a schoolgirl's outfit let out a giggle, a knife twirling in her right hand. You're fast. She blinked at them with large eyes. Let's see how fast. Fumikage inhaled shakily. It had been around 20 minutes since they departed from camp, and the light had only grown weaker ever since. He wasn't sure if this was supposed to be some sort of test of control for him, but every second that passed, he could feel his restraint slipping. Let me out. Dark Shadow hissed angrily. Let me out. Fumikage's foot slipped on a loose stone, the intensity of his quirk's demands causing him to momentarily lose focus. A large hand gripped the back of his shirt, hauling him to his feet before his face could meet the pavement. Are you all right? Shoji questioned. He nodded. Yes, I dash. Shing. Fumikage watched in horror as one of Shoji's arms fell to the ground. The world seemed to pulse. He was vaguely aware of his classmate tackling him to the ground, but he couldn't see past the darkness fuzzing his vision. Run! Fumikage gasped out. Shoji furrowed his brow. Tokoya dash. Run! He couldn't, it was too dark, they were being attacked again and… The last vestiges of Fumikage's control slipped from his grasp. Dark Shadow roared. Shuto exhaled sharply, his breath visible in the chilly air. The man he had attempted to freeze in an iceberg sent another barrage of teeth towards him and Bakugu, sending dirt and ice shards everywhere when the 2 of them dodged. He exchanged a look with Bakugu. They wouldn't be able to keep this up for too long, and they'd barely managed to scratch the villain. If this continued, they were as good as dead. Shuto's body ached with every dodge, numbness and exhaustion pulling at him with every step. Even using his quirk felt like trying to wring water from a dry cloth. Bakuga didn't look to be doing much better. While he would never admit it, Shuto had noticed he stuck to smaller explosions and almost never used his quirk when dodging like he usually did. They were running out of options, fast. He sent a wave of fire towards the villain, grimacing when a wall of teeth was formed to block his attack. At least it had warmed his body temperature, if nothing else. We need backup. Shuto shouted, narrowly escaping impalement. Bakugu let out a growl. And where the F, do you think we're gonna find that? I wish Hitoshi arrived back at the base camp just in time to see Aizawa slam a villain to the ground with enough force to break bones. He was too far away to hear any of the words exchanged, but it was clear the hero was not playing around. The trapped girl only laughed, relaxed despite her predicament. You'll be too late. Her sing-song voice carried across the bass. And I'll get to see all that pretty blood. And with a final parting grin, the blonde girl melted. What the F dash? Aizawa looked just as surprised as Hitoshi was, disengaging from the dark goo and rising to his feet in one smooth motion. Aizawa-sensei? Hitoshi called out hesitantly. Red eyes were on him in an instant. What did I buy you the second week I started training you? The hero demanded. Hitoshi blinked. A water bottle. Mine cracked and spilled everywhere, so you brought me a new one at our next session. Aizawa relaxed his guard ever so slightly, hair obeying the laws of gravity once more. Get inside. Vlad will be staying with you and anyone else who makes it back. Relief spread through Hitoshi to an embarrassing degree. Has anyone else made it back? Aizawa's expression was tight. Not enough. Tetsu covered his mouth and nose, squinting through the fog in an attempt to catch any glimpse of the villain. A loud bang caused him to hit the ground, heart pounding furiously in his chest. It was better to stick to dodging the bullets unless absolutely necessary. He had no idea how long he would be able to hold his quirk in his current state, and it was better to err on the side of caution. He had lost track of Kendo almost immediately after the first shots had rang out, both of them needing to dive for cover and ending up in opposite directions. Tetsu had no idea if there were more than one villain, but the entire situation made him think of the USJ incident, and his stomach churned. He hadn't even been present for the attack, but the two blank faces every single kid from 1A got whenever it was so much as mentioned was enough for him to get a hint. The woods were too large and dense for them to rely on reinforcements coming in from teachers or other students, and that meant he had to assume he and Kendo were on their own. Another shot rang out, and Tetsu slowly began crawling towards the source of the noise. His lungs were burning, but he had no idea what the gas would do to him if he inhaled it. Just a little bit longer. He promised himself. Just stay alive a little longer. Kuda curled into himself tightly, ignoring the chilly wind that blew across his skin. He couldn't stop the hiccuping sobs that tore through him any more than he could have stopped Muscular. The man had been enormous, frightening in a way that Kuda had never experienced before. And he'd run away, leaving the green-haired teen to fend for himself against a monster that had killed both of his parents who had been full-fledged heroes. Another shudder ran through him. That the hero student was probably already dead, and then Muscular was going to come after him, and then, what do you say, brat, eager for a family reunion? Kuda was going to be sick. He had no idea where he even was anymore, each towering tree identical to the next. He'd lost sight of the path ages ago, and the thick forest made what little light the moon produced even weaker. Maybe Muscular wouldn't kill him, maybe he would be lost forever, all alone in the dark. Maybe. You all right there, kid? Kuda startled hard, a scream slipping from his throat as he scrambled away from the source of the question. A pair of amused green eyes looked down at him, thin lips twisted into a smirk. Or maybe he would be just fine. Kuda latched onto him desperately. I'm so sorry. He had been so mean to Midoriya and he had saved him anyway, and a hand soothed his hair down. It's all right. I've got you. Midoriya hadn't died to save him. Kuda wouldn't be lost in the woods forever. They were both alive and they could find his aunties and everything would be okay. Everyone, this is Mandalay. We have confirmation that the villains are targeting Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. Kuda's insides went cold. All hero students are now permitted to use their quirks in self-defense. Those who can should make their way to the base camp. Stay safe and stay alive, everyone. An exasperated sigh cut through Kuda's panic. Why is it always me? Momo felt her arm snap and she didn't even have enough breath to scream. Distantly, she was aware of Aways frantically scrambling to find something, anything, to distract or harm the Nomu. She formed a sword in her unbroken arm and slammed it into the creature's wrist, cutting ligaments and forcing it to let her go. The wound healed itself almost immediately, but the split second of weakness was all Momo needed to yank herself free and scramble back. Pain ripped through her arm and back, causing a grunt of pain. The Nomu tensed as though to attack, before completely freezing and beginning to amble in the other direction, as if it hadn't been trying to kill them only seconds before. Awaze was next to her instantly, a stick which he welded with a nearby rock in hand. What's the plan? He was clearly trying to put on a brave face, but his skin was stark pale in the moonlight and he was shaking with minute tremors. None of the kids from Class 1B had been at the USJ, and it wasn't until this moment that Momo truly understood the difference that had made. Sure, her class's lack of hesitation had helped in the sports festival, but being back in a life-or-death situation made the effects startlingly apparent. She needed to take charge here. Momo pulled a tracker from the last dredges of her fat, grimacing as her stomach growled in complaint. Weld this to the Nomu's back. She instructed. Awaze stared at her like she'd gone insane, which was understandable given the circumstances. What? Momo exhaled slowly, trying not to jostle her arm. Those things are coming from somewhere, and unless we find that out they'll just keep showing up. This will allow us to track where they keep them so the heroes can find their base. For a moment Momo thought he was going to refuse, but then his eyes hardened and he grabbed the tracker, sprinting towards the Nomu. She held her breath as Awaze carefully attached the device, the creature not so much as looking at him as it was welded. Awaze scrambled back towards her the second the tracker was secure, shaky and surprised. Let's never do that again. Yuga couldn't stop shaking. The dark woods were filled with the faint sounds of fighting, not nearly far enough away for the blonde to feel comfortable. We were supposed to be safe. He knew it was naive to think that, to feel as betrayed as he did, and yet his emotions roiled through him viciously. The USJ was supposed to be a one-time thing, a lapse in security but something that was fixed. Yuga's brain helpfully pointed out that this was worse than that it would take much longer for any extra heroes to arrive because of their distance away from any large cities. Not to mention that he wasn't even wearing his belt like he had been during USJ, meaning he would barely be able to defend himself with his quirk. The safest option would be to make his way back to the lodge where Aizawa and Vlad King were, along with at least a handful of other classmates. But what if the villains went there first because it was the easiest place to find them? What if Yuga made his way back to camp, and all that was left was the ruins of a once cozy building? What if all that he found were the bodies of his classmates and teachers, strewn out like puppets? Bile rose in the back of his throat. Maybe staying where he was now would be best. There was no one nearby, and he could just wait this whole thing out. He would be worse than useless in a fight, and finding his classmates would just make him dead weight. Making himself scarce was the safest option for everyone. And then a branch cracked, and Aoyama's heart leapt into his throat. Ochako's fist connected with the blonde villain's face. A satisfying crunch rang through the clearing as she stumbled backwards, surprise mixed with delight twisting onto her features. You made me bleed. She looked unreasonably excited about that prospect. It's so pretty. Ochako exchanged a look with Tsuyu. What the actual F-dash? Mizo stared with a mixture of shock and relief as dark shadow tore through the villains with extending teeth. It was clear he wasn't the only one thankful for the rampaging quirk's intervention, because both Todoroki and Bakugo grinned almost deliriously. It took them both a moment to realize that dark shadow still wasn't stopping, and they both activated their respective quirks. The large raven screeched in anger, before retreating into Tokoyami's trembling form. I'm so sorry. He croaked. Mezu couldn't help but hug him. It's fine. Please let everything be fine. No one had ever accused Shota of being an optimist. When he'd taken off into the forest to find his and Vlad's students, the possibility that they were all already dead had stuck in his mind. He knew his class, knew they were stubborn, resourceful BSRDs who could more than hold their own. But they were still teenagers, still young and inexperienced, and there were people much more dangerous than thugs with too much ego who were willing to put them into the ground. The knowledge that they were completely exhausted didn't help Shota's nerves either. The training camp was designed to push the students to their limits, mentally and physically working them to the bone. Villains fighting students in an uncontrolled environment was a nightmare to begin with, much less when those teenagers weren't even in their best form. Then we have a deal. Shota forced himself to go still, dropping low as he scanned the forest for the source of the noise, and watched in horror as he saw Midoriya walk calmly into a warp gate. Out of the 40 students that had attended the training camp, 29 were hospitalized. Almost all of them had suffered the effects of the poisonous gas one of the villains had spread liberally throughout the forest. 12 experienced severe quirk exhaustion. 2 had some form of blood loss. 3 had broken bones. And out of the 40 students that had attended the training camp, only 39 had walked out. An unknown number of villains attacked the training camp. 3 were captured and arrested. 1 was dead. And the killer and the missing student were the exact same person, because of course they were. And it was as-Izuku Midoriya, because of course it was. Naomasa rubbed his temple, scanning the files below him. I need a coffee. Hitoshi stared at his hands blankly, too exhausted to even cry. He'd apparently been lightly exposed to the poison gas, so the hospital was keeping him for observation. More than one nurse had come in and out of the room to take his blood or check his pulse, but Hitoshi had barely noticed. He could still see it so clearly, could see Izuku taking off to find Kuda and telling him to warn the others. Could see the moment when his classmates realized that not everyone was accounted for. Could see Aizawa shaking his head when Hitoshi had gathered the courage to ask. A hesitant knock interrupted his thoughts, and it took all of Hitoshi's energy to lift his head. Come in. He didn't really want to talk to anyone, but maybe company would distract him from the gnawing fear and guilt that dug its claws further into him with every second. I let him go alone. And now he's gone. A familiar face peeked through the barely open door. Uraraka was looking about as good as Hitoshi felt, which was to say terrible. She had bandages around her arm and collarbone along with deep bags under her eyes. Her normally buoyant hair was limp, and something about the way she held herself made Hitoshi feel that she was on the verge of tears. She wasn't the only one. Hey! Uraraka's voice was soft and tentative. Hitoshi attempted a smile, but it immediately fell flat. Hey! Neither of them said anything for several seconds. Do you dash? Hitoshi's voice faltered. Do you want to? He gestured to the space next to him on the bed. Uraraka nodded wordlessly, scrambling onto the uncomfortable mattress and pressing close. The warmth of another person helped to chase away the despair that clung to him, and Hitoshi awkwardly slung his arm around her so they could be closer. The two of them clutched each other silently, shaking and afraid. Their trust in the institutions that had sworn to protect them shattered like a glass vase an errant toddler knocked over. Hitoshi knew that he was going to have to deal with what had happened eventually, would have to face the reality of the attack and its consequences. But he held on to Uraraka just a little bit tighter, because he could ignore the cruel world for just a little bit longer. The mug in Dabi's hand turned to ash. He barely noticed the remains of the now destroyed cup drifting to the ground, too focused on the broadcast in front of him to see anything beyond it. For the second time this year, UA has suffered a massive security breach. The female reporter gestured to the hospital behind her. Less than 12 hours ago, the first-year hero students from the prestigious academy were viciously attacked yet again. Classes 1A and 1B were at a school-sanctioned summer training camp when an unknown number of villains attacked. Several students were hospitalized, and we have confirmation that as-Izuku Midoriya, the second-place winner of the UA Sports Festival, has been kidnapped. Rage and fear swirled in Dabi's gut as he listened, his pulse increasing with every passing second. That could have been show, that could have been show, that could have been show. His little brother had been in that attack, had been put in danger. His little brother might be in the hospital because some second-rate villain thought picking on a bunch of school children made them hot sheet. 3 of the villains have been apprehended, and a 4th is said to have died during the attack. The police and UA have decided not to comment on the current state of affairs, leaving us unaware if any students of villains were critically injured. At least one of the little brats had gotten some good hits in. Or maybe it had been one of the heroes present. Either way, someone had made those assholes regret going after Shudo's class. And if Dabi had anything to say about it, he would be the next. Shota didn't know what to think. He'd run the scenario a million times in his mind, recounting every detail possible. Why would Midoriya willingly walk into a warp gate? He wasn't stupid, and was skilled enough that escape wasn't an impossibility. It was clear there was no lost love between him and the villains. The state of Muscular had been more than enough evidence of that, so what was the motive? There was always a chance that Midoriya had been the spy, that all the odd behavior really had been adding up to his eventual betrayal. The scars, the brutal fighting style, the lies. Shota knew better than most that not all villains or those who worked with them were heartless, and that could explain why Midoriya had saved Kuda. It was the most logical answer. And yet, Shota couldn't help but feel they were missing something crucial, something that would make all the mismatched pieces of this deadly puzzle fall into place. Maybe it was just wishful thinking. No one in their right mind would hope that one of their students had been betraying them, even if it made the whole situation simpler. But Shota had learned a long time ago that things were rarely as cut and dry as the public liked to believe. When it came to spies, things tended to be messy on both sides. There was going to be a raid on the villain's base soon. The tracker Yaoyorozu had provided ensuring that. Their timetable was short as is, and even if everything went well they would still have to contend with Midoriya's lies and secrets. Shota needed information. Hisashi considered himself a fairly level-headed person. The average person might be surprised with that assessment, but after over a decade of being a pro-hero and working 3 jobs, one of which included interacting with teenagers, calmness was as much a necessity as air. Hisashi considered himself a fairly level-headed person, but he did not feel like being calm when he found Shinso dragged off his hospital bed by a man that was clearly his father. "Go of me. Let go." Shinsu's fingers scrambled in an attempt to force the larger male off of him, motions frantic and jerky. Hisashi didn't wait for either of them to notice him, taking 2 long strides and wrenching the purple-haired man away from his student. Shinso dropped heavily to the floor, pushing himself as far away as possible from his attacker. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" the man hissed, trying to break Hisashi's grip but finding no give. The hero didn't bother answering him, choosing instead to drag him out of the hospital room and pin him against the nearby hallway wall. "I have a right to see my child." The man blustered. "This is assault." Hisashi regarded him coolly. "So is grabbing a minor." That seemed to render the other man speechless for a moment, before he was demanding to be released once more. Hisashi knew he didn't look like much out of his hero costume. While Shota ended up looking like a homeless person, Hisashi ended up giving off hipster vibes that practically ensured that no one would take him seriously. But even without his gear it was easy to restrain one civilian with no combat training. "Here's what's going to happen." Hisashi's tone was even despite his anger. "I'm going to let you go, and you are going to leave the hospital." The man opened his mouth to protest, and Hisashi tightened his grip. "You are going to leave the hospital," he continued calmly. "And you are not going to come back. If I see you here again, I will call the police and dislocate your arm." Hisashi applied more pressure on the hold. "Am I understood?" There was a long pause. "He's lying, you know." The man's tone had shifted, now resembling a shady car dealer rather than an outraged attacker. "Whatever he told you about me and my wife, it was a lie. He hasn't even been living with us for over 6 months. And didn't that bring up its own slew of issues? I'll be sure to talk to Shinso about all of this." Hisashi gave the man a hard shove. "Now go, before I change my mind." Shinsu's father stumbled, barely catching himself as he sneered one more time. There was no way Hisashi wasn't going to alert the police, but this was the quickest and cleanest way to get the man to leave. Even if Hisashi was able to easily hand him off to the police, it would create a larger scene and he didn't want to subject Shinso to that. Speaking of which, Hisashi reined in a sigh. Disposing of the teen's father had been the easy part, but now he had to deal with a much more delicate situation. Hisashi wasn't sure how much Shinso trusted him, but there was an easy way to make him more comfortable. "Get your butt over here, Shota." Hitoshi couldn't breathe. It had been months since he'd seen either of his parents, months since he'd had to think about their anger and disappointment. But seeing his father's enraged face so close, feeling his tight grip sent him back to that house, back to the constant unease and fear and, Hey Shinso? Can you focus on me?" No, he couldn't, and he didn't want to hear that name because it just reminded him that he would never be free from. His parents, not really. Warm hands landed lightly on Hitoshi's biceps, not restraining, just holding him. It felt nice. "You need to slow your breathing down, okay sure Hitoshi? Count with me, okay? Inhale 1, 3, exhale, You're doing so good, I promise. Now Excel. Hitoshi could barely make it through one count before his chest constricted, but the gentle voice kept counting with him until he could reach 2, then 3. Until it no longer felt as though there were an elephant standing on his chest. Until he wasn't drowning on dry land. When Hitoshi's vision cleared, he was suddenly and embarrassingly aware of present Mike and Aizawa in civilian clothes, crouched in front of him. Hey, the blonde smiled gently. Are you feeling better? Hitoshi knew that there were going to be questions about his family, about where he'd been living, about Izuku. And he had never wanted any of them to find out, not like this, not in a way that was so out of his control that it hurt. Sure. Hitoshi croaked. Kurogiri did not trust Izuku Midoriya. That wasn't surprising considering their respective allegiances, but, well, that was the problem. Because Midoriya appeared to be loyal to no one but himself. The boy may have bargained his freedom away in exchange for the Vanguard's departure, but Kurogiri had the distinct feeling that the Greenette was exactly where he wanted to be. It was unnerving in more than one way, and his calm only furthered Shigaraki's frustration, causing the younger villain to disintegrate numerous glasses and one stool. Kurogiri wasn't sure his bar would survive much more abuse. All for one had yet to make any contact, which made the rest of the Vanguard uneasy as well. Half of them were already displeased with their rampage being cut short, and Kurogiri knew that most of them had only been on the team to begin with to cause havoc. The others had been drawn in by All for One's reputation and their own curiosity. None of them were truly loyal, none could be truly counted on if push came to shove, and considering how their guest was acting. Midoriya held himself like he was the most dangerous person in the room, even surrounded by murderers and restrained by suppression cuffs. An apex predator among sheep. He didn't look afraid. He looked like he was waiting. So you're telling me that you and Midoriya have been living alone in an abandoned warehouse the entire school year? Shinso looked away. Yeah. Shota felt the beginnings of a massive headache forming. And you didn't alert any adults about your situation. Tired shoulders hunched up even more. Yeah. And Midoriya has falsified basically all his papers including but not limited to his name and citizenship? Shinso stared at his hospital bedsheets as if it were a particularly difficult puzzle to solve. Yeah. This is going to be such a mess. Shota was going to need to choose his next words very carefully. From what Hisashi had told him, Shinso's father was a piece of shit and considering his quirk, it was likely he didn't have the best track record of reliable adult figures in his life. Punishing Shinso for keeping himself safe would only further his distrust and make him even less likely to tell them anything or ask for help in the future. I'm sorry you didn't feel like you could tell us about this. It was a subtle thing, but Shota could see the instant Shinso froze. Disbelief and wariness crossed his expression, as well as something that looked a bit like hope. You're not mad? Shinso's tone was tentative, and he still wouldn't look up from his hands, but it was something, and Shota could work with that. I'm a little mad, he said, admitted, hating the way Shinso's shoulders tensed. But not at you. I should have spoken to you about your living situation when I first suspected something might be wrong, and that's on me. Shinso blinked. You knew. Ms. Joke called me during your internship with her and shared her suspicions. He explained. We didn't know you had run away, but figured something was up. Oh. Shinso curled into himself even tighter. These past 24 hours had been rough on all of Shota's students, and this wasn't making it any easier. The hospital has been instructed not to let either of your parents visit you. There's already police presence inside because of the attack, but you'll have someone right outside your door. Shota wished he could stay by Shinso's side, but the press conference was dawning on them, and he needed to be there for the plan to work. I don't want to go back. The words were so quiet they were barely a whisper, but Shota caught them anyway. The fear in Shinso's voice spoke volumes, and it was probably for the best that it had been Hisashi who had dealt with his father. Shota wasn't sure he'd be able to handle another threat to his students without breaking someone's bones. You won't be, he said firmly. When you're released from the hospital, you'll have the option of staying with myself and Hisashi or Ms. Joke. One of us will come with you to retrieve your belongings from the warehouse, as well as anything you want from your old house. Shinsu's parents wouldn't come anywhere near him if Shota had anything to say about it. Okay. The fear and wariness hadn't completely dissipated, but Shota knew very well that Shinso trusting him even this small amount was monumental. It was clear that he wanted to, but previous experiences held him back in case he got burned. The detective is going to come back to question me, isn't he? And this Shota couldn't deny. They needed all the information they could on the situation, on Midoriya specifically, and with Shinsu's living situation coming to light, it was likely he knew more than anyone else. Yes. Shinso finally looked up, meeting Shota's gaze firmly. I'm not telling them everything until Izuku is back. He'll want to explain things himself. And there was a quiet confidence in those words. Not if Midoriya came back, but when. Shinso wasn't aware of the rescue mission, and considering what had just occurred, doubts towards heroes and their capabilities to protect his fellow classmates was reasonable. Expected even. But Shota had the feeling that this confidence was not in the people supposed to rescue Midoriya, but rather the boy himself. I almost feel sorry for the villains. Almost. Izuku had been captured enough times that the feeling of quirk suppressors didn't drag him into the depths of panic like they used to. A cold calm had settled over him the second he'd realized what he needed to do. Before he'd even made the deal with Kurogyri, before he'd willingly stepped through the warp gate. Meeting All for One had always been something Izuku knew would happen one day. A noose that had always been around his throat, waiting for someone to tighten it. Maybe that was why his legs didn't tremble as he was led into another warp gate, as he sat down across from the monster he'd heard about from childhood. All for One may not have been the one chasing Izuku and his mother, but he had always been a possible looming threat. The monster without a face, but with horror stories in droves. This didn't feel like interacting with them, with the people directly responsible for his mother's death and his tainted childhood. This felt almost impersonal despite their shared blood. It made easy to sink into the cold calm instead of burning rage. Hello, Izuku. His voice was smooth despite the numerous machines littered around him, a genial smile stretched across his face. I wonder how many of those he needs to survive. All for One did not strike a particularly imposing figure unless you knew what to look for. He wasn't noticeably tall or broad, the facial scaring where his eyes had once been making him look pitiful rather than intimidating. His light was akin to that of a mosaic, varied and colorful in a way that Izuku had never seen before. And yet, each piece of the picture All for One painted seemed to be straining away from him, trying to escape back to their original owner. An old man who should have died a long time ago, carrying on a feud with the wielder of a quirk as if they were the same person he'd started it with. Hello, grandfather. All for One wasn't actually that closely related to him, more akin to something like a great-great-granduncle, but that was too much of a mouthful and Izuku wanted this over with as quickly as possible. I must admit I was rather surprised when I'd heard you had returned to Japan. After your father's unfortunate passing, I assumed you'd stay out of the country. Izuku wasn't sure if this was meant to get a rise out of him or not. He'd been 5 years old when his father died, a former friend who'd grown too fearful of his potential power having come to kill him. His memories of the man were foggy at best, most of his knowledge coming from stories his mother had told him. That was the thing about criminal organizations. If you were terrifying and on their side, they loved you, but if you ever left, you become one of the biggest threats, and thus, need to be eliminated. Izuku's father had made the mistake of leaving, but staying somewhere he could be found. The price for his arrogance, though some might call it wishful thinking, was his life, as well as that of his wife, and the childhood of his son. Izuku wasn't sure what he'd be if none of that had happened. Still wasn't entirely sure what he was now. Monster in human skin. Smiling demon. Killer. Threat. I miss Japan. Izuku lied. America just wasn't the same. A light chuckle. I can't disagree with you there. Though I assumed it was because of the unfortunate death of your mother and the collapse of Arachne. It had been a long time since he'd heard that name spoken aloud. Grab him. Annoying little brat dash. What are you doing? He'll kill us all. Finally come to collect your due? Izuku had been terrified to even think it, fear built into his very core from a young age, even when most of the threat they posed had been eliminated. All for One had spies and informants everywhere, and he wanted Izuku to know it. Wanted him to know that he knew everything about his life, about his struggles. He forced himself to shrug. That was a part of it, sure. I'm flattered you've been paying attention. I wish you weren't. I always take note of my relatives. All for One smiled in a way that was probably meant to be charming. I have so few left, you'll have to forgive me for keeping tabs. But, sure. Izuku probably should have felt more fear, more anger towards a villain who had felt entitled to his entire life and history simply because of their shared blood. Should be terrified of how easily he could kill him, and how maybe one day he would become just like him. Izuku was self-aware enough to know that his morality was grayer than most would consider normal. There was blood on his hands, and most of the time he couldn't even bring himself to regret it. But for all his flaws, he couldn't see himself ever chasing after power as All for One did, couldn't see himself amassing followers and twisting the life of a child. He knew from personal experience that whenever a monster tries to make a child just like them, one of two things can happen. They will reject everything the monster stands for and become something else entirely, made of steel and fire and ice. Or, they will become even worse. Izuku still wasn't sure which one he was yet. I don't mind. Izuku said flippantly. I can understand your curiosity. Was this an attempted recruitment? Shigaraki probably wouldn't like that, but considering how disposable he was being treated, Izuku wouldn't be surprised if All for One decided to throw him under the bus on a whim. All for One leaned forward as much as he was able to. Then will you indulge me for a moment? It's so rare to find another with the same quirk. And he extended his hand. An offer. Izuku knew that All for One needed physical touch to take quirks, knew that it was rare for him to ask permission when he took without care powers that were not his own. Curiosity killed the cat. Izuku clasped the old man's hand. And dread curled in his gut like a parasite. It was as if there were a million people standing in front of him, each with their own unique quirks. They were not crudely combined like the Nomus had been, not smushed together in any way. It was as if All for One was an endless shelf, each quirk sitting in its own slot perfectly. Izuku's skin felt electric. The sheer amount of power that All for One had was overwhelming. He didn't touch Izuku's own quirks, he didn't even try. A wordless message. The threat. I don't even need anything you have. Tamura watched in glee as the UA teachers were grilled by the press. This whole society was so hypocritical, would go after people they'd idolized with pitchforks and spears the second they stepped out of line, the second they made one mistake. It was so amusing to see the rules crafted by Hero Society turned against itself. Enjoying yourself? He took a seat across from Midoriya, gesturing to the television. This is the reality of the world we live in. This is what Sensei wants to change. That's why he took me in. Tamura couldn't believe he had ever doubted Sensei. The brat had twisted things to make his mind uneasy, but it was all so clear now. Midoriya had even been dead silent ever since his conversation with Sensei, so he must have seen the truth. And then, a smile curled onto that demed brat's lips. What's that for? Tamura demanded. Pizza DLVI. Compress blinked. Who the f ordered pizza dash? The walls burst open, an array of heroes streaming in. And the last thing Tamura saw before he was enveloped in dark sludge to be taken to Sensei was Midoriya, taking a bite out of an apple. Izuku was gone before the dust settled. He got lucky that the hero's attack wasn't when he was talking to All for One and instead at the bar. At this rate, a fight between him and All Might was practically inevitable, and Izuku couldn't get caught up in that before he finished what he had come here to do. How does one topple a tower? Taking out All for One wouldn't be enough, wouldn't stop the remnants of his organization from rising once more, especially if certain key players were kept in the game. The trick isn't to take out the top, or destroy the entire base levels. He couldn't risk the heroes missing someone in the chaos, meaning that if he really wanted to make sure this ended here and now, he would need to do it himself. What you need to do is take out specific pillars. Not every single one is vital to the tower's functionality, so not all need to be destroyed. But if even one of the integral pillars is left alone, the tower could always be built again. So that was why he was willingly going deeper into the villain's base when he could just be running into the hero's arms. Take out the pillars, Izuku. That was why he was following the faint pulse of an almost sickening light. Leave nothing but rubble. Dabi stared at the television in front of him. The heroes were raiding the base of the villains that had attacked Shudo's class, and from the looks of things, they weren't exactly going great. All Might and some wacko were duking it out, looking uncomfortably evenly matched, and the Nomu were causing trouble for everyone, including him. Dabi could imagine how good it would feel to burn those things, to get back at the people who dared go after his little brother. Not that he would actually care about Shudo's well-being. The Hero Commission probably ordered him to do it, or maybe he had wanted the good press. Dabi eyed his coat. That BSTRD shouldn't be the only one who gets to have fun. Tsubasa had been confident the fighting above would not disturb him until the door to his lab was kicked open. That in and of itself was impressive considering the heft and material it was built from. Solid steel with concrete reinforcements and certainly nothing to scoff at. Not to mention the entrance to this very section was heavily hidden, not something someone was likely to even locate in the first place. Hello. Tsubasa recognized the boy who had so easily ripped through his defenses. Even if he hadn't been on national television during the sports festival, his similarities to All for One before his fight with All Might was stunning. They had the same curled hair, the same smattering of freckles across pale skin. The same sinister smile that sent shivers up Tsubasa's spine. Is there a reason you disturbed my research, or were you just in the mood to interrupt someone who has real work to do? Even if Midoriya was unsettling, Tsubasa had never had much patience for those who hindered his experiments. He hadn't tolerated it from Shigaraki, and certainly wouldn't from any other brat, even the type that ripped open metal doors. Of course. Tsubasa blinked, and suddenly there was a hand around his throat. You were the one who helped with the Nomus, correct? So even if All for One is gone, you'd probably be able to recreate the process. The trip tightened. And I'm also willing to bet you know how to kill all the ones you have in stasis. Tsubasa attempted to claw the hand off of his neck unsuccessfully. I won't tell you anything. You don't truly appreciate my work. Midoriya smiled. Why are you doing Ichigo? Izuku had seen a lot of unpleasant memories with Taylor. That was the entire reason its original holder, an old woman with sharp eyes and a sharper tongue, had been unfazed by tragedy, by ethical violations and moral grayness. She had been the most interesting doctor Izuku had ever had, that was for sure. It was also why he tried to avoid using it as often as possible. If he was lucky, the worst memory someone had was of a loved one dying of old age, or a discovered affair. If he was unlucky, he got something like this. Izuku had a strong stomach, but this made him want to hurl. There was a particular kind of horror in watching an old man strap his 8-year-old grandson to a medical table. To seeing the boy scream and cry, and change as quirks were added into his too small form, twisting him into something else entirely. And the worst part was that Izuku could tell that the reason it was Tsubasa's worst memory wasn't because he regretted experimenting on him. It was his worst memory because the experiment failed. The Nomu Izuku had killed in Hose had once been an 8-year-old boy, and despite his knowledge that the creatures had once been people, seeing it firsthand made everything that much more horrific. Maybe that was why Izuku was less delicate when it came to sorting through and changing memories than he usually was. It wasn't like anyone would be able to stop him. Tsubasa was staring wide-eyed at him, likely able to feel something was wrong, that he wasn't quite the same as he had been moments ago. Izuku should probably feel bad. He didn't. There was a man setting the Vanguard on fire, and Tamura couldn't understand how everything had gone so wrong. It had all been perfect. He'd finally grabbed that green brat and had almost been able to make him understand that Sensei was right. Then the heroes had shown up and ruined everything. The man attacking them right now didn't even seem to actually be affiliated with the heroes despite the fact that he was attacking them, and Tamura couldn't understand why anyone who wasn't blinded by what hero society really was would side with them. Compress and Magna were nowhere to be seen, likely having decided to run once it was clear the heroes had come in force. Spinner was barely holding his own, the majority of his weapons having melted, and Twice was hardly doing any better. None of them could get close to the flaming BCD, and it was starting to grate on Tamura's nerves. This doesn't concern you. He hissed. Either leave, Or stay still so I can disintegrate you. Another wave of blue flames pushed Tamura back. I think I'll have to pass on that one. An unhinged grin spread across heavily scarred features. You went after my baby brother, so I think I'll burn you instead. Shudo didn't know how long he'd been running, just that he needed to get to Kamino Ward. He knew it was stupid, that the camera footage was shaking, that more than one person in Japan could have blew fire for a quirk, but the man looked like Tuya. And Shudo wanted his brother home. Toshinori could feel his strength waning and knew that this would have to be it. He would have to take down All for One here and now, or he would never get the chance again. Do you know why I took in Tamura? Toshinori paused. All for One's grin spread. Your dear mentor, Nana, gave up her child for its protection, did she not? Placed her own son into the system and never contacted him. Toshinori lunged, his fist glancing off the side of All for One's arm. You have no right to talk about her. The villain laughed. Tamura is her grandson. His original name was Tenko, but he's not hers anymore. Horror filled Toshinori as the implications of what All for One said sank into him. Shigaraki was Nana's family. His master's flesh and blood. You monster! He roared. All for One rammed his enlarged arm into his side, but Toshinori didn't allow himself to falter. You see, I knew he would come in handy one day. You always were sloppier when you were emotional. Even if I die here, he will continue as my successor, the antithesis to everything your master stood for. Tell me, All Might, how does it feel to have failed so horribly? Toshinori pulled every last ounce of his power into his limbs. This ends now. Izuku had always wondered what a clash between titans would look like. Shockwaves rolled through the area, the ground trembling with every blow. Dust and smoke alike rose, choking the few people who were still around. A tall man with heavy burns made his way over to Izuku, his grin stretching the staples on his face. Are you Midoriya? Izuku took in the unconscious villains on the ground and the lack of heroes that weren't All Might, as well as the scorch marks covering the area. Yeah. It wasn't exactly like he could deny it. He had been on national television after all. The dust fucker over there keeps muttering about you. I was gonna set him on fire, but it's not as fun when they're not fighting back. Izuku tilted his head. Do you know what caused it? A shrug. The big guns up there were talking, and I think they mentioned his grandma or some sheet. Wasn't exactly paying much attention. Izuku wasn't exactly surprised that Shigaraki had gotten a rude awakening about All for One's general shittiness, but familial ties weren't something he had expected, though in retrospect that made the most sense. Do you want to kick him or something? He's not in much shape to dust you if you want to crack at him. Izuku snorted. I think I'll have to pass on that one. He wasn't exactly all that eager to interact with Shigaraki any more than he had to. The police and heroes would be able to handle him on his own, especially since he had never really been the mastermind behind any of the real threats All for One's organization posed. Another shockwave rang out, sending both of the battling titans falling to the ground. All for One didn't get up, but Izuku could tell he was still clinging to life, if only by a hair. All Might wasn't doing much better, his light staying as a flickering candle. Slowly, Izuku made his way over to the pair. The second he was within eyesight, All Might smiled. Young Midoriya, I'm glad to see you escaped. There was a long pause of silence as the rubble around them shifted slightly, All Might coughing up blood. I am afraid I must ask you for a favor. I may die here, and if that is the case, I will not be able to pass on my quirk. I know you refused it earlier, but it would be my honor to give you one for all. Izuku considered the scene around him and nodded. All right. He accepted the bloody hair from the hero, swallowing it without hesitation. One for all blazed inside of him immediately, overwhelming and bright, just like Izuku had expected. He gave a small smile to All Might, and slowly walked towards All for One. The machinery that had been keeping him alive had been critically damaged. Every passing second he got weaker and closer to death. All for One would not survive until the paramedics got there. Izuku would make sure of it. Slowly, Izuku knelt next to the man. Come to steal from your grandfather? He asked, his voice amused even in death. Izuku shook his head silently, reaching out to touch All for One, and transferring him one for all. Izuku could see the second the villains realized what he was doing. His mouth went slack, and if he still had eyes, Izuku had no doubt they would have been as wide as dinner plates. You dash, he broke off into a coughing fit. Izuku stared at him dispassionately. Was it worth it? All for One's expression twisted from surprise to confusion. All that destruction, all that death. Was it worth it? The thing about quirks like One for All was that they required a certain amount of durability and strength to wield, or else they would tear the wielder in two. In his current state, All for One had neither. Activating One for All would kill him instantly. After decades of searching and manipulations and killing, All for One finally had the quirk he had sought after. The one he had committed atrocities for. And he couldn't even use it. It looks like you have some of my cruelty in you after all. Izuku smiled. Probably. All for One died, and with him, One for All. The end of both legacies. Dabi raised his hands above his head, diffusing his flames as the police trained their guns on him. Identify yourself. One demanded. Before he could so much as open his mouth, a red and white blur slammed into him. Tuya. Dabi froze, surprise piercing through his exhaustion as he stared down at the shock of dual-colored hair. He gently lowered his arms to accept the embrace. Shudo. Of all the things he had expected from his decision to pick a fight with the BSTRDS that had gone after his brother, running into the family he hadn't seen in years was not one of them. The sound of hammers being ped drew him out of his dazed state, and rage flooded his veins. He angled himself to that he was in the line of fire rather than Shudo, and lit his hands. You so much as touch my little brother and I'll turn you to ash. Dabi was overheated and exhausted, but he would follow through on that threat 1,000,000 times over than let anyone hurt Shudo. Hold your fire. A plain-looking man approached the scene, smile neutral despite his sharp eyes. We don't want anyone getting hurt. Dabi allowed an unhinged grin to slip onto his lips. Oh, we wouldn't want that. He was mildly impressed when the man didn't so much as flinch, meeting his gaze evenly. I am Detective Tsukachi, lead investigator of this case. It is not our intention to harm you or your brother. Dabi tensed, suddenly aware that identifying himself as Shudo's brother probably hadn't been the best move. If all else failed, he could just say he had mistaken him for someone else. Because if the police got involved, eventually so would he. A tentative hand touched his shoulder. Tuya? Dabi felt the fight drain out of him. He defused his hands. You try to separate us or get Endeavor involved and I'll burn you alive. He promised. Tsukachi tilted his head in acknowledgement. Understood. The metal interrogation room Izuku sat in didn't have a clock. The quirk's suppressant cuffs on his hands were heavy, locking him to the table that was in turn bolted to the ground. His ankles were trapped as well, fastened to the ungiving metal chair, giving him almost no unrestrained movement. The temperature was just slightly too chilled for his loose t-shirt and shorts, not a single outside sound slipping in. Every part of the room was designed to make him uncomfortable, so that he would feel some sort of relief when the unchanging environment changed in the form of two people entering. Detective Tsukachi's bland smile was firmly in place, Aizawa's scowl a sharp contrast in comparison. Izuku didn't allow himself to so much as twitch, eyes closely following their movements as they took a seat across from him. No one said anything for several minutes, and Izuku was more than happy to play the waiting game. One of the most effective interrogation methods often used was silence, the uncomfortable atmosphere often causing people to begin talking to fill the quiet. Unfortunately for them, Izuku was more than willing to let the tense atmosphere permeate. Eventually, Aizawa breaks. Your name is not Izuku Midoriya. And so it begins. The boy who was not Izuku Midoriya stared at them with dead eyes. There was none of his usual fake cheer, no sharp smile or bright expression. It was as though every mask he'd ever put in place had been destroyed, leaving something not quite sane in its place. What is your real name? Naomasa asked, choosing to tackle the most concerning aspect first. Because they barely knew who he was or where the hell he came from. The false files that had fooled them for months had been expertly created, and what little traces they'd been able to track ended a few months before school had started. The only thing they had managed to definitively find out was that before coming to Japan, Midoriya had been in America. It was likely that he had been born in Japan, and had at least one adult figure in his life who was Japanese considering his fluency in the language and culture. That didn't tell them nearly as much as Naomasa would like, but it was something. Midoriya hummed. "Izuku is my real name." Naomasa tried for another smile. "And your family name?" There was a longer pause, Midoriya almost looking as though he were trying to recall an old memory. "Akatani, I think." It was somewhat concerning that his own last name wasn't something not Midoriya knew immediately. "Would you prefer we use Midoriya or Akatani when addressing you?" They needed as much rapport with him as possible. He had already been shown to be a skilled liar and had no qualms about manipulating the situation to his needs. If they weren't careful, he could lead them around in circles and nothing would actually get solved. "Midoriya is fine." Aizawa opened his mouth to ask a question, when a knock suddenly interrupted them. A timid-looking officer peered in. "Sorry to disrupt you, but the chief wants you in his office." Naomasa frowned. "Right now?" She nodded. "I was told it was urgent." He exchanged a look with Aizawa, who looked just as confused as he did. Interrupting an interrogation was rarely a good idea, because it broke the atmosphere and could often set the conversation back to square zero. "We'll go see him right away." Midoriya had gone rigid in his seat, alarm and something akin to fear flashing across his expression. "Be careful," he said softly. It was a warning, not a threat. The interrogation room closed firmly, and the two of them began briskly walking to the other side of the station, where the captain's desk presided. The atmosphere was tense in the building, the enormity of what had gone down hours ago still rushing through everyone's minds. A relief that they had won, and the fear of what was to come now that the symbol of peace would no longer be able to defend that mantle. "Someone better be dead or dying," Aizawa muttered. Naomasa was inclined to agree, forcing down images of Toshinori's frail and bloody form being hauled into an ambulance. The chief was neck-deep in paperwork, expression only becoming sour as he registered them entering his office. "I thought you two were interrogating Midoriya? Don't tell me you've given up already." Naomasa blinked. "We were told you wanted to see us." "Who told you that?" The chief narrowed his eyes. "I haven't talked to anyone since I sent you two off to talk to Midoriya. I haven't even left this office." He exchanged another look with Aizawa. But if the chief hadn't sent for them, then who did? And why had the officer telling them to leave register as true? It wasn't even that big of an interruption, and could be easily explained by a miscommunication, and yet, Midoriya's warning came back to him. "Be careful." Aizawa was already out the door, one hand wrapped firmly around his scarf as he bolted back to the interrogation cell. The idea that someone had infiltrated the station without anyone noticing seemed absurd, but these were unprecedented times. What was one more miracle compared to that? Is it a miracle or a curse? It took precious seconds to unlock the door, and when it finally opened, Naomasa's heart felt like it stopped. Two unknown figures were facing a face-off against Midoriya, who had managed to flip himself over the table and knock out a third attacker who he was now holding hostage. The chair he was still cuffed to was held as a shield against the two remaining opponents. Midoriya's wrists were still connected to the table. Aizawa immediately engaged one of the other figures, who dodged as much as she could in the confined space, her sword slicing through his scarf like it was butter. Naomasa didn't even manage to raise his gun before the second woman was on him, her skin a stony texture. Her fist dented the steel wall where his head had been moments ago, and he knew with a terrifying certainty that if she managed to hit him just once, he would probably die. Tasering the stone woman didn't work, and with how small the room was, firing a gun would be the height of stupidity. Thankfully, Midoriya managed to swing the chair cuffed to his ankles at the woman with the sword, forcing her to block and giving Aizawa enough time to dislocate her knee and for Naomasa to tase her. From there Aizawa turns his quirk on the stone woman, her skin reverting back to normal just as she aimed another punch at him. It wasn't exactly easy to wrestle her into the quirk-suppressant cuffs, but after digging a taser into her thigh, they managed. and had forgotten about the woman with the sword. She rose from where she'd been downed like a vengeful wraith, lunging one last time, her sword almost a blur. But she wasn't aiming for Aizawa. Midoriya shifted himself just enough so that the powerful arc of her sword sliced through the quirk suppressant cuffs that donned his wrists instead of his throat, the metal falling to the floor. Both women now had a distinct expression of horror. "Don't you effing dare!" the stone woman hissed. "After all the bullshit you put us through, don't you dare!" Aizawa narrowed his eyes. "What are you talking about?" The swordswoman laughed. "You don't even know what kind of monster you're housing, do you? If you really understood exactly what he was and what he's done, you would have let me put my blade through his heart. I have a hard time believing that I'd let you stab a child no matter what he's done," Aizawa said dryly, left hand gripping what was left of his scarf. "You'd be surprised." The stone woman sneered. "Has he told you what he got up to in America? Or about why he left?" Midoriya went still from where he sat on the table. His legs were still cuffed to the chair, but Naomasa knew that he could get out of them in an instant. "Tell me, hero, have you ever heard of Arachne?" The name rang a faint bell in Naomasa's head, but couldn't quite remember where it was from. Aizawa frowned. It was a criminal organization based in America. They had a somewhat influential group in Japan for a while as well, but they were wiped off the map and no one has seen them since. A hoarse laugh. "Did you ever wonder how?" The swordswoman smiled with all her teeth. Every member of Arachne was under one roof when he walked in and brought the entire place down. Naomasa couldn't help but switch his gaze to Midoriya, whose expression might as well have been carved from marble. He didn't deny it. "The three of us were the only ones to escape, thanks to my quirk. All because he couldn't handle the death of his beach of a mother dash." Midoriya became a green blur, slamming the swordswoman's head into the metal wall behind her. "I've told you before, Nagisa." There was no kindness in his eyes. "Don't call my mother a beach." Nagisa bared her teeth. "One day, I'm going to cut you to bits and let Elena have what's left. Or maybe I'll break all your bones and let Nagisa take them all out." Elena flexed her cuffed hands. Midoriya said nothing and pulled an apple out of midair. Elena lunged from where she stood, expression twisted in anger. "How dare you dash!" Nagisa made another swing with her sword before Aizawa broke her other leg and forced her down. Midoriya took a bite of the apple. "You know, you guys seem pretty self-righteous for a group of criminals that hunted a 5-year-old to use and exploit." His tone was light, but the weight of his words could not be overstated. "I mean, you did kill my father and force my mother and I to be on the run our entire lives, but I guess stealing the quirk of the leader of Arachne is so much worse." Naomasa's heart caught in his throat. Nagisa sneered. "If we had known how you'd turn out, we would have killed you instead of trying to make you useful." Midoriya laughed softly. "You're the ones who made me like this. You hunted me, terrified me, forced me to adapt or die." He took another bite of the apple. "I'm the monster you created, so reap what you sow." 1 month later. Hitoshi was outside the station the day Izuku got out. It had taken over a month, several hour-long interrogations as well as mountains of paperwork, but it was finally over. Izuku was free. There were dozens of conditions to that freedom, of course. The Hero Commission and police hadn't exactly been keen on letting him out at all, so they had put so much fine print in the legal papers it would put a corporate lawyer to shame. He wasn't allowed anywhere off of UA property without supervision, and he had to register every single one of his quirks as well who he had taken them from. He had to have a tracker on him, and was only allowed to use his quirk in life or death situations, or with the permission of a supervisor. Essentially, he needed to keep his mouth shut and not step out of line for the next few years. It certainly wasn't ideal, but it was the best outcome Izuku could have expected, and that would have to be enough. Izuku stopped in front of Hitoshi, heart beating loudly in his chest. "Hey!" Hitoshi stared at him, voice breathless. "Hey!" And slowly, giving Izuku plenty of time to push away, Hitoshi cupped his cheeks and kissed him. Izuku was vaguely aware of Aizawa just around the corner, his designated supervisor for his trip to the new UA dorms, but he can't bring himself to care that they technically had an audience. Hitoshi was holding him like he was something precious, and Izuku can't remember the last time someone did that. Ready to go home? Izuku smiled. Yeah. Naomasa sighed, unsure if he should be relieved or not that Midoriya was no longer his responsibility. It freed up a lot of his time and gave him more opportunities to hunt down the remains of All for One's organization, even if it felt like the underworld had been tearing what was left of it apart with almost bizarre speed. From what they'd been able to discern, a high-level information broker had turned on All for One, and was now helping the vultures tear up its carcass. Not to mention the fallout that All Might's retirement had caused on top of Endeavor's recent arrest. The two top heroes in the country suddenly unable to fight left a lot of villains hungry for power, and the next few months, years would be rough. Naomasa would have thought that Endeavor being arrested would be nigh impossible considering his sway, but apparently, Netsu had been building a case against him for over a month, and the testimony of one recently found Tuya Todoroki had been enough to tip the scales. He would lose custody of the youngest Todoroki as well as have his hero license revoked. Where exactly he would spend his jail time had not yet been decided, but despite the Hero Commission's best efforts to keep the punishment minor, the judge residing over the case had had no sympathy. Naomasa couldn't say he did either. In the end, Midoriya was a dangerous kid, but he was exactly that, a kid. One who had been handed the short end of the stick one too many times in his too short life. They didn't have as many guarantees that Midoriya would stick around as he would like, but... So, why UA? Midoriya's brow furrowed. What do you mean? You were running from what was left of Arachne, so why did you go to UA? There was a long pause. My father used to be a criminal who worked for Arachne and had a record. Midoriya admitted. And my mother, she was known as the Iron Maiden. Naomasa felt a reflexive chill go down his spine. The Iron Maiden was a mercenary so deadly and effective almost everyone in law enforcement knew her name. Her quirk wasn't powerful, but she was scarily efficient and always completed her jobs. She had disappeared around 10 years ago, and everyone had been suspicious, but grateful. Well, it looks like we know where she went now. Naomasa thought dryly, wondering if there was a way for Midoriya's family and backstory to become any more horrifying. My mother and father were criminals, and when we needed to leave the country, Gran Torino only helped us because he owed my mother a favor. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have lifted a finger, and no other heroes would have done anything. Even though I was 5 at the time, they probably wouldn't have helped me either. Midoriya spread his hands. Criminals and villains can be horrible, but there still are people, and their kids shouldn't have to deal with what I did. He looked away. Heroes are an important part of law enforcement, and if I became one, I'd be able to help in an official capacity. Even if I help just one kid, I'd be worth it. Naomasa thinks everything will be just fine.